Chapter 480. He's looking for this. After the old man finished speaking, he handed Lu Chen an item. Incomplete treasure map, 7/8. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. Elder, what's this? Literally. The old man smiled and sat beside Lu Chen. The old man sighed and said slowly, I've been in the city of exiles for a long time. When I first arrived, I was in high spirits and thought that with my abilities, I could quickly become a titled marshal. Later on, I realized that it was too difficult to leave this place. The enemies outside are not easy to deal with. Resources are scarce here, and the third heaven is not like the previous two heavens. Although everyone says that there are opportunities everywhere, humans are too lowly and have no way to go to a wider place. Day after day, year after year, I have already accepted reality. Who doesn't have a family backing them up? My backing is too small. It can't support me to reach that step. Sigh, in the end, I still can't protect my world. Lu Chen glanced at the old man. If he had really stayed here for a few years, it meant that he was very strong. It wasn't easy to survive countless battles. The old man suddenly changed his tone. However, it's not like I didn't gain anything all these years. I got this. The old man looked at the treasure map in Lu Chen's hands. Azura's strength is far beyond ours. He has a powerful backing. The old man looked at Lu Chen. He came to the city of exiles, not because he was wanted, but because of this treasure map. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and listened to the old man continue. As you can see, this treasure map is only 7/8 complete. However, that part is not important. Look at the map below. With these maps in my hands, you can already determine the location. Lu Chen had to admit that the old man had the ability to exploit bugs. Or rather, the old man's luck was even better. The fragments of the treasure map that he had obtained were just enough to piece together the location of the treasure. Lu Chen raised his head. So, the remaining 1/8 is in Azura's hands. The old man nodded. Yes, it's in his hands. I saw him when he came to the city of exiles. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The reason why you feel hopeless is not because you can't leave the city of exiles, but because you are afraid of Shura. The old man took a deep breath and finally nodded. I've endured for so long, and my military merit points are almost there. It's just that I can't pass the test. Azura's strength is unfathomable, and he's not someone I can deal with. He's already locked onto the last few people, and I can't escape in the end. Lu Chen asked curiously, since you have a treasure, why don't you look for it yourself? The old man smiled. Go out and look for it yourself? Young man, have you forgotten where it is outside? Outside is the myriad race battlefield. If we are alone, only death awaits us. Young man, I've met countless people. I can see that you're a man of character. Did you want to mess with those mission officers? Lu Chen looked at the old man in surprise. You can tell? The old man smiled. It's normal. I've wanted to kill those 3 for a long time. They're so disgusting. However, young man, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Since you've come to the city of exiles, it means that you have nowhere else to go. If you offend the city of exiles at this time, you'll really be cornered. Shura will find me soon. I don't have many days left to live. Originally, I wanted to find a suicide mission and die outside, but Shura has already bribed the mission officers. The few targets that he has locked onto, none of them will receive the mission. I'll give you this map. I still have more than 40,000 military merit points. I see that your physical body is seriously injured, so use it to exchange for some high-grade pills. But remember, don't attract attention. Otherwise, Azura will very likely find you. The treasure map is a disaster, not a blessing, So I don't dare ask you for anything. But and I'm saying if, you have the chance to leave this place and meet people from my planet in the future, please help them. I'm ashamed to face them. Young man, transfer the suicide mission to me. I'm already tired. You still have a chance. There's no need to rush to ruin your path to Jiutian. Lu Chun looked at the treasure map in his hand. The treasure map couldn't be fake. After all, the system had verified it. Old man, I'll take the treasure map. As for the military merit points, you can keep them. As for the mission, I'm afraid I can't give it to you. I need to earn military merit points. Earn military merit points through the suicide mission? Young man, don't tease me. There's no point in keeping my military merit points. Azura won't go easy on me. Lu Chun smiled. If he comes looking for you, tell him that the map is in my hands. What? You want to give the map to Azura directly? Lu Chun shook his head. Give it to him? How is that possible? I just feel that although 7/8 of the map is still acceptable, it's still uncomfortable to look at. This treasure map can't be given to a worthless corner. The one in his hands might contain other important information. However, old man, if it's possible, please wait a few more days. My body isn't very good right now. If I act rashly, I'm afraid I'll need to rest for a long time. It's a bit boring here. The old man's eyes widened. He didn't know whether to believe Lu Chen's words or not. At this moment, someone passed by. The old man stood up vigilantly. The person was just passing by, but the old man seemed very nervous, like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Lu Chun pressed the old man's arm with his left hand, calming him down. Old man, don't worry. I'll find something for Azura to do. He won't have time to look for you for at least half a month. Lu Chun stood up. Old man, thank you for the map. I won't let you die. I'm afraid you'll have to protect the people in your hometown. With that, Lu Chun sent him a friend request. The old man hesitated. Add me as a friend, I'm afraid it'll attract Azura's attention. Lu Chun smiled. It doesn't matter. There are too many people paying attention to me. A few more won't matter. The old man thought for a while and accepted the friend request. Because it wasn't set, Lu Chun saw the old man's ID. Cowherd. Young man, did you hide your ID? Lu Chun thought for a while. The old man was willing to give him a treasure map and didn't hide his ID. It didn't seem right for him to not show anything. He directly showed the 4 golden IDs that were wanted by the entire level 3 server. Solipsistic. Golden ID? Lu Chun kept the ID. It's just a special effect. It's not that interesting. The old man almost vomited blood. Although it was just a special effect, everyone in the world had white IDs. He was the only one with a golden ID. This made the nature of the situation completely different. This person was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps his luck had really changed. He had found the right person. Young man, can I ask you one more question? Who exactly are you wanted by? Lu Chen's expression couldn't be seen clearly under the mask. He could only hear his somewhat helpless voice. Sai, this is really too tragic. I can only tell you, don't tell anyone that you're my friend. Otherwise, you'll be beaten up badly. Chapter 481. Cowherd was quite cautious. The two of them had been together for a long time. It was inevitable that people would become suspicious, which would be detrimental to the little guy. After saying goodbye to Lu Chun in a hurry, Cowherd quickly disappeared into the crowd. Lu Chun watched Cowherd leave. The old man seemed to have stayed in the city of exiles for too long and didn't know about the solipsistic. He was only surprised by Lu Chen's golden ID. That was good. It would save him a lot of trouble. He didn't expect that there would be a treasure map in the land of exiles. It was indeed a place where good and bad people mingled. The land of exiles was not as simple as he had imagined. Lu Chen put away the treasure map and stood up. Azura, I didn't expect that we would meet again. If I don't have time, I'll find something for you to do first. Cheers burst out around the trial battlefield. Wow, 14 quests. Azura completed 14 quests in an hour. No wonder he's the best expert in the city of exiles. It's too easy for him to set a record. Azura hasn't done any quests for a long time. He rewrote the record as soon as he returned. That's what a strong expert is like. Azura doesn't bother with such quests anymore. Azura isn't someone who can be easily shaken. The crowd moved around a man. Needless to say, the man in the middle was the best expert in the land of exiles. As soon as the Shura left, the trial battlefield suddenly became empty. A stealthy unit quickly accepted the mission and entered the trial battlefield. Lu Chen was already familiar with the battlefield, since it was his second time there. He summoned the 9 wings and charged to the center of the battlefield. Kids, time to get to work. Lu Chen waved his hand, and 6 battle pets descended from the sky. Furball, Originator, Tao Tai, Chaos, Azure Dragon, and Black Flame Dragon Emperor, the 6 legendary pets, lunged at the battlefield with the densest crowd. Use a little more strength today, Lu Chen instructed, and watched the show on 9 Wings' body. After the previous day's practice, the 6 pets had become quite familiar with each other. Driven by hunger, the little furball pounced on a huge elephant and took a bite. The 2 dragons spewed out 2 types of flames and attacked at the same time. The 3 beasts Xiao Yuan, Tao Tai, and Han Dun followed closely behind and attacked ferociously. The giant elephant seemed to be some kind of divine beast. It had high HP and high defense, but it was no match for 6 fellows whose bloodlines were higher than its own. In an instant, it was showing signs of defeat. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Hey, I'm here to complete a quest. You should have picked the easier ones to kill. Why did you pick the most difficult battle pet to kill? Lu Chen couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps Little Furball was too hungry and saw that the guy had a lot of meat, so it attacked first. Forget it. It shouldn't be hard to complete a dozen quests anyway. I can't be bothered with them. On the battlefield, the 6 battle pets that had appeared out of nowhere swept across the area as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The others had to make way for those terrifying battle pets. That guy has so many battle pets. Every single one of them was this powerful. My mount won't fly. What's the meaning of this? Damn it! Did you see that rat? I don't think even the rock golem can survive its attacks. One-armed, riding a 9-winged dragon as his mount and summoning 6 divine beasts. Is that guy the Grim Reaper from yesterday? Damn it! It's really him. That guy wouldn't have survived more than a minute on a real battlefield. There's no way we can set up a defense line here. Let's avoid him first. Lu Chen noticed that Little Furball was actually more cunning than anyone else, despite its ferocious appearance. Once an expert attacked, it would quickly lead the team to change targets without any hesitation. That guy, I think I would have a headache if I were to run into an opponent who would kill randomly if he could win and run away if he couldn't win. That's good. I won't have to worry about him. Time went by quickly. The number above Lu Chen's head was jumping crazily. Quests were completed, submitted, refreshed, and resubmitted. The number of quests was quickly refreshed. He had completed 9 quests in half an hour. 50 minutes later, the 16th quest was completed. Lu Chen immediately called out to his pets. Hey, that's all for today. Come back. It would be difficult to surpass the 16th quest with 2 extra quests, but there was still hope if you worked hard. Therefore, the number was just right. Seeing that Lu Chen had recalled his battle pets, the people on the battlefield heaved a sigh of relief. Oh my God! That perverted beast tamer is finally gone. That was horrifying. The Grim Reaper is finally gone. That guy is so strong. Why did he come to the trial battlefield? Did he want others to live? He's still a human being. I have to report this when I go back. I'm afraid that this guy will become a disaster in the future. Lu Chen was on his way back to the human race's base camp. He only had one arm and his face was pale and sickly. However, most of the alien warriors chose to stay away from him the moment they saw him. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Lu Chen. Then, a slender woman with long ears stabbed out with both swords in her hands. The translation software indicated that she was a member of the nature elf race. We can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. I'll kill you. Hongmeng tree. Nature's teeth. A large number of vines suddenly sprouted from the ground under Lu Chen's feet and rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned. This female elf was quite bold. She dared to stop him. Judging from her skills, she was indeed quite strong. The moment the Hongmeng tree was born, the woman had gained 3 additional buffs and 1 additional status. Her attributes were increased by 100%, her movement speed was increased by 80%, and her attack speed was increased by 50%. At the same time, within the range of the Hongmeng tree, her body had become one with the Hongmeng tree, and she could change her position at any time. There was also a debuff on him. When he moved, there was a 30% chance that he would be entangled. This skill was quite powerful. It was almost equivalent to the effect of several formations stacked together. Interesting. But Beauty, I'm sorry. I'm on my period, and I'm not feeling well. Triple gate, Lu Chen said casually. The next second, he was already in front of the human race's base camp. Before the woman could stab her swords, she realized that the person in front of her had disappeared. She turned around, only to see that the man in black was already far away. What a fast reaction! Isn't he a beast tamer? How can a melee fighter react so quickly? Also, what's Hongmeng? A relative? Damn it! I've only reached the first level of the Hongmeng tree. It's still too slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. No matter what, if Lu Chen insisted on leaving, there weren't many skills that could stop him. Lu Chen turned around and looked at the female elf. He smiled and sat in the human camp to rest. 10 minutes later, exactly 1 hour later, Lu Chen stepped into the portal. Shura was enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Although he had other motives for coming to the city of exiles, being called a god by these desperados was still a rather satisfying thing. In his family, he couldn't enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by stars. Who would have thought that he would become everyone's hope in this godforsaken place? Hope. Shura couldn't help but laugh at the thought of this word. A bunch of idiots. Don't you know that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment? After breaking the record and securing his position, it was time to investigate that matter. At this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Young master, someone broke your record. Chapter 482. What? Shura's record hadn't even warmed up in his hands, and his own record was broken again? Someone completed 16 missions in an hour. 16? How? How is this possible? Shura's eyes widened. His previous record of 14 missions wasn't easy to obtain, but the other party had directly raised his record by 2 times. Young master, the people outside are saying that you'll break the record again. They're all looking forward to seeing how you deal with the other party's provocation. Shura's head was as big as 2. Why were the people outside making the decision for him? Damn it! After completing 2 more missions, this record wasn't impossible, but he might have to try a few more times. Did you see who broke the record? I didn't notice. We're still investigating. Shura took a deep breath and calmed himself down. You actually dared to provoke me. Very well. You want to play? I'll play with you. Let's see who can't afford to play in the end. Get ready. Release the news that Shura will enter the trial battlefield again. In front of the trial battlefield, a large crowd gathered once again. This is Shura's third time, right? How many missions did he complete in an hour? 15. 15. And he still hasn't broken the record? Is his strategy wrong? He shouldn't be greedy for high-level missions. Even if those medium and large teams can't beat him, they'll waste a lot of time if they just focus on running. Shura's strength isn't a problem, but he's always lacking a little. Speaking of which, who's competing with Shura? 16 missions in an hour. Did he take pills? Maybe he took a lot of pills to increase his status. Otherwise, how could he complete so many missions? At this moment, Shura walked out again. This time, his expression wasn't too good. He didn't say a word and directly left the trial battlefield. On the announcement board, his record was still 15 missions. Another 15? There were a few people who came out with Shura. Seeing them, the crowd rushed over. Hey, Shura seems to be very angry. What's going on? One of the people who came out of the battlefield said, someone here is completing missions and it's already alerted the other races. Don't enter the trial battlefield if there's nothing important. It's too dangerous inside. Experts from other races are here? Yes, I heard that humans dare to do quests in the trial grounds. Naturally, the other races can't stand by and watch. Those true experts are currently pouring into the battlefield. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of experts, Shura would have been able to complete 16 quests this time. So Shura is angry because of this? Not entirely. Another person checked the wound on his shoulder as he said there were several foreign race experts who called Shura Death God when they saw him and mocked him. Originally, we all thought that it was because of Shura's outstanding battle achievements that he was respected by the enemy. Who would have thought that they had mistaken him for someone else? You got the wrong person? That's right. They're calling for another one-armed beast tamer from the City of Exiles. He's the one who broke the record with 16 missions. Now, there are experts from all the clans who want to stop him. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Shura was so angry. It was fine that he didn't break the record, but on the other side, they only recognized Death God and not Shura. He clearly had the highest number of quests. How could he not have a name after completing 4 quests in a row? The news from the trial grounds quickly spread in the City of Exiles. Everyone began to search for the one-armed beast tamer around them. However, the City of Exiles was very big, and everyone frequently went out on quests. Although it was very conspicuous to have a severed arm or leg, it wasn't unique. Moreover, some people would spend some military merit points to buy limb regeneration pills after losing an arm. This way, it was very difficult to determine who the one-armed death god was. In a double dormitory in the south of the city, an old man was sitting alone on the edge of his bed. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he had a lot on his mind. He had already heard the news outside. The one-armed death god, provoking Shura. When these two things were put together, he naturally thought of one person, Solipsistic. Is it that kid? It's possible. He wants to use this matter to delay Shura so that he won't have time to deal with the treasure map in the short term. Shura had always thought too highly of himself. When faced with such a situation, he had no choice but to step in and solve it. However, his strength was just a little bit lacking. How could a normal person have the energy to do anything else when they had to clear the trial grounds 4 times a day? Good, you brat, you're actually so strong. 16 quests. Even Shura can't do it in one go. Cowherd's eyes, which had been dim for a long time, suddenly lit up. This was the expression of someone who had seen hope. The next morning, Shura changed his usual behavior. He didn't inform anyone and took advantage of the fact that the trial grounds were empty to challenge the trial grounds again. Young master, these are assault talismans, spirit-gathering talismans, and divine travel talismans. Shura's bodyguard took out a stack of talismans and handed them to Shura. Shura quickly put away the talismans. Yes, with the Holy Spirit pills, holy blood pills, and elemental enchanted magic stones that I exchanged for, my combat power will double. I don't believe that I can't break his record. The one-armed death god. Very well, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. The bodyguard continued. Young master, the elders in the family said that it's more important for you to do business. What do they know? Shura couldn't help but rage. When I didn't have any achievements, they always said that I was useless. I've been in the land of exiles for so long. How much information have I provided the family? I'm the god here. If it weren't for this identity, where would they get that information? A bunch of trash who only know how to talk big. When I become stronger, I'll destroy them sooner or later. Since this was the young master's intention, the bodyguard didn't dare to say anything more. He only reminded him, Young master, you have to be careful of other experts. These 2 days, you and the one-armed death god have done too many missions. I'm afraid that someone will stop you. You don't have to worry about my matters. Your mission is to find out who that one-armed Grim Reaper is for me. Even if you have to turn the entire city of exiles upside down, you have to find out who he is. Your subordinate understands. After I find out who he is, I'll skin him alive. Shura revealed a murderous glint under his mask. After the young master left, the bodyguard checked his mail and snorted coldly. As expected, he can't do anything right, but he's good at spoiling things. Fortunately, the family had allowed me to follow this trash. The mail already contained important information. The bodyguard put it away and looked towards the south of the city. That old thing, is he living there? He actually let him hide under my nose for so long. Then, the bodyguard walked towards the south of the city. On the 10,000 tribes battlefield, beside a long river, stood a lonely pavilion. Lu Chun had already left the city and followed the Sky Fiend clan's team here. After a night on the road, Lu Chun rested here for the time being. Lu Yi took out a pill and handed it to Lu Chun. Boss, today's solid pill. The day before yesterday, and today's pill. Your injuries shouldn't worsen anymore. Lu Chun took the pill and swallowed it. He immediately felt refreshed. It's really immediate. I feel much better now. Little Green, it's been hard on you. It's not hard at all. By the way, boss, my alchemist level has increased. I can refine foundation pills now. Foundation pills? What's it for? Your body has a short-term resistance to the regeneration pill. The foundation pills are specially made to deal with this situation. It can strengthen the foundation and nurture the essence. The medicinal effect is mild, but it's not suitable for you to develop resistance. It can help you recover from your physical injuries. Oh, that's great. Please let me recover as soon as possible. I'm so tired now. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely heal your injuries. Yes, I believe in you. Lu Chun nodded. At that moment, he received a mail. Earth's players could no longer send him mail. It was either from Mount Strength or Cowherd Man. Lu Chun hurriedly opened it. The mail was indeed from Cowherd Man. There were only 9 words in the letter. They're here. Don't worry about me. Run. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. Chapter 483. Azura had found the cowherd so quickly That was out of Lu Chen's expectations. Lu Chen hurriedly found Lu Yi and prepared to return to the city of exiles. What? Are you leaving? Are you not going to follow us anymore? A few non-humankind beings slowly walked out of the woods around the pavilion. These fellows had 2 horns on their heads and were tall and sturdy. Their skin color varied, and they looked somewhat similar to humans. They were not too ugly, and instead looked full of masculine beauty. Although they all had the word demon in their name, the sky demons were different from the other demon races who looked so abstract. As the overlord race of the third heaven, every sky demon had a noble air about them. At the same time, they were also quite powerful. The sky demons had very strong bodies in real life, and did not lose out to the races that were known for their physical bodies like the monster race, the titan race, or the dragon man race. Moreover, their bodies were not too exaggerated, giving them excellent agility. It was said that the sky demons had a set of high-level mental cultivation techniques, and several sets of cultivation techniques, with growth, passed down from generation to generation. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been very careful, and yet he was still discovered by this group of sky demons. More sky demons walked out of the forest. The one in the lead was 3 meters tall, wearing golden armor and a red cape fluttering behind him. The words on the badge on his chest translated to Marshal. Lu Chen frowned. He had been tailing this group of about 300 people at first, and did not notice this fellow. Who would have thought that such a group would be personally led by a marshal? Human. The sky demon leader walked in front of Lu Chen, narrowing his eyes and saying in a low voice, "Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Chen frowned and drew countercurrent. "Looks like this battle is unavoidable. How unlucky." With the help of the solid pill, his injuries would not worsen and were around 50% damaged. However, he did not know what would happen if a fierce battle broke out. But now, he had no choice but to fight. The leader looked at Lu Chen coldly. His eyes suddenly turned from green to red, and then quickly recovered. "Your physical body has suffered 53% damage, and you've lost your right arm. You must have given up on this spy mission." Suddenly, the leader changed the topic. "If I give you hope, but you have to give me something in exchange, would you be willing?" Lu Chen frowned slightly. "What do you want?" "I want that ghost pet of yours. In exchange, not only will I let you go, I will also give you a limb regeneration pill and 10 Shinong pills." Lu Chen was slightly surprised. Shinong pill? Marshals seemed to be able to exchange for more pills than him. Lu Chen stared at the heavenly demon marshal and narrowed his eyes. "So, you have been here for a long time." When they came, Lu Chen had clearly called Lu Yi back. The heavenly demon marshal had specifically asked for Lu Yi. This meant that they had seen Lu Yi and had seen Lu Yi give Lu Chen the pills. Lu Yi was indeed beautiful. Some players with strange hobbies might want her, but these people were from the heavenly demon race. They were from different races. They naturally wanted Lu Yi not because of her beauty, but because of her alchemy skills. They had been lying in ambush for a long time. The heavenly demon marshal snorted. "You're not too stupid. That's right. It was your soldiers who tipped us off. That's why we split up. One group attracted your attention, and the other group ambushed you." Lu Chen's heart burned with anger. He had been betrayed. It was obvious that the people who betrayed him were the 3 mission officers. Lu Chen's left hand gripped the hilt of the reverse water sword tightly. "Good. It's fine if you let me carry out the mission alone, but you actually played with me. I think I've really tolerated you for too long. I gave you an inch, and you wanted a mile. Ha ha! Do you think you still have time to hold a grudge? Kid, hand over that ghost pet, and I'll spare your life." Lu Chen was able to get to where he was today, not only because of his strength, but also because he was a person who sought stability. Before going to the next heaven, he would often max out his level and fight with spiritual martial apothecary. He had spent half a year to cultivate the 3 transformations of gods and demons. Originally, Lu Chen had planned to keep a low profile in the City of Exiles. He wanted to let Furball earn military merits and recuperate until Furball evolved and recovered from its injuries. However, the treasure map that Cowherd had given him made him cross paths with Shura. At this moment, Shura's people had already gone to look for Cowherd. The suicide mission had been betrayed, and someone wanted to see his corpse exposed in the wilderness. Very good. I'm really unlucky to reach the 3rd heaven. Lu Chen suddenly laughed, and then glared at the sky demon Marshal. Let me live? Do you think I'll believe you? The sky demon Marshal laughed disdainfully. What? Do you think you have a choice? Lu Chen was suddenly stunned. He lowered his head and laughed as he shook his head. I used to hate choices, but a friend told me that the most precious right of a person is to choose. Speaking of which, my injuries are all thanks to that guy. But I actually have to thank him. He made me understand a lot, and also made me grow a lot. Looking up, Lu Chen looked around. These sky demons were all regular soldiers, and there was no lack of officers among them. Their strength was not something that the militia in the trial battlefield could compare to. Moreover, there was a marshal among them. It was unknown how a sky demon marshal's strength compared to a human titled marshal's. Dragging his heavily injured and crippled body, Lu Chen's lips suddenly curled up. Lu Chen laughed maniacally. He put away the reverse water scale sword. With one hand, he slowly pulled out an item from the void. This item was suffused with golden light. As it was pulled out inch by inch, the 9 dragon shadows on its surface gradually appeared. Whoosh! Lu Chen pulled out his weapon and held it with one hand, standing proudly in the field. He twisted his neck with a look of regret. My personal doctor must be very angry. Sorry, little green. This time, I choose to fight. All of you come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Lu Chen's eyes shone with a green light. In the next second, the pavilion by the corpse river exploded. With a furious roar, Lu Chen's body exploded with a blinding golden light, and then he flashed in front of the sky demon marshal. Demon transformation. The sky demon marshal heard a voice in his ear. Remember, in front of me, you have no right to call yourselves demons. The City of Exiles. Between the messy bungalows in the dormitory area in the south of the city, a man was fleeing in panic. He was wearing an exile mask, so his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, from his posture, it wasn't difficult to tell that he wasn't young. At this moment, he was running through the slum-like alleys while looking back from time to time, nervously paying attention to the situation behind him. This person was Suo Wang. Behind him was a civet cat. It seemed that this little guy had come to inform its master in advance. Shura's personal bodyguard was coming to the south of the city. After receiving the news, Suo Wang left his residence immediately. That kid asked me to hold on for a while more. It should be related to his injuries. Although Solipsistic had set a record of 16 missions in 1 hour, Suo Wang was very clear that he couldn't continue fighting due to his injuries. Secondly, the power behind Shura was what he was really afraid of. I can only escape from the City of Exiles. Kid, don't come back. The power behind Shura is something you can't imagine. In front of him was the South Gate. Beyond the South Gate was the 10,000 tribes battlefield. Shura shouldn't dare to chase after him. When he was less than 200 meters away from the South Gate, a figure walked out leisurely from the side alley. You're really stupid. I just had to wait here for you, and you really came. The person raised his head. It was as if he could see the proud face behind his cold mask. Chapter 484. Cowherd sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy had been waiting for him all along. Moreover, he had even given him his ID. There was no doubt that they knew enough. Cowherd retreated step by step. What do you want? Fighting is forbidden in the city of exiles. Old dog, don't lie to yourself. Is there anyone around you? Cowherd hurriedly looked around. This area was close to the south gate, but there was not a single soldier. Not to mention soldiers. There was not even a single player. There's only you and me here. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. Tell me, where is the treasure map? Cowherd knew that there was no way out. He pulled out his longbow and stared at the other party. You want the treasure map? Dream on. Very good. I like stubborn people like you. That's more challenging. The other party's figure flashed and appeared in front of Cowherd. At the same time, 2 daggers appeared in his hands. I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be killed instantly. Ghost martial dual daggers dismember. Beside the ruins of the pavilion, only the marshal was left of the 300 celestial demon soldiers. The celestial demon marshal panted heavily and looked at the human in front of him in disbelief. He had used ghostly layers and 9 dragons to destroy the world with his heavily injured body. His injuries had worsened again. At this moment, he was holding onto the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment with one hand. His body swayed slightly in the wind, and blood gushed out from under his mask. However, the celestial demon marshal's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at this half-dead guy. It's the Jiutian Destroyer. That's the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment in your hands. Lu Chen forced himself to breathe. As expected of the marshal, you're quite knowledgeable to recognize my weapon, the owner of the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. That means you're the human who broke through the heavenly punishment tower that day. Thinking about it, I should have known. The more the celestial demon marshal thought about it, the more shocked he became. That day, rumor had it that the solipsistic was in a very bad state. He even lost an arm. He forced himself to use 9 dragons to destroy the world, which worsened his injuries. I just didn't expect that you still hadn't fully recovered after so long. Ha ha! The heavens are helping me. Today, Tianmin, have met you. The heavenly devil's ID was Tianmin. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes gradually glowed red. Lu Chen leaned against the 9 dragon pillar and raised his head with difficulty. He looked at the heavenly demon marshal with contempt. So what if it's me? I can still take your life. The heavenly demon general snorted coldly. You were able to pass through the heaven punishment tower. I admit that your strength is astonishing. If you were in your complete state, I wouldn't be your opponent. But look at you now. Your body has suffered more than 75% damage. Most of your skills can no longer be used. You only have a quarter of your HP left. Although I don't know what kind of skill demonic transformation is, after watching you fight just now, I can tell that you have a passive. The lower your HP ratio, the faster your attack speed, the higher your attack damage, and the shorter your skill cooldown. However, after your HP has dropped to 2,600,000, the impact on you is too great. You don't dare to keep your HP too low. Back then, tens of millions of human soldiers wanted to kill you for your treasures in front of the Heaven Punishment Tower. They thought that you would be at your weakest when you just passed the Heaven Punishment Tower. That would be the best time to attack. But even then, you escaped. But who would have thought that I would meet you today in an even worse state? Solipsistic, it's not me who wants to destroy you. It's the heavens who want to destroy you. Ha 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 ha. After the heavenly demon Marshall finished speaking, his body suddenly doubled in size. Scales grew all over his body, covering his entire body. His red eyes emitted red mist, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear was more than 5 meters long, and it emitted a black aura that struck fear in people's hearts. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary weapon. Immortal Marshall. Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. Humph, it's good that you know. You're not the only one who can transform. I will use my black fiend demonic spear to destroy your 9-dragon pillar of heavenly punishment. Today, I'll take your life and your treasures. Heavenly demon Godslayer spear, Godslayer spear. Suddenly, the sky destroyer turned into a black gas. This was not a metaphor. That guy and the spear almost merged into one, turning into a sharp black gas that shot towards Lu Chen. I'm going to kill you in one shot. Today, I, Tianmin, will make a name for myself in the third heaven. Go to hell. Tianmin was using the heavenly demon Godslayer spear's strongest attack. It seemed that he really wanted to kill Lu Chen in one shot. Lu Chen panted heavily. His severe injuries had left him in a terrible state, and the pain all over his body was almost suffocating him. He had finally recovered, only to be ambushed by a villain and run into a heavenly demon elite. Although the heavenly demon squad hadn't hurt him, the key problem was that every time he attacked, his physical body would be damaged even more. He had injured 500 enemies, but he had lost 1,000 of his own. Tianmin was right. Lu Chen's cultivation technique's special effects were almost useless. There seemed to be only one outcome waiting for him. However, at that moment, Lu Chen laughed in the face of his opponent's fatal attack. I've always said that the heavenly demons are smart. It seems that you've really disappointed me. Tianmin's heart skipped a beat. Was that guy bluffing? Or did he really have something up his sleeve? Heavenly Might Chess Formation, Lu Chen said in a weak voice. If you want to kill me, you'll have to break this formation first. I still have things to do, so I won't play with you anymore. At that moment, Tianmin suddenly realized that the solipsistic opposite him had suddenly disappeared. His Godslayer spear had lost its target. Immediately after, the surroundings changed drastically. A huge chessboard rose from beneath his feet. There were black and white chess pieces on the board, and they quickly transformed into human figures. This is a formation. When did he set it up? Formations were powerful, but many of them had to be set up beforehand. For example, a formation like the Heavenly Might Chess Formation that could confuse a heavenly demon marshal like him was definitely not something that could be set up so easily. So the question was, how did the solipsistic have the time to set up this formation? The black and white chess pieces around him transformed into 300 human soldiers. As the only enemy in the chessboard, Tianmin had obviously become the chessboard's target. The 300 soldiers shouted in unison, Heavenly Might Killing Formation. Then they quickly changed their positions and surrounded Tianmin. This is a formation within a formation. Tianmin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It seemed that the Heavenly Might Chess Formation was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Whether or not he could get out was another matter, let alone chase after the solipsistic. While observing the chess pieces around him, Tianmin roughly counted the number of chess pieces. There were 300 chess pieces. When he saw this number, Tianmin's heart skipped a beat. 300 chess pieces, the same as the number of his subordinates. Suddenly, Tianmin realized when the solipsistic had set up the formation. He used the ghost shadows to descend and kill my subordinates while setting up the nodes of the formation. In the end, I was already inside the formation. At this thought, Tianmin's back broke out in a cold sweat. That guy had set up such a powerful formation right under his nose. From the very beginning, he had planned to avoid a fight with him. To be more precise, he didn't want to fight with him personally. He hadn't made a move yet, and he had unknowingly placed himself in danger. This kind of scheming was terrifying. Solipsistic, Tian Min committed this name to memory. Outside the city of exiles, a man covered in blood approached the southern city gate step by step. His eyes were burning with green flames. The wound on his right shoulder had opened up completely, and he was limping as he walked. "Cowherd, I told you that I wouldn't let you die. Hold on, I'm coming." Chapter 485. At the south gate of the city of exiles, a well-built man looked at the old man lying in front of him and snorted, "I didn't expect you to be so strong. It's a pity that you met me." Cowherd knelt on one knee and spat out blood. Was this the Shura's subordinate? His strength was too terrifying. Furthermore, he had a skill that could damage the body. He had severed his tendons, and now all his movement skills were disabled. It seemed that he couldn't escape in the end. "Hand over the treasure map, and I'll spare your life." Cowherd raised his head. "Do you think I've lived for nothing? Do you think I'll believe your words? If you want to do it, then do it. I knew this day would come anyway. You want to die? Ha ha ha. You think it's too easy. Do you think you can just go back to the first layer of heaven to reincarnate? I'm sorry, but with me here, it's hard for you to die, even if you want to. Speaking of which, it just so happens that I bought a technique to torture people some time ago. It's said that the people who bought it said that it's surprisingly effective. If it's really that useful, I'll write a good review for the seller." Cowherd stared at the man, trembling with anger. "You are just the Shura's lackey." The man didn't care about Cowherd's abuse at all. "Oh, right. You seem to be from the Green Rock planet. It's also a trash planet with low martial arts. However, I heard that the people there are quite hardworking. Occasionally, a few of them can reach the third layer of heaven. You must be one of them. Many young people regard you as their spiritual leader. I wonder what those young people who idolize you will think if I send a video of you being tortured to your planet." "You beast." Cowherd clenched his teeth. "You want to send a video of me being tortured? Sure, I can't ask for more. My Jiuqian days have come to an end. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to guide them further. Your video will definitely ignite the fighting spirit of my people. They will also become the most turbulent wave after the war." That person narrowed his eyes slightly. This cowherd was really stubborn. "Beast? If I'm a beast, then you can't even compare to me. Isn't that worse than a beast?" This man's eloquence wasn't bad. "Cowherd, listen to my advice. Hand over the treasure map, and I'll give you a quick death. If you don't believe me, I can send you a time limit duel. You don't have to worry about me doing anything to you in a time limit duel, right? Why don't you think about what hope you have? Why are you still struggling? It's just a treasure map. If you could find it yourself, you would have done so long ago. Why would you go to such lengths for a treasure that you can't obtain?" That person began to reason with him. Cowherd man chuckled. "I can't have it, but neither can you. You are courting death. I'll dig out your eyes first, so that you can never see the treasure map again." As he spoke, the man raised his daggers and was about to stab the old man's eyes. At this moment, a sonic boom erupted from the city wall behind him. Then a black arrow jumped through space and arrived in front of the Shura guard in the next second. Cowherd looked at the city wall in shock. Who would come to save him at this time? There was a bloody man standing on the city wall. That man was swaying in the wind and couldn't even stand properly. Beside him stood a lady in green. She seemed to be the one who shot the arrow just now. It's him. Cowherd Man's mind was blown. This silly boy, how did he become like this? Didn't I tell him not to come back? This arrow was too sudden, and there was no trajectory at all. It hit the guard instantly. Minus 1,244. At level 3, there was still more than 1,000 damage. The guard couldn't believe it himself. Ha ha ha, is this tickling me? Looking at the arrow on his shoulder, the guard laughed wildly. However, as he laughed, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He didn't know when, but there was a white furry little thing standing on the arrow. That thing had a pair of green bean-sized eyes, and it was looking at him cutely. What the hell is this? The guard frowned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The guard was speechless. However, in the next second, that cute little furball suddenly expanded and pounced on the guard. Feast. Minus 880,000. The guard's HP dropped by 1/5. At the same time, he was hit by 3 debuffs. The most important thing was that the attack of the big rat damaged his flesh. With one bite, a large piece of flesh was missing, and his shoulder was bleeding profusely. Moreover, after biting his shoulder, it didn't let go. The debuffs quickly stacked on top of each other, second, third, and the guard's HP was also rapidly decreasing. The guard finally remembered to look back at the city wall. The figure on the wall was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen. However, he could see that he was missing an arm. The guard wasn't stupid. In addition, he had been hearing about this person from Shura for the past 2 days, so he immediately thought of that name. Yes, One-Armed Grim Reaper. Being entangled by the furry little thing, that guy didn't have time to care about Cowherd Man. He used the triple door to teleport to Cowherd Man's side. Old man, are you okay? Cowherd Man looked at Lu Chun in disbelief. Why are you back? How did you get hurt so badly? I was tricked by a few scumbags. When I recover, I'll come back and take their lives. For now, let's leave this place first. After saying that, Lu Chun rushed to help Cowherd Man up. He almost fell down himself. Damn, old man, can you stand up by yourself? Cowherd Man struggled to stand up and supported Lu Chun instead. You're already like this, and you still came back to save me? Aren't you a little too bold? Lu Chun laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm only injured and not dead. Why can't I come back? I said that I won't let you die. Let's go. The two of them supported each other. When they passed by the guard, who was in a tough battle, the guard temporarily forced the furry little thing back with a slash of his sword. He looked at Lu Chun in horror. You're One-Armed Grim Reaper. Why did you save him? Lu Chun stopped and looked at that person. After thinking for a while, he said to the furry little thing, Eat until you're clean. In the mountains outside the 10,000 tribes battlefield, in a dark spring cave, spring water flowed. However, the water was mixed with a large amount of blood, turning it red. Lu Yi was treating Lu Chen's injuries. Miss, his injuries are very serious. Can he be saved? LVE's eyebrows were tightly knit together as she cleaned Lu Chen's wounds. My master was seriously injured before, and I had already managed to control his injuries. But this time he was framed by a villain and encountered a heavenly demon powerhouse. His injuries became somewhat unmanageable. If we don't stop his injuries, his physical body is stronger than the average person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on. When the Jiuqian game first came to Earth, the officials called the three-dimensional attributes physical strength. Everyone thought that it was just a special feature of the Xianxia MMORPG that Tianxing created to attract attention. But now that they thought about it, it was the most correct way to call it. Lu Chen was able to survive until now despite being seriously injured repeatedly. This was definitely related to his physical attributes. Old man, Lu Yi said anxiously, help me take care of him. I need to refine some solid pills. It might take some time. Cowhood thought for a while. Miss, it might be too late to refine them now. Tell me what kind of pills he needs, and I'll give them to you. Lu Yi looked at Cowherd strangely. It'll be more expensive to buy the pills directly. Besides, you're injured yourself. It's okay. I've been in the City of Exiles for many years. I've earned a lot of military merits. Cowhood waved his hand. He looked at the unconscious Lu Chen and sighed. I've been in the third heaven for so many years, but I've never seen a guy who doesn't care about his life like him. He told me not to say that I'm his friend outside, but I don't know why, but I'm proud to be his friend. Chapter 486. Cowherd had over 40,000 military merits. Even if Lu Chun cleared the training battlefield for an hour every day, it would still take him a month to earn that much. Without a doubt, to a normal person, this was a huge sum of money. Lu Yi knew that with Lu Chen's personality, he might not want Cowherd's military merits. But now that Lu Chen was unconscious and his life was in danger, she couldn't care less. Then, old man, can I trouble you to see if you can exchange for 7 Phoenix breath pills? Let's stabilize boss's situation first. Lu Yi didn't know the old man's military rank and didn't know what level of pills he could exchange for. She could only let him search first. Let me see. 7 Phoenix breath pills, right? Search. And found it. 7 Phoenix breath pills are 2,000 military merits for one. It was indeed a bit expensive. Old man, please exchange for 3. Okay. No, miss, I see that there are still 8 Phoenix breath pills. That's too expensive. It's really expensive. 5,000 military merits for one. I can't bear to use it in my entire life. Here, I exchanged for 3. Cowherd complained, but his hands didn't waste any time and directly exchanged for 3. I originally wanted to give this brat the best pill. I just saw that there were still 9 Phoenix breath pills. In the end, it's 12,000 military merits for one. Forget it, little brother. We poor people should just use the normal ones. Old man, it's fine. I can slightly refine it, although it's not as good as 9 Phoenix breath pills. It's better than 8. Oh, that's great. Cowherd saw that Lu Yi was busy and couldn't help but ask, Miss, you're a ghost pet? It's too good to have you by my side. Did you appear in the second layer of heaven? Lu Yi smiled. Old man, it's not convenient for me to say more. I can only say that there's only one Jiutianmi. The old man nodded regretfully. I even said that if I knew where it came from, I could tell the youngsters in my hometown to fight for it. That's right. Miss is indeed different. That's right. With the speed at which this brat earns military merits, his injuries should have been healed by the regeneration pill long ago. He hasn't recovered yet, so he must have developed a resistance to the regeneration pill. Lu Yi nodded. That's true. I refined a solid pill for him before, but as soon as it stabilized, then I'll change it to some high-grade pills. You tell me which ones won't give me resistance. Oh, right. I'll change it to the limb regeneration pill too. I'll cure this brat in one go. Lu Yi glanced at the old man and hurriedly stood up to bow to him. Thank you, old man. Cowherd helped Lu Yi up. What are you thanking me for? My life was saved by him. It's not excessive to give him all 40,000 military merits. Aya, this kid is really lucky to have you assisting him. Later, Lu Chen slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that he was in a particularly good state. What was going on? Wasn't I seriously injured and almost dead? Lu Chen was a little confused and scratched his head out of habit. When he put down his right hand, he suddenly thought of something and stared at his right arm with wide eyes. Damn, my right arm. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Chun was still not used to not having his right arm. After all, he still had his right arm in reality. Now that his right arm was back, it was definitely great news for him. Boss, you're awake? Lu Yi came back from outside the cave with some herbs. There are some herbs outside. I went to collect some. I can help Cowherd refine some antidote pills. Boss, are you feeling better? Cowherd spent a lot of money to get you a lot of pills. Your injuries should be better now. Brat, you're finally awake. Cowherd followed behind Lu Yi and limped in. He was probably afraid that Lu Yi would be in danger when she went out alone. The pills I got were not worth mentioning, but Miss E was actually able to increase the quality of the pills. Brat, your luck is too good. Lu Chun blinked his eyes. He finally remembered what happened before. It seemed that when he was unconscious, these two people took care of him. Cowherd had also exchanged a lot of pills, including the limb regeneration pill. That was why he felt so good. I feel much better. Old man, how did you get poisoned? How come I don't remember you being poisoned? That guy's dagger was poisoned. It's physical poison. Physical poison? What's that? Yes. Cowherd came to Lu Chen's side and sat down. Don't tell me that you don't even know about this. Is it strange? I've been here for less than a month. No way, a month? You've been here for only a month, and you're already so powerful, then aren't you going to flip the heavens in the second layer of heaven? Lu Chen smiled. It's barely passable. Really? Then tell me about it. A real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. What's there to talk about? Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Old man, let me tell you, coming to the third layer of heaven, I'm really unlucky. Lu Chen was too depressed. He was a super strong person, but he was forced to escape to the city of exiles in the third layer of heaven. He was even framed by a villain. Just thinking about it made him angry. You won't believe it even if I tell you. The first day I came, I encountered a monster invasion. My team's village was destroyed. Then there was a spy among the humans, and I was betrayed. Then I went to that place. Anyway, I went to a place and had one of my hands cut off. Since then, I haven't been in good condition. Later, I was wanted by a group of people and ran to the city of exiles. I originally planned to recuperate here for a vacation. Good heavens, I met a villain again. When I was on a suicide mission, the 3 mission officers had already agreed with the Heavenly Fiend clan to kill me. F*CK. This month has been a nightmare. Lu Chun was too aggrieved. Although he had obtained the Heavenly Punishment Tower's most valuable treasure, the mixed Yuan Heart technique, the wishful long staff had been upgraded to the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment, and he had also gotten a treasure map. The process was too aggrieving. It was not easy to catch someone, and Lu Chun could not help but pour out his grievances. Since Lu Chun had concealed the most crucial factor of the Heavenly Punishment Tower, and he was wanted by the third layer of heaven, his experience did not sound too scary. Silly boy, the first 2 layers of heaven were all for fun. In the third layer of heaven, you can see the nature of humans. No, it's the nature of thousands of races. You have been tricked twice along the way, which also proves this point. Lu Chen shook his head. Well, I have indeed felt it. In the third layer of heaven, in fact, I have not seen the real wild monsters. Instead, those people are similar to wild monsters. This Jiutian, every time you go up a level, it becomes more real. Cowherd patted Lu Chun on the shoulder. Well, don't say these discouraging words. How does your new arm feel? You have to adapt to it for 2 or 3 days first. Boss, there are still the 8 Phoenix breath pills, great blood recovery pills, and other high-grade pills. Because the effects are very strong, I dare not use them all at once. I am afraid that you will develop resistance again. It will take about 3 days for you to fully recover. Lu Chen nodded. 3 days it is. I will wait for 3 days. Damn. This time I finally have a chance to recover. I can't waste it anymore. Cowherd looked at Lu Chen strangely. No, boy, why do I hear what you mean? What are you going to do in 3 days? What am I going to do? Lu Chen sneered. Of course, I am going back to collect the debt. Chapter 487. In the Wild Spring Cave, Lu Yi was responsible for taking care of Lu Chen and Suo Wang, but both of their conditions were very stable. When she had nothing to do, she would go out to pick herbs and refine pills. When she went out, Lu Chen would deliberately run over and let the little furball protect her, telling her not to go too far. Lying on a temporary straw bed, Suo Wang looked at Lu Chen with a strange look in his eyes. When Lu Chen came back, he saw Suo Wang smiling foolishly. Hey, old man, why are you smiling so wretchedly? I say, do you like Lu Gunyang? Look at you too. You're no different from a young couple. Lu Chen gave him a blank look. I say, can your thoughts not be so dirty? She's my ghost pet. Don't you know that humans and ghosts walk different paths? Humans and ghosts walk different paths? Hey, boy, I said you were quite smart. Why are you suddenly so stupid? Have you seen the undead? Have you seen the Nether Ghost clan? They all exist. What does that mean? Lu Chen was a little confused by this series of questions. You mean after people die, they become ghosts, which is equivalent to becoming another race. I don't know, but we've only reached the 3rd heavenly layer. If Jutian is a mountain, we can only be regarded as standing at the foot of the mountain, not at the peak. How can you see the whole picture? Lu Chen nodded. Boy, be good to Lu Gunyang. Maybe in the future, she won't just be a ghost pet. After saying something meaningful, Suo Wang turned his head to rest. Lu Chen glared at him, but he only saw his back. Old man, what are you thinking all day? The old man was very bad. After saying a few words, he went to sleep. Lu Chen got up and walked to the entrance of the cave, where he saw Lu Yi drying some raw herbs. The little furball jumped around Lu Yi, which was rare for him to be particularly obedient. Little furball, don't think about these herbs. Lu Chen immediately saw through the little furball's thoughts. This fellow had grown up eating medicinal herbs, so it would be strange if he wasn't moved by the sight of medicinal herbs. Seeing Lu Chen coming over, the little furball climbed onto Lu Chen's shoulder, feeling wronged. Creak, creak, creak. TSK, don't make it sound so nice. You think I don't know you? Aren't you going to transform? Why are you running around instead of sleeping? It would be strange if it wasn't for food. Lu Yi finished what she was doing and walked over with a smile. Boss, don't talk about little furball. Some of these herbs are not commonly used and are useless. I'm using them to improve my level of refining medicine. When the time comes, can I give them to little furball to eat? Lu Chen smiled. Naturally, he didn't care about these things. No wonder little furball likes you so much. It turns out that you've found someone to rely on. Little furball called out to Lu Yi a few times. It seemed like he really liked Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and gently patted the little furball on Lu Chen's shoulder. While chatting, Lu Chen suddenly asked, Little Green, do you know about soldier dismemberment? Boss, are you asking about Mu Xian? Lu Yi thought for a while. Rogue immortals are heaven-defying existences in the 3rd layer of heaven. Normally, you won't be able to see immortals in the 3rd layer of heaven. Whether it's true immortals or rogue immortals, I spent most of my time in Ghost Valley, so I don't know much about it. But, boss, You also know that the higher the heaven domain, the higher the price of death. So, I can't say for sure. Lu Yi didn't dare to look at Lu Chun. Lu Chun sighed. Boss, are you all right? Lu Chun shook his head. I'm fine, I need to go outside and train. I need to adapt to my new arm. And, okay, don't use your energy when you train. Also, come back at noon and take your medicine. I know. The days in the spring cave were especially peaceful. Under the care of Lu Yi and the high-grade pills, Lu Chen's physical injuries were quickly recovering. On the third day, Lu Chen's injuries were finally healed. In the forest, Lu Chen roared, giving Lu Yi and Cowherd a fright. Stinking brat, what are you doing? This is the 10,000 race battlefield. My little ancestor. Lu Chen stretched his body. His body was filled with energy. He hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. Old man, don't be afraid. Whoever comes here will be unlucky. I am no longer the original me. He. You really made me sullen. Bragging again, just as Lu Chun was feeling proud. A strange sound came from the spring cave. Ji, ho ho, ji. Only the little furball was sleeping in the spring cave. The sound was most likely but it was mixed with a low roar. It seemed to be the little furball's roar after it transformed. Lu Chun, Cowherd, and Lu Yi looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. They quickly rushed into the cave. Just as they approached the cave, there was a sudden explosion. The entire ground shook, and a large number of boulders rolled down from the mountain peak. Little Green, come back. Lu Chen quickly called Lu Yi back. Old man, I don't know what happened inside. Wait here. With that, Lu Chun used 7 stars chasing the moon and rushed into the cave before the entrance was sealed. Cowherd looked up at the mountain peak. At this time, the cave was shaking more and more violently. The entire mountain was violently shaking. Heavens, what happened inside? Not long after, the mountain peak that was estimated to be over 1,000 meters high suddenly exploded. Countless boulders shot outwards, destroying a large portion of the surrounding forest. Cowherd's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, he had rested well for the past few days. His strength was not weak, and he managed to avoid a large number of flying rocks. However, when he stopped, he found that the entire mountain in front of him had collapsed. The surrounding dense forest had been cleared out, leaving behind a flat area of 10 miles. This is Stinky Brat, Miss Lou Little Furball. Cowherd anxiously rushed towards the ruins. Old man, don't shout. We're out. A voice came from beneath the ruins. Then a figure flashed out and landed beside Cowherd. Cowherd looked at the dusty Lu Chen in shock. What happened? Where's the little furball? Lu Chen brushed off the dust on his body and smiled. He opened his hand and showed it to Cowherd. In Lu Chen's hand was a little mouse. The little fellow used to be covered in white fur, but now it was covered in red fur. Its back was slightly bulging, as if there was something hidden in its fur. It stood in Lu Chen's hand and tilted its head to look at Cowherd. Its small eyes were wide open, completely different from its sleepy and listless appearance from before. It can't be. Could it be that the little fur ball just now transformed? Lu Chen nodded and bitterly smiled. If it transformed, then it transformed. What's the point of creating such a big commotion? I originally wanted to sleep in the cave, but now that things have changed, I'm guessing many people will come here. Lu Chen looked around. A simple transformation was probably similar to his own evolution. In the end, he was only a flash of white light, but the little fur ball had directly overturned an entire mountain. The overflow of energy was too fierce. Forget it. The cave is destroyed. I don't want to waste time with others. I won't stay here any longer. Old man, let's go. Cowherd hadn't recovered from the great change just now. Luchin suddenly wanted to leave. Cowherd asked in a daze, "Where are we going?" Luchin coldly snorted, "We're going to find some people to settle our past debts." Chapter 488. Many outsiders had arrived in the city of exiles over the past 2 days. These people did not enter the city, but instead set up camp outside the city. In the main camp outside the city, several elders were interrogating a man. "So, while Yunqing was looking for the treasure map, you were competing for some record in the trial battlefield." A white-bearded elder in the main seat narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone extremely stern. The person being scolded was the god of the city of exiles, Ahura. Ahura, who had always been arrogant, was so scared that he could not speak clearly in front of the elder. "Uncle, I was trying to protect my position in the city of exiles and obtain more useful information." "Position in the city of exiles? You're so short-sighted. I'm so angry." The elder was so angry that he did not even want to look at Ahura. Another elder in the main seat shook his head. "Fuya, we asked you to come to the city of exiles to look for the treasure map, but you said you wanted to establish your prestige." "Fine, what you said back then made some sense. But now the treasure map is so close, yet you put the cart before the horse. What record are you competing for? You can't even tell what's important and what's urgent. You really can't afford it." "Sai, it was our mistake to ask him to come. If we had asked Fu Tu to come, things might not have turned out this way." "That's right. Now, not only did we not get the treasure map, but Yun Qing's body was also destroyed. We really suffered a double loss. Now, Yun Qing is lying at home, and he's on the verge of death." An elder spoke of the situation in the real world, becoming even more furious. The head of the family finally took a breath and asked in a slightly relaxed tone, before Yun Qing died. He sent a message back saying that the one-armed killing god rescued Cowherd Wang and killed him. Yes, that child Yun Qing is reliable. But Big Brother, do you really think that the one-armed killing god will come back for the treasure map in Ahura's hands? The elder in the main seat narrowed his eyes slightly and stood up. "Our Dongfang family is the 6th most powerful force in the 3rd heaven. How can we not take revenge for our family member being killed? It's best that he comes back to look for Fu Yao. If he doesn't dare to appear, we'll find him even if we have to search the mountains and tear him to pieces. By the way, second brother, have you found the list of people who are wanted by the major forces recently?" An old man stood up with a strange expression on his face, but he didn't say anything for a long time. Second brother?" After being urged, that person said, "Big brother, it's like this. The one-armed death god is very powerful. We speculated that he was being hunted down by at least one of the top 10 forces, which is why he had to hide in the city of exiles. I've met with the masters of the various forces, and after screening them, we found that—" "What did you find? Why are you stuttering today?" "That I've filtered out 14 names, but I've discovered an important problem. Among them, there's a person wanted by the 10 great clans. All of his conditions are strangely consistent with the one-armed war god." "Oh, he had actually made such an important discovery. Is he also wanted by our Dongfang family? Why didn't you say so earlier? Who is it?" The old man looked around and found that everyone was staring at him with burning eyes. How interesting. Even they themselves were looking for the one-armed war god, but they didn't know about it in the beginning. However, second brother felt great pressure in his heart. Once the situation was revealed, it might disrupt the entire plan of the clan. He's cough, solipsistic. When these 4 words burst out, the entire conference hall suddenly fell into silence. Dongfang Xiong couldn't help but take a few steps back and sit back down in his chair. Solipsistic, that guy who passed the heavenly tribulation tower? Back then, it was rumored that he passed the heavenly tribulation tower and obtained the treasure of the heavenly tribulation tower, triggering a vision of heaven and earth. At that time, he was missing an arm. If it's really him, then are we still going to snatch the treasure map? Seeing that the old fellows in the clan were all afraid of the slightest thing, Shura, who had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, exploded. "What's there to be afraid of?" Shura said loudly. "I'm sure that the one-armed war god can't be solipsistic. If he was, he would have reattached his broken arm long ago. No, with his military rank, he can't buy the limb regeneration pill. I remember that he was just a militia." An elder said, "Solipsistic lost his right arm for the treasure of the heavenly tribulation tower and was seriously injured. Moreover, when he left his name behind, he was chased by the entire third heaven. Where could he have gone? Only the city of exiles. It's impossible for there to be such a coincidence. The one-armed war god must be solipsistic. Even if that's the case, there's nothing to be afraid of," Shura said excitedly. "Uncles, everyone says that the heavenly tribulation tower can't be entered, but how many people have actually entered the heavenly tribulation tower? It's rumored that even Marshall-level powerhouses can't last more than 30 seconds inside. However, no one knows if there are any mechanisms or secret passages inside. His strength is not bad, but it's not enough to scare people to death. In the trial battlefield, if I'm in my best state, I can easily break his record. And my strength in the clan isn't the strongest. You'll definitely say that he's in a broken arm state and his body is seriously injured, so he can only achieve such results. However, don't forget that there's a saying that goes, 'Take your life when you're sick.' Don't forget that not only does he have the treasure map, but he also has the treasure of the heavenly tribulation tower. If we can obtain it, there's no doubt that we can enter the 5 major powers." Shura had been in the city of exiles for so many years, and his speaking skills had improved a lot. His words were reasonable, and they stunned the group of clan elders. Even Dongfang Xiong fell into deep thought. The top 5 powers and the top 6 powers seemed to be only one place apart, but the difference was thousands of miles. Every time the 5 major powers held a martial arts competition, they could have one more place to participate. That meant that they had one more chance to enter the 4th heaven. Even if the one-armed war god recovers, we still have to fight this battle. Shura struck while the iron was hot. If we want the clan to advance further, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While they were talking, someone came in to report. "Clan leader, that solipsistic is coming this way." "What? How do you know it's solipsistic?" Dongfang Xiong asked sternly. The fact that the one-armed death god was solipsistic was the result of their discussion in the tent. He revealed his ID. That ID is golden. There was only one person with a golden ID in the entire server, and that was solipsistic. This time, Luchin didn't choose to hide his ID. He took off his exile mask, revealed his ID, and walked towards the city of exiles. "Uncle." At this point, Shura looked nervously at Dongfang Xiong. It was time to make a decision. "Big brother, are we going to fight or cooperate?" Dongfang Xiong's chest rose and fell violently. After a long time, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Dongfang family has been a lackey for too long. This time, we must seize the treasure of the heavenly tribulation tower and the treasure map. Pass down the order. The entire clan is to prepare for battle. "Hey, and you said you don't care about your golden ID." Suoweng followed behind Lu Chun and looked at him with disdain. I say, "Brat, if you want to come, then come. Do you have to be so high profile?" Luchin shook his head, helplessly. "I really don't care. It's just that some people like to take advantage of you if you keep a low profile. Besides, I'm here to collect debts. It's not good if they can't even tell who they owe." Chapter 489. Shura is going to fight with the solipsistic. Come out and see. The news quickly spread throughout the city of exiles, and tens of thousands of people rushed out of the city of exiles. Outside the gates of the city of exiles, Shura stood alone in front of the array. Behind him was the Dongfang family. Tens of thousands of people were watching his battle, which made Shura feel high-spirited. He, Shura, could finally show off in front of his family. The Dongfang family members did not wear masks, and many people in the city of exiles recognized them. They were all shocked by Shura's true identity. So Shura is from the Dongfang family? With the power of the Dongfang family, why would he come to the city of exiles? It's said that he was abandoned by his family. Now that Shura has made a name for himself, the Dongfang family invited him back. Shura's strength is obvious to all. He's only one step away from being a titled marshal. Today, he's finally been recognized by his family. Where did you hear that? The Dongfang family said it themselves. I think Shura is too inspirational. The Dongfang family listened to Shura's suggestion and continued to help him maintain his reputation in the city of exiles. The image of a young man who endured hardships and endured humiliation became more and more amazing as the rumors spread. At the same time, they gave them a reasonable explanation for setting up camp outside the city of exiles. They were here to bring Shura back. Of course, this matter was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Now, everyone was looking forward to the solipsistic. Who is the solipsistic? Why are so many people talking about him? You guys have been in the city of exiles for too long. You don't even know about the solipsistic. That guy passed the Heaven's Punishment Tower. What? Passed the Heaven's Punishment Tower? That's impossible. I didn't believe it at first, but after he was wanted by all the factions, I believed it. Not only are humans wanted, but all the major races in the third heaven are also wanted. As long as we kill him, our name will shake the entire third heaven. F***CK. We're wanted by a few factions, but that guy is wanted by the entire third heaven? This is too exaggerated. Doesn't that mean Shura can't beat that guy? Shura can't beat him alone. But don't forget, the Dongfang family is here too. They're the sixth faction, and it's said that they have 5 titled marshals. 5 titled marshals? Oh my God. The old man in the same dormitory as Lu Chun was also squeezed into the crowd. Hearing the people around him talking about the solipsistic, he was also shocked. Good heavens, wanted by the entire third heaven. Not to mention other things, just this influence alone, no matter what happens in the end, this trip to the third heaven will not be in vain. When he heard someone mention that he had lost his right arm when he escaped from the myriad races, the old man was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but think of the young man in the same dormitory. That young man had been missing for the past few days. Perhaps he had died while doing some sort of mission. What a pity. Sigh, kid, everyone has a different fate. If you're still alive, come and take a look at this solipsistic. Maybe you'll get some inspiration. At this moment, 2 figures gradually rose from the horizon in the distance. One of them carried a long staff on his shoulder, his 2 arms resting on the 2 ends of the staff. Behind him was another person wearing an exile mask, following behind him. Before he could see the person clearly, he saw the golden ID, solipsistic. Damn, it's really a gold ID. This is the first time I've seen someone with a gold ID. He's wanted by the third heaven, yet he still hangs his ID on his head. This guy really lives up to his name. Shura's eyes stared at the two people through the mask. One was the solipsistic, the one-armed grim reaper who toyed with him. The other was the man he had been searching for so many years, the man with the treasure map. These two people definitely had great treasures on them. Killing any one of them would make him famous. The solipsistic's right arm seemed to have grown out, but he also had the support of his family. These two people were the key to changing his fate. Lu Chen walked in front. The man looked at the battle formation outside the city of exiles and whispered to Lu Chen, "Why are there so many people over there?" "They're from the Dongfang family." Lu Chen continued to walk forward. "My friend sent me a message saying that a large number of people from the Dongfang family are rushing to the city of exiles. Shura should be from the Dongfang family. They didn't get the treasure map, and their family members were killed by me. It would be strange if they didn't come." The man frowned. "You already knew that they would come?" "Not too long ago. I found out yesterday." "Hey, old man, wait for me here. There are too many people. I'm afraid that something will happen to you if you get too close." Is it okay for you to go alone?" Lu Chen smiled. "Wait for me here." Not long after, Lu Chen arrived in front of Shura. He looked at him and smiled. "Did you bring the thing I wanted?" Shura narrowed his eyes. "I brought it, but I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. You don't have to worry about that. How are we going to fight next?" Duel. Ha 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 ha. Solipsistic, you're too naive. Don't you know how valuable you are now? How dare you show up with this identity? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. "Looks like you don't just want the map on my body." "Nonsense. I want the map, I want the Heaven's Punishment Tower, and I want your life." Lu Chen snorted. Relying on the fact that your Dongfang family has more people, you're pretty confident in your words. I originally didn't plan to destroy your Dongfang family, but now it seems that there's no point in keeping you alive. Destroy my Dongfang family? What an arrogant tone. Behind Shura, Dongfang Xiong snorted. "With just you? You really think you're invincible?" Lu Chen shook his head and removed the 9-dragon pillar from his neck. With a swing of his hand, the 9-dragon pillar spun a few times in the air before finally landing between him and Shura. With a whoosh, the 9-dragon pillar was erected in front of the Dongfang family. The end of the spear was still trembling violently. That guy doesn't want his weapon anymore. He's giving it to the Dongfang family? What do you mean? Is he admitting defeat? It can't be. Dongfang Xiong and Shura looked at the 9-dragon pillar not far away. Their gazes were uncertain as they looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. Lu Chen smiled. "Do you recognize this weapon? 9-dragon pillar of Heaven's Punishment." Shura narrowed his eyes. This was a famous immortal martial art in the third heaven. Many people said that this weapon was the Heaven's Punishment Tower's treasure. Its power exceeded many immortal martial arts by a large margin. It was definitely one of the top 3 divine weapons in the third heaven. Lu Chen smiled. "If you want it, come and get it." Once these words came out, the faces of the Dongfang family members turned ashen. Throwing this level of immortal martial art in front of them, how could there be such an arrogant person? Arrogant! Shura roared. He couldn't hold it in anymore. "I'll make you regret it. Donglai Void Technique, Void Illusion." Shura turned into a black shadow and shot towards the 9-dragon pillar of Heaven's Punishment. At the same time, more than 10 Dongfang family juniors were seething with anger. They all used their movement techniques, wanting to snatch the 9-dragon pillar of Heaven's Punishment before killing the solipsistic. Lu Chen snorted. "Are all the disciples of the big families so naive? I told you to take it, and you really took it? 9 dragons annihilation. The 9-dragon pillar that stood alone in the distance trembled more, and more violently. Suddenly, its body expanded by 10 times. The 9 huge dragons on the body of the pillar seemed to be alive. They broke out from the body of the pillar and transformed into 9 huge dragons that were 100 meters long. They roared as they pounced towards the enemy. Roar. In an instant, the dragon's roar shook the sky. 9 types of elemental attacks came crashing down from the sky. Chapter 490. That kid is so treacherous. Quick, give him the 5 elements formation. The Dongfang family had no lack of talisman experts. Seeing this, they hurriedly made their move. However, the solipsistic also moved at this time. Ghostly shadows. In an instant, a large number of solipsistic illusions appeared on the battlefield. These illusions were all moving at high speed. Descend. In an instant, Lu Chen had already pulled out the 9 dragon pillars and descended on an illusion. His first target was obviously the Azura. Normal attack. Lu Chen swung his staff at the Azura. The Azura's reaction was not slow. When he heard the move Lu Chen used, he almost spat out blood. What the hell was a normal attack? This guy spent a lot of effort to get close, and then he used a normal attack. How lacking in skills was he that he had to use a normal attack right from the start? However, it had to be said that even if it was a normal attack, the Azura's heart still trembled when he saw that the attack was from the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. The 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment was a super immortal weapon. However, people only knew that it had one special effect: 9 dragons annihilating the world. It was impossible for an immortal weapon of this level to have no other special effects. In short, the Azura did not dare to take it head-on. He glared angrily. Grand illusionary shadow. You want to dodge? I'm afraid you don't know the power of the 9 dragon pillars. Lu Chen sneered and swung his staff at the Azura. The 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment had a passive effect of sure hit. Normal attacks ignored evasion attributes below heaven level and would definitely hit. The Grand Illusionary Shadow was a displacement skill in the Donglai Void technique. It would definitely not exceed heaven level. This staff landed squarely on the Azura's face. -2. 42 million. Quadruple critical hit. -1. 38 million. Poisoned. -1. 38 million. Poisoned. -1. 13 million. Double critical hit. -1. 38 million. Poisoned. -1. 38 million. Poisoned. Shura had already leveled up to Marshal. His HP was actually considered high among humans at over 8 million. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't too good. He was immediately hit by Lu Chen's 4x critical strike. After the 9 dragon pillars added critical damage, Lu Chen's damage was now quadrupled. His physical attack was now over 400,000. After deducting his defense, under normal circumstances, he should only be able to deal around 300,000 physical damage. In the end, a quadruple critical hit dealt nearly 2,500,000 HP. In addition to the 2 poison attacks, the subsequent damage was over 3 million, and the total damage was over 9 million. Shura, a super player whose name shook the entire City of Exiles, was known as the City of Exiles War God. His health bar disappeared. Before Lu Chen could finish dealing damage to him, Shura had already killed him with 1 hit. The entire City of Exiles, including the masters of the Dongfang family, were dumbfounded before they could react. Oh my God! The Azura War God was killed in 1 strike. Solipsistic seems to be using normal attacks. Wait, normal attack? How did he manage to deal 6 damage? Is he a poison master? Does his attack carry poison? But this poison attack is too much. One normal attack carries 2 poisons. 1 hit is 1. 38 million. 2 hits are 2. 76 million. Who can take that? It's too scary. His damage per second is close to 10 million. This is too unreasonable. Shura was prepared to fight to the death, but Shura didn't think that he would have so little to play. He knew that he wasn't a match for Solipsistic, and he didn't plan to fight to the death with Solipsistic right from the start. He just wanted to snatch the 9 dragon pillars and act according to the situation. He thought that no matter how strong Solipsistic was, he wouldn't be able to kill him instantly, as long as he could hold on until the masters of his family killed Solipsistic. He would definitely get the credit, but who would have thought that things would go against his wishes? He was the first unlucky one, and he lost so suddenly that others couldn't even save him. This Solipsistic's damage is too high. Dongfang Xiong's expression was serious. To kill him, we need the combined power of 5 titled marshals and the Donglai Void formation. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress this monster. In other people's eyes, Solipsistic's attack was extremely violent, but Lu Chun was not happy at all. His normal attack was a 5-hit combo. Adding in the poison, that was 15 segments of damage. In the end, the Shura only took 2 slashes before dying. The remaining 9 segments of damage could only be forcefully held back. Humans' bodies are too weak. It seems that humans are really too weak among the 10,000 races. A Thunder Ape's HP could reach tens of millions. Shura was a noob, and he spent most of his time in the land of the exiles, so his equipment might not be too luxurious. But a marshal only had 8 million HP. It was too little. If Lu Chun himself leveled up, his HP would definitely reach 15 million. After killing Shura, Lu Chun checked his loot. Unfortunately, there was no treasure map. In this situation, it seemed that he had to put pressure on the Dongfang family. At this moment, 5 figures jumped out from the Dongfang family's formation. Be careful of the ghostly shadows descending. Avoid those illusions. A Dongfang family expert shouted. Everyone else, back down. The aura of these 5 people was completely different from the juniors who had just come out. Their eyes were all reserved. Even in the face of Lu Chen's super explosive attack, they did not panic. It was obvious that they were people who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The 5 of them showed their titles at the same time. Marshal Bodhi, Marshal Tiger Roar, Marshal God's Descendant, Marshal Taishu, Marshal Suing. Seeing these 5 titles, the surroundings exploded. It's titled marshals. 5 titled marshals. Oh my God, 5 titled marshals appeared at once. As expected of the Dongfang family, their foundation is amazing. Although titled marshals are only 1 level away from marshal, there is a fundamental difference in strength. For someone like Shura, military merits are no longer a problem, but he still can't become a titled marshal. Didn't they say that titled marshals could pass the heaven-punishing tower? These Solipsistic are finished. Not only were these 5 titled marshals, but they also had different roles. The meat shield monk, the close combat pugilist, the long-range archer, the sword controller, and the invisible killer. As a family, when the Dongfang family was nurturing their clansmen, they also deliberately let them develop different branches, forming a small team with multi-layered attack methods to complement each other. Not only did they have so many titled marshals, but they could also complement each other. This was the terrifying part of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong quickly summoned his 2nd brother and 3rd brother. Big brother, you want to ask that person to take action? With Fu Tu and the others, it should be enough. Dongfang Xiong's expression was solemn. Fu Tu and the others are just a guarantee, but they can only guarantee that we won't be defeated. Now that Fu Yao is in his hands, we are very passive. Solipsistic can escape from the hands of the myriad races. If he really wants to escape, I'm afraid no one here can stop him. This person has the Heaven Punishing Tower's treasure and the treasure map. We can't let him escape. Since we have already taken this step, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Second brother and third brother looked at each other and nodded heavily. All right, then let's ask that person to take action. After saying that, the three of them took out an item from their backpacks at the same time and combined the items in their hands. Dongfang Xiong took a deep breath and used the one-time Mystic Realm Voice transmission talisman. Dongfang Ji, come out and take care of someone. Not long later, a reply came from the voice transmission talisman. Yes, Father. Give me the coordinates. I will teleport over. Chapter 4, 91. Solipsistic, let's see how arrogant you can be. The 5 titled marshals stared at Lu Qin. You dare to underestimate the Dongfang family? I'll let you have a taste of our power. Marshal Bodhi stomped on the ground, and a golden Buddha image appeared on his body. Buddha's golden body. Lu Qin noticed that he had additional health, defense, and resistance buffs. Then, the monk exerted force on his hind legs and shot forward like a cannonball. Martial Tiger Roar activated White Tiger's possession and turned into a fierce tiger. He followed the monk and pounced on Lu Qin. The assassin was already hidden in a cloud of purple smoke. Without a doubt, that guy was also approaching him. The archer took out his golden longbow at the same time and exerted force on his arms. The longbow, which was as tall as a person, was pulled to its full length. Soul-suppressing shot. Royal sword flipped his fingers, and 5 flying swords flew out from behind him. 4 of them were golden, and the last one was probably an immortal weapon. Great void sword technique. End of end. The 5 flying swords turned into 5 streams of light and shot over from all directions. The 5 titled marshals attacked at the same time, and their attacks whistled through the air. Lu Qin snorted. Divine transformation. With a boom, a golden light burst out from Lu Qin's body. Then, he disappeared from the spot. Trying to run? Buddhist discourse. The monk shouted, and the surroundings were filled with peaceful chanting of scriptures. Faced with so many skills, Lu Qin naturally had to dodge. However, he didn't expect the monk's Buddhist discourse to be so domineering. He was still in the 7 stars chasing the moon state and was ridiculed. Lu Qin's consciousness was affected by the chanting of scriptures. It was as if he was guided by something. 7 stars chasing the moon's route was forcefully changed, and he rushed toward Marshal Bodhi. F***CK. Can I not listen to scriptures? Formless, traceless Buddha fist. Under the effect of this skill, the monk's attack turned into a short to mid-range Buddha seal attack. Before Lu Qin could get close, he was already throwing punches like rain. At the same time, the other people's attacks also arrived. Tiger descends the mountain. Martial Tiger's roar activated Lu Qin's most commonly used skill. Lu Qin's mind raced. This guy, with the White Tiger's possession, most likely had a combo effect. That was why he had been able to retain this basic skill. Miss Backstab. The assassin behind him was completely hidden in the mist. He didn't even reveal himself when he attacked. The flying swords and arrows arrived in the blink of an eye. After being ridiculed, Lu Qin was instantly in a desperate situation. The people at the side watched on with great trepidation. The 5 marshals did not say much and suppressed Solipsistic in an instant. Are these the 5 titled marshals of the Dongfang family? They are so strong. Every single one of them is very strong individually. What's most terrifying is that when they work together, their strength is multiplied. Their strategy is methodical. As soon as the monk taunted them, the others tacitly found an opportunity to attack together. Those are titled marshals. Which one of them hasn't gone through hundreds of battles and killed countless enemies? Look at Solipsistic. Other than passing through the Heaven's Punishment Tower, what other achievements does he have? Although the Heaven's Punishment Tower is a forbidden area, no one knows what's inside and whether there are secret passages. Perhaps the reason why Solipsistic is so strong is because of the 9 dragon pillars of Heaven's punishment. Although the taunt did not seem to cause any damage, it was a skill that specialized in dealing with flashy moves. Even Lu Chen would not be able to escape from the taunt for a short period of time. At the critical moment, Lu Chen snorted coldly. "Are you sure you want me to get close to you? Blood sacrifice shield." Lu Chen activated a skill that he could only activate when he was being taunted. Instantly, a shield with 10 million HP appeared on his body. Immediately after, he smashed his staff toward Marshal Bodhi. Buddha's words, "I hate people who reason with me the most. Since you're here, don't leave profound armor." Minus 240,000, Invisible Buddha Seal Fist. Minus 270,000, Invisible Buddha Seal Fist. Minus 250,000, Invisible Buddha Seal Fist. 770,000, Missed Backstab. Minus 340,000, Backstab Combo. Minus 340,000, Backstab Combo. Minus 280,000, Tiger Descends the Mountain. Minus 120,000 Shadow Damage. Minus 280,000, minus 120,000, minus 280,000, minus 120,000, minus 280,000, minus 120,000, minus 920,000, Subduing Soul Shot, Double Critical Hit, minus 440,000, End of the Abyss, Gold, minus 420,000, End of the Abyss, Wood, minus 410,000, Water, minus 460,000, Fire, minus 620,000, Earth. As the blood sacrifice shield had no defense and did not enjoy the effects of Lu Chen's damage reduction talent, the shield took all of the damage without any resistance. The 5 of them worked together and dealt 7 million plus damage per second. A large number of damage numbers floated up. It was almost impossible to see clearly. Lu Chen's shield almost shattered. However, the shield protected Lu Chen from being affected by negative statuses. At this moment, Lu Chen's 9 dragon pillar also smashed down. What was unexpected was that the damage that appeared above Marshal Bodhi's head was actually not any less than Lu Chen's. Minus 480,000 double critical hit, minus 530,000 poison reduction 950,000, minus 530,000 poison reduction 950,000, minus 460,000 double critical hit, minus 530,000, minus 530,000 just now. After Lu Chen's normal attack hit the Shura, it only dealt 3 hits before it was insta-killed. What people did not know was that Lu Chen's normal attack actually came with a 5-hit combo. Including the poison, it was a total of 15 hits. The monk's health and defense were high, and he seemed to have high poison resistance. In addition, under the effect of taunt, he had a considerable amount of defense and toughness. Lu Chen's damage was greatly reduced. Even so, a 5-hit combo dealt 5 million damage to the monk's health. His health bar was instantly reduced to the red. F*CK, is there a mistake? The onlooker's jaws almost dropped. Buddha's discourse seems to be a heaven-tier taunt skill. Who knows how much defense he added, but he was almost insta-killed. Is there a mistake? He is currently in an extreme defense state. Didn't he add toughness to reduce the chance of critical hits? Why did that guy get critical hits every time? What kind of attack is this? This is too much. Marshal Bodhi's face turned pale. The person who was taunted had activated his shield and did not lose a single drop of health. Instead, it was him who was almost insta-killed. What kind of logic was this? It shouldn't be like this. F***CK. I can't hold on. Retreat first. Just as the monk was about to run, Solipsistic suddenly activated a passive skill. Profound armor, passive taunt, accelerated health regeneration, increased defense. Suddenly, Marshal Subhoodie, Marshal Tiger Roar, and Marshal Void Shadow were all taunted. F***CK. Not good. Lu Chen chuckled. You must have enjoyed the taunt just now. All right, it's my turn now. The three of you, let's have a good chat. After saying that, Lu Chen smashed his staff toward Marshal Bodhi. Not good. The monk is in danger. Control him quickly. I'll break the shield. You control him. Imperial Sword shouted. The archer and Imperial Sword in the distance attacked at the same time. Taishu Sword Art, Void Splitter, Stun Shot. The archer quickly followed. Lu Chen snorted. Want to save him? 3,000 body flash slash. Chapter 492. After being taunted, he followed up with 3,000 instant slashes. There was almost no way to escape. Leaving behind an illusion to attract the attacks of the two long-range attackers, Lu Chen turned into a shadow and jumped crazily between the three melee attackers. The monk's Buddhist mantra increased all kinds of resistances, so Lu Chen did not stun him. However, the other two were different. While they suffered a lot of damage, the debuffs on them were refreshed crazily. A large number of numbers floated above their heads. When Lu Chen appeared behind them, the three titled marshals had already fallen to the ground. Triple door! The moment Lu Chen landed, he had already rushed toward the two people in the distance. Dodge! His melee attacks are too terrifying. The sword rider and the archer used their movement skills at the same time and quickly retreated. Lu Chen was about to chase after them when he suddenly frowned. Unknowingly, the surroundings were filled with a faint purple fog. Assassin's fog! Lu Chen turned around in surprise, only to find that the three corpses on the ground had disappeared. Revive! Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been careless. The three of them had actually revived. The title of Marshal did have something to it. The fog became thicker and thicker, so much so that Lu Chen could not see his surroundings clearly. Suddenly, a voice came from an unknown direction. Solipsistic, we have indeed underestimated you. However, do you think you can kill us like this? I can only say that you are too naive. Do you think titled marshals are so easy to kill? You were lucky just now. We were taunted by you before we could use our skills. Now we will play with you. Lu Chen said coldly. I was wondering how titled marshals could fight against myriad races with your strength. Now, it seems that you have not disappointed me. Arrogant, I will immediately make you die, without a complete corpse. At that moment, an arrow shot out from the purple fog and headed straight for Lu Chen's heart. Clone. At the critical moment, Lu Chen activated his demon clone. During the clone, Lu Chen pulled out the abyss bow at the same time and shot in the direction of the arrow. Flash shot. Strongest bow. Pooh. A muffled sound rang out in the distance as a damage value floated up. Minus 880,000, double critical hit. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen quickly shot out a series of black crystal arrows. In the blink of an eye, 2 more arrows hit the target. minus 920,000 double critical hit, minus 970,000 double critical hit. At this moment, the enemy's counterattack came. A flying sword swept past Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen quickly used his displacement skill to dodge the attack and turned around to fire an arrow. The 5 demon avatars also shot arrows at the same time. Poo, piu, piu, 3 muffled sounds rang out. 3 of the 6 arrows had hit their mark. Minus 3 million. Lu Chen was deep in the purple fog and couldn't see his surroundings clearly. However, the people outside the purple fog couldn't see the 5 titled marshals, but they could see Lu Chen. This seemed to be the effect of a purple weapon, just that the 5 titled marshals were hidden. They couldn't see the 5 titled marshals, but they could see the damage that had just appeared. When they saw the solipsistic continuously injuring the enemy without knowing where they were, the surroundings were silent. This guy, he's attacking in reverse according to the enemy's trajectory. What kind of godlike operation is this? To be able to find the enemy's location based on the enemy's trajectory. This is too unbelievable. He's invincible in close combat. In terms of long-range attacks, the solipsistic is actually so strong. What is this guy's occupation? Close combat archer? Or long-range pugilist? I suddenly realized that the solipsistic passing through the heavens punishment tower might not have relied on luck. This person's attack is so terrifying, but his reaction, awareness, and mentality are all so impeccable. This is too scary. After Lu Chen consecutively injured 2 people, the purple fog suddenly quietened down. Facing such a terrifying opponent, if they attacked, they would be counterattacked. None of the 5 titled marshals dared to attack recklessly. Lu Chen thought that the other party wanted to wait for the 2 of them to recover before attacking. If this continued, it would be too much of a waste of time. Thinking of this, Lu Chen directly used 7 stars chasing the moon and moved quickly without any pattern. While moving quickly, Lu Chen continuously shot arrows at the fog. However, this time, the arrows didn't hit anyone. After all, he couldn't see anything now. In the eyes of others, Lu Chen was running around aimlessly and shooting arrows everywhere. What is he doing? Is he running around because he's afraid of being targeted? Every time someone attacks him, he's the one who hits the enemy. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be afraid of others attacking him. I don't understand what he's doing. He's using black crystal arrows, right? Those arrows are very expensive. It's too wasteful to squander them like this. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lu Chen suddenly activated a skill. Death Trap. Lu Chen's HP dropped by 80%. Quick and fierce attack. More chips. Flash shot. Death Trap. Rapid attack plus the passive Berserk. Lu Chen's attack speed had reached the extreme. Countless arrows were flying so fast that they couldn't be seen clearly. Triple Door. Although Lu Chen's HP dropped by 80%, none of the 5 titled marshals attacked him. Demon Kings will refresh. Triple Door. The group of people outside were completely stunned. Not only was solipsistic shooting wildly, but he was also continuously activating skills at this moment. Poo, piu, piu, piu. A series of dull sounds came from all directions. 5 figures fell out of the purple fog, one after another. When the martial shadow was killed by a few arrows, the surrounding fog finally dissipated. The archer, sword rider, pugilist, and assassin had far less HP than the monk. When they fell out, they were already killed. Only the monk had 3 million HP left. When the fog dispersed, the monk looked at the corpses of his companions in disbelief. Then he looked at solipsistic in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. Impossible. How did you find us? Lu Chen felt the pinch. He had shot a few hundred arrows. That was a few hundred gold coins. Don't revive anymore. It costs a lot of money. Lu Chen shook his head. Marshal Bodhi's face was still filled with shock. You were just shooting randomly. You couldn't have really seen us. Don't you know how you were hit? Lu Chen put away the abyss bow, changed to the 9-dragon pillar, and walked towards the monk. He was the only one left, so he was no longer a threat. Marshal Bodhi frowned. How did he get hit? Just now. That fellow had been shooting crazily, and he had been dodging with his movement skills. That fellow's arrows were really weird. They didn't have a trajectory, and they just jumped through space. The only way to determine the trajectory was to predict the flight path of the arrow from the direction he shot. After all, arrows couldn't turn in the air, so one could determine where the arrow was shot from. With the strength of a titled marshal, he was able to dodge that fellow's arrows. It was fine at first, but then that fellow's shooting speed suddenly increased, and dodging became more and more difficult. Fortunately, he relied on his outstanding observation skills to find a feasible route to dodge in the rain of bullets. Just as he was dodging, a stone door suddenly appeared beside him, and an arrow shot out from the stone door, hitting him directly. After being hit, what awaited him next was an even more terrifying storm. If he was hit like this, could it be that others were hit as well? You couldn't have seen us. This fog is a heaven-rank illusion. Lu Chen smiled. I didn't see you, but I don't need to see you to kill you. My goal wasn't to hit you, but to limit your range of movement to a range that I can control. After accelerating, continue to reduce your range of movement and give you a feasible route to dodge. You F*King have to dodge along the route I give you, and the triple door will help me complete the hit. I didn't expect all of you to be hit. Looks like your combat experience still needs to be improved. You've all disappointed me in the end. Lu Chen leisurely walked toward Marshal Bodhi, raised the 9-dragon pillar, and was about to smash it down. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, stunning everyone present. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky in surprise. Why was there thunder in the sky? At this moment, a white figure floated in the sky. His long hair and white robes fluttered in the wind. 2 flying swords circled around him in a frenzy. Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating his face. His eyes weren't completely white, and he didn't have pupils. Those who hurt my people die. Chapter 493. Ha ha ha, it's Dongfangji. Solipsistic, you're finished. Marshal Bodhi laughed loudly. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. How did this guy fly without wings? Was there such a strong person in the third heaven? He was able to summon thunder in his rage. This Dongfangji seemed to be quite strong. In the distance, Cowherd shouted at Lu Chen, Kid, be careful. That's Marshal Tianming. If the title was given by others or oneself, then Tianming was appointed by the heavens. Marshal Tianming? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The Dongfang family is indeed something. Nonsense. The Dongfang family has persevered to be the 6th most powerful human force. How could we not have a Marshal Tianming? Marshal Bodhi did not care that his life was in Lu Chen's hands. Solipsistic, I admit that you're very strong. However, in front of Dongfangji, you're like a dog. Dongfangji's appearance changed the situation in the City of Exiles. Countless people looked up at that man. It's Marshal Tianming. Oh my God, the Dongfang family sent out a Marshal Tianming. What's the point of the battle of the 10 great clans? Isn't it the number of Marshal Tianming? There are titled marshals every year, but a Marshal Tianming only appears once every few years. It's said that every Marshal Tianming is nurtured by the major forces at great cost. They eat elixirs that increase their attributes like jelly beans. They're very strong. There were elixirs that increased attributes in the third heaven, although they were not as good as the elixirs that Lu Chen ate. Many a little makes a mickle. The talents nurtured by the major forces would definitely have terrifying attributes. Not only did they have elixirs, but they also had all sorts of top-notch techniques and equipment. As the treasure of the major forces, Marshal Tianming's resources could be said to be inexhaustible. Solipsistic, it's a pity that I won't be able to see you die in the hands of Dongfang Ji. However, I can tell you in advance that if you fight with the Dongfang family, you'll definitely die. Lu Chen frowned slightly and glanced at Marshal Bodhi. You want to see me die? Sure, I'll give you a chance. I'll keep your life for now, and I'll take it later. Turning his head, Lu Chen looked at the person in the sky. This was the first time Lu Chen had felt pressure from players. Whether it was the Heavens Punisher Tower, the battle with the Mountain Dwellers, or the battle with the Sky Domain boss, they could only be considered half a player. They didn't even belong to the current Heaven realm. On the other hand, Dongfang Ji was a player from the same Sky Domain as Lu Chen, and they were both humans. For Lu Chen, no human player had ever given him such a strong sense of oppression. There's actually such a strong person. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and then the corners of his mouth rose. Interesting. Devil's second transformation. Lu Chen spread his wings and flew into the air in his devil form. There were two people in the air. One was like the god of thunder descending to the world, while the other was like a demon descending to the world. One of them was surrounded by violent winds, and thunder rumbled above his head. The other was surrounded by black chi, and thunder also rumbled above his head. One's eyes were completely white, while the other's eyes were overflowing with green energy. Dongfang Ji frowned slightly. Your eyes are filled with devil chi. This isn't just a transformation effect. Could it be that you're a devil? Lu Chen also frowned slightly. Your eyes are completely white. Could it be that you have cataracts? Behind him, Cowherd Man almost vomited blood and died. What kind of situation was this? And that stupid blind man was still making fun of him. He really didn't want to live anymore. Marshal Bodhi was lying on the ground. When he heard Lu Chen's words, he almost went crazy. He dared to say such rude words to Dongfang Ji. That kid was really crazy. Lu Chen's original intention was not to answer Dongfang Ji's question, but to make fun of him. Lu Chen's mockery infuriated Dongfang Ji. He clenched his teeth and spat out two words. You're asking for death. Thunder Jiuqian, sudden thunder vanquished demons. Two bolts of lightning struck from the sky, directly hitting his two weapons. Instantly, both weapons glowed with electricity. Electric arcs danced on the swords, making crackling sounds. Lu Chen remembered the name Thunder Jiuqian very clearly. Back in the heart-tempering courtyard, there were 3 heaven-level techniques for him to choose from. In fact, he almost chose the Thunder Jiuqian, but in the end, the Destiny Stone helped him choose the 3 transformations of gods and demons. Weapon enchantment. Lu Chen frowned. Now that he was hit by that guy's 2 weapons, other than the possibility of additional lightning damage, there was also the possibility of him being paralyzed and other abnormal states. This pair of swords complemented the Thunder Jiuqian perfectly. Not only did they have the effect of sudden thunder vanquish demons, but they were also closely connected. Could this pair of weapons be exclusive to the Thunder Jiuqian? Thinking of this, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. He took out the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment and prepared to fight. In the next second, Dongfang Ji had already made his move. Thunder Jiuqian, sudden thunder transformation. The 2 flying swords whistled through the air. This attack was indeed extraordinary. The 2 swords were covered in sparks. At the same time, the area between the 2 swords was filled with electric charges. The original single-target attack suddenly became an area of effect attack. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen hurriedly dodged. However, Dongfang Ji's sword manipulation technique had already reached the pinnacle. His 2 swords were more agile than any sword manipulation technique that Lu Chen had ever seen. He was truly able to control where the swords pointed. The 2 swords chased after Lu Chen in different trajectories. At the same time, the electric charges in the area between them crackled. Shadow of the night. Lu Chen immediately used a powerful teleportation skill. Dongfang Ji snorted coldly. Can you outrun lightning? Lightning attraction technique. Heavenly punishment. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly streaked down from the sky and struck toward Lu Chen at lightning speed. The lightning was so fast that it definitely surpassed the reaction speed of a superhuman. This bolt of lightning directly struck Lu Chen, who had just appeared. In less than half a second, there was a deafening boom. The speed of the lightning had already surpassed the speed of sound. First, there was electricity. Then there was the sound of thunder. This sound of thunder pierced through the sky, combined with such a terrifying sound of thunder. Only now did people realize just how terrifying the power of the heavenly punishment lightning that seemed to be sure to hit was. Lu Chen's remaining blood sacrifice shield was instantly destroyed, and he was hit with over 100,000 damage. Although Lu Chen's HP was only reduced by 100,000, the durability of the blood sacrifice shield was still more than 1 million. That guy's heavenly punishment had directly dealt 1 million plus damage. The damage was already comparable to Lu Chen's debuff, lightning paralysis, unable to use elixirs, unable to move. Lasts for 3 seconds. This Dongfang Ji could not possibly only have one skill, the Thunder Eclipse. The power of his lightning attraction technique was even more terrifying than the Jiuqian's Thunder Eclipse. The damage was over 1,500,000. Most importantly, not only was the lightning attraction technique's damage off the charts, but the heavenly punishment also caused a 3-second paralysis. Between experts, a 0. 5-second stun could be fatal, let alone a 3-second stun. Damn it, that skill can't be dodged. Lu Chen could not help but want to complain. He really did not put up any defense just now, and was directly hit by the lightning. The 2 demon-subduing swords emitted electric arcs and struck at the perfect moment. Lu Chen could not dodge, and was directly hit by the electric core between the 2 swords. A heart-wrenching pain came, and Lu Chen was electrocuted again. Dongfang Ji had no intention of stopping. Solipsistic, you're just SOSO. Today, I'll turn you into a sieve. Jiuqian Thunder Eclipse, Thunder Strike. Lu Chen shouted at the same time. I'm not scared of you. Buddha's salvation. Chapter 494. Buddha saves. All lives could only remove the continuous loss of HP, but it had no effect on the paralysis effect. As a heaven-tier technique, Buddha saves. All lives would not lose to any forcefully activated life-saving skills. Buddha saves. All lives could still be used even when the elixir was sealed. Although the invincible golden body could not remove the paralysis effect, it gave him a chance to preserve some HP. Lu Chen wanted this chance to preserve some HP. After he was ready, Dongfang Ji's 2 swords unleashed 2 lightning bolts at the same time. They converged into a fork-shaped lightning bolt and struck Lu Chen directly. 3 seconds of paralysis effect and 2 seconds of charging time. The combination of heavenly punishment and thunderstrike was simply a perfect match. After the 2 lightning bolts converged, the damage value skyrocketed. -1, 88 million. Lu Chen had less than 2 million HP left. Previously, he had used up 100,000 HP. This attack directly emptied Lu Chen's HP. The other effect of Buddha saves all lives was to endure 200% damage. This attack caused Lu Chun to spit out a mouthful of blood. His sturdy chest was blasted black. Dongfang Ji frowned slightly. That kid actually used a skill while he was paralyzed. Buddha saves all lives was at least a heaven-tier technique. However, it did not matter how powerful it was. Solipsistic only had 1 drop of HP left. Even if he was reborn, Dongfang Ji was still confident that he could kill him. After a short while, Lu Chun took a deep breath. "Kid, if you can't kill me, it's my turn now." "Ghostly shadows." Dongfang Ji snorted. "Ghostly shadows. I'm afraid you don't know that I love fighting illusions." Thunder attraction technique. Thunder seed. A large number of electric balls were separated from the 2 swords. They quickly scattered in all directions and landed on Lu Chen's 300 illusions. Immediately after, all the small electric balls connected with each other with electric arcs. The entire battlefield instantly formed a lightning net. The illusions would not be attacked. However, if Lu Chen used Descend at this time, he would be attacked horribly. "This guy." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Humph, stop struggling. In the 3rd heaven, there are only a handful of people who can defeat me." Dongfang Ji smiled confidently. "The Buddha saves all lives saved your life just now. Let's see if you can still survive this time." Combination technique. Thunder summoning Jiutian. In an instant, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning gathered more and more power. What followed next was a baptism of thunder and lightning. The spectators were already dumbfounded by this move. It's a combination skill. It must be 2 heaven-tier or above cultivation techniques that are extremely compatible with each other. Only then will there be a certain chance of producing a combined skill. That Dongfang Ji specializes in thunder and lightning, and he has such a terrifying combination technique. He is practically invincible. The lightning element is indeed powerful. Look at the solipsistic ghostly shadows. It's completely useless. No wonder he's Martial Tianming. He's too strong. Even solipsistic was suppressed. Lu Chen was also stunned for a moment. Was this the combined skill of the thundering Jiutian and the lightning attraction technique? Was it possible to produce such a reaction between skills? The sky and the ground were already connected by countless bolts of lightning. Lu Chun was surrounded by thick bolts of lightning. Due to the attraction of electric charges, new irregular electric arcs were formed in between the adjacent bolts of lightning. At the same time, Dongfang Ji's 2 swords unleashed a lightning net that covered a large area. Lu Chen's own ghostly shadows became the transfer point for the lightning. The entire space was crisscrossed and filled with countless electric arcs. The ground was bombarded by the lightning, and countless cracks appeared. The sky and the ground were like a chaotic hell. Oh my God, this is a disaster. This kind of godly skill shouldn't even appear in the 3rd heaven. Can anyone avoid this kind of attack? It's impossible. There's nowhere to run. Martial Tianming can be the master of millions. This saying is true. Dongfang Ji is invincible. Bolts of lightning exploded. Lu Chen only had a little bit of HP left. If he was hit, his life would be over. Seeing the overwhelming amount of lightning sweeping towards him, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and activated his skill. Infinite Triple Door. Lu Chun quickly activated his movement skill. After night shadow flashed, there was a pause. 7 stars chasing the moon and rapid movement were both rapid movement skills. They were not invincible in between. Neither of these movements were suitable for dodging the lightning-attracting Jiutian. Only the triple door could. 1 door after another, connecting seamlessly. Lu Chun used the triple door to open up an independent space in the lightning space. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had already passed through the lightning area and was in front of Dongfang Ji. However, Dongfang Ji did not panic at all. You can actually pass through my lightning-attracting Jiutian, but do you think you can hit me at close range? Unless I die, the lightning-attracting Jiutian will not stop. I don't believe that you won't stop when you attack. Dongfang Ji was not lying. Although Lu Chen had passed through the lightning area, the surrounding lightning followed closely behind him. As long as he appeared for a moment, the lightning would definitely hit him. Sorry, your lightning can't hit me. Lu Chen sneered and activated his skill right away. Mountain-splitting strength. Dongfang Ji might not be able to dodge the mountain-splitting strength. However, how was Lu Chen going to deal with the lightning net attack? There was definitely a reason why Dongfang Ji was so fearless and did not panic when Lu Chen got close to him. An attack required an attack action. Even if it was only for half a second, he would be hit by the lightning first. It seemed that Lu Chen was already close to him. However, if there was no pause, Dongfang Ji would of course be safe. However, Lu Chen still made his move. The triple door kept changing Lu Chen's position. As the mountain-splitting strength was changing positions very quickly, Lu Chen's figure appeared in various positions as if it was playing a video clip. There were even illusions. The lightning flashed, but did not hit Lu Chen. Dongfang Ji's eyes widened. This is impossible. Unfortunately, Dongfang Ji could not dodge in front of the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. Lu Chen hit Dongfang Ji from midair with his staff, and he fell straight to the ground. The 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment smashed him into the ground like a giant staff. The triple door kept changing Lu Chen's figure. He seemed to have turned into an invincible existence and instantly appeared in front of Dongfang Ji. Lu Chen was not sure if this guy was affected by the levitation effect. After all, he could float in midair by himself. Perhaps he was using some kind of electric charge. Anyway, Lu Chen did not use the more damaging heaven and earth total annihilation. 8 barren heavens and earth. The lower his HP, the higher Lu Chen's attack power. This 8 barren heavens and earth dealt full damage. One attack, Heavenly Wrath type, dealt 24 million damage. Dongfang Ji's 11 million HP was like a roller coaster as it dropped to the bottom. When he was left with 10% HP, Dongfang Ji activated a passive skill and formed a lightning shield around him. It forcefully maintained 5 million durability and dealt lightning damage to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's attack power was too high. The shield disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The 5 million durability disappeared instantly, and the remaining 1 million HP was emptied at the same time. Lu Chen suffered 5 million lightning damage. However, his HP seemed to be locked and did not move at all. After the attack, the rumbling lightning in the sky finally stopped. All the electric charges in the air disappeared. Lu Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dongfang Ji was not resurrected. Standing next to Dongfang Ji's corpse, Lu Chen shook his head. This guy is a bit of a cockroach. I was too careless. I came back strong, but I almost lost my life. Damn, that's too embarrassing. Fortunately, Xiaomin saved Lu Chen's face. Hearing this, the Dongfang family members' faces turned pale. This guy was already so strong, but he had more than one life. Lu Chen bent down and grabbed Dongfang Ji's collar. He lifted him up and turned around to look at the Dongfang family members. You don't have to care about Azura's life. However, this guy should be of some value to you. I'll ask you one more time. Is his life more important, or is the map in your hands more important? Hearing this, Dongfang Xiong almost collapsed. Of some value? Dongfang was the Dongfang family's life. Chapter 4, 95. Dongfang importance was far greater than Azura's. He was the foundation of the Dongfang family's position in the third heaven. Dongfang Xiong's face was pale. He never expected that the 5 titled marshals would be completely crushed by this solipsistic. Even Dongfang was killed by a sliver of HP. Faced with Lu Chen's threat, Dongfang Xiong's mind raced. He waited until Lu Chen threw Dongfang body in front of everyone before he took a deep breath and walked out. Solipsistic, you've just arrived in the third heaven, and you're already so arrogant. You stole the Dongfang family's treasure. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by everyone? Lu Chen suddenly felt that it was very funny. He looked up at Dongfang Xiong. Brother, stop joking. Didn't you want to steal my map and Heaven's Punishment Tower's treasure from the beginning? Now that you've lost, you're making a false accusation? Why do you people like to distort the truth so much? That map originally belonged to the Dongfang family. You killed my people and stole my family's treasure in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by everyone? Oh, so it's your family's. Yes, everything belongs to your family. Lu Chen shook his head. He realized that he was going to be shameless to the end with Dongfang Xiong. If you say that, then I don't want to talk to you anymore. I, solipsistic, stole the Dongfang family's treasure and killed your people. Is there a problem? Dongfang Xiong almost vomited blood. He knew about solipsistic's deeds. He protected his teammates in front of the Heaven's Punishment Tower without hesitation and left his ID to prevent his teammates from being wanted. When Qing Yun was about to capture Suing, this guy risked his life to save them. All these signs seemed to indicate that he was a righteous person. He originally thought that solipsistic was a rare kind of chivalrous person who saw injustice and wanted to use public opinion to pressure him so that he would not continue to threaten them. Who knew that this guy was not a chivalrous person, but a scoundrel. He choked to death with one sentence. Lu Chen scoffed. Ridiculed by everyone, attacked by everyone, you're also a joker. Do you think I'm afraid of this? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. If you give me the map, I'll let Dongfang go. This kid has some potential, and I don't have much of a grudge against him. So I'll let him go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Solipsistic, you just came to the 3rd layer of heaven. Do you have a cultivation method that can destroy the body? The 2nd elder of the Dongfang family stood out. Lu Chen smiled. You really hit the nail on the head. I really didn't. Just as the Dongfang family members heaved a sigh of relief, Lu Chen raised his hand, and a furry little mouse appeared in his hand. Little Furball, I know you don't like to eat dead things, but I'll have to bear with it this time. The little furball's body suddenly expanded to 50 to 60 meters, instantly turning into a giant beast. As soon as the little furball appeared, the crowd from the City of Exiles burst into an uproar. My God, it's that big rat. Someone in the crowd recognized the little furball. That guy who almost ate the frostbone dragon in the trial battlefield. He's the one-armed Grim Reaper. Solipsistic is the Grim Reaper. Oh my God, Solipsistic has been living in the City of Exiles all this time. That big rat killed people in a very cruel way. It directly cut open the stomach and damaged the body. Damn it, I've been having nightmares ever since I saw it at the trial battlefield. Dongfang Xiong's face was clouded as he heard the discussion around him. They had confirmed that Solipsistic was the one-armed Grim Reaper, but they didn't know how the one-armed Grim Reaper fought in the trial battlefield. They felt a chill down their spines when they heard what the people around them said. Solipsistic didn't have a cultivation method that could destroy the body, but he had a battle pet that could. Seeing the little furball walking toward Dongfeng Xiong became anxious. Stop. I'll give it to you. Lu Chen smiled. Little furball. He called the little furball back. Dongfeng and Dongfeng. Deal, solipsistic, you wait and see. The Dongfeng family will never let this go. Lu Chen didn't seem to hear that. He put the last piece of the treasure map together and put it into his backpack after making sure that there was no problem. He looked up and grinned at Dongfeng Xiong. Finally, Xiong, thanks. Dongfeng Xiong was fuming with anger. This guy was so thick-skinned that he could summon a thunder Jiutian with his bare body. Let's go. The Dongfeng family members left angrily. Lu Chen looked back. Something was wrong. He still had Azura's body. Didn't they want it? Poor Azura. The Dongfeng family members went back to their campsite. They packed up and were about to leave the city of exiles. At the moment, only the residents of the city of exiles were left. Lu Chen's gaze fell on an old man. This guy was sleeping in the bed next to Lu Chen's. He was shocked and his body was stiff. He had never seen the one-armed Grim Reaper, nor did he know about solipsistic. However, he had seen Little Furball, the little pet that slept beside Lu Chen's pillow all day. The solipsistic, who was wanted by the entire server, slept next to him for a few days. He didn't even dream of it. Lu Chen walked to the old man and smiled at him. Brother, hey brother. The old man finally recovered. Kid, no, mad god. Lu Chen shook his head. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. You asked me before, but I didn't tell you the truth. Now, do you know how many people are looking for me? Yes, I know. You're wanted by all the races in the third heaven. Lu Chen sighed. Sigh. I wanted to recuperate in the city of exiles, but it seems that I can't stay here any longer. Lu Chen had a good impression of the old man. When he first accepted the mission of the Men of Sacrifice, the old man stopped him. It was obvious that the old man didn't want him to die. With that, Lu Chen took out a dozen regeneration pills. We're fated to meet. I don't need these pills, so I'll leave them for you. If you can't survive in the city of exiles, you should leave immediately. The old man didn't expect solipsistic to take care of him like this. He was touched. Mad God, there are still people looking for me outside. Let's add each other as friends. Lu Chen sent a friend request. If they want to make trouble for you, tell them my name. If they still want to touch you, send me a message. If I tell them your name, won't I die even more miserably? You're wanted by all the races in the third heaven. Only 2 small cities want me. Won't I also be wanted by all the races? Lu Chen was speechless. His friend request was rejected, but what he said seemed to be the truth. It's possible. Why don't you secretly show it to the people looking for you? Is that okay? Ahem, it shouldn't be a problem, Lu Chen said with uncertainty. The old man was speechless. Why did he feel that this guy was especially unreliable? However, the old man still accepted the friend request. Mad God, not just anyone can add you as a friend. Even if I'm wanted by all the races, my trip to the Jiutian was worth it. Lu Chen smiled. Brother, we'll meet again if we're fated. In fact, Lu Chen knew that this farewell might be forever. Some people were destined to end their fates here. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lu Chen looked up and scanned the soldiers of the city of exiles. Everyone was puzzled. This guy seemed to be looking for someone, but they didn't know who he was looking for. Chapter 4, 96. With a stealth, Lu Chen changed into a human skin and appeared in front of everyone again. Although his appearance had changed, his gaze remained the same. Everyone could see that solipsistic's gaze was not murderous. When he walked over, everyone could feel a chill and couldn't help but retreat. Standing in front of the three soldiers, Lu Chun sneered. "Do the three of you still recognize me?" The three of them were the death warriors who had issued the mission. When they were watching the show, the three of them had been chatting enthusiastically. Now, they had another topic to talk about. Even when Solipsistic walked in front of them, they still didn't know what was going on. "Mad God, why you want to give us pills too, don't you?" They clearly saw how Mad God casually gave the old man a dozen regeneration pills. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. The three of them were really funny. They didn't even know who he was. Taking out the exile mask, Lu Chen put it on and placed his right hand behind his back. "What about now? Do you still think I'm here to give you pills?" The three of them were flabbergasted. They tried to identify it carefully. Gradually, an image appeared in their minds. Once they thought of that person, their faces turned pale and their eyes filled with fear. "Why, you're that cripple." Lu Chen took off his mask and smiled. "You remember now? Very good. I don't have to help you remember. Since you recognize me, then you three should also remember that during the mission, you colluded with the Sky Devil race and sold me information. You sent me to my death." The three of them couldn't help but retreat. Their bodies were trembling, but their mouths were still quibbling. "Mad God, why you must be mistaken. We don't know what you're talking about. Colluding with the Sky Devil race. We would never collude with outsiders. That's right. We've been issuing missions in the City of Exiles and haven't left the city at all." At the side, a man in armor also walked up. "Mad God, are you mistaken? The three of them are my subordinates. If they really did collude with other races, I will definitely punish them severely. But everything needs to have evidence." "That's right. Lord Drifting Goblet, please help us." Drifting Goblet glanced at the three of them and said, "If the three of you are really colluding with outsiders, I won't protect you." Lu Chen smiled. "Evidence? Sorry, I don't have any. If you don't have any evidence, please calm down. Give me some time, and I will get to the bottom of this. If the three of them really betrayed the human race and used their authority to make things difficult for Mad God, I, Drifting Goblet, will definitely give you an explanation." Lu Chen shook his head. "I appreciate your professional integrity, but I don't need you to give me justice. If you want to investigate, you can do it afterwards. But no one can protect the person I want." Then Lu Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. "Little Furball, let's eat. Don't leave a single bone for me." The little furball jumped out of Lu Chen's palm and enlarged in midair. When the surrounding people saw this fellow, they hurriedly dodged. The three pitiful people didn't even have time to dodge before the little furball pounced on them and bit them on the shoulder. "Mad God, we were wrong. You can kill us to vent your anger, but please don't destroy our bodies. Spare us, Mad God, spare us. Lord Drifting Goblet, please save us." Lu Chen looked at the three impatiently. "Little furball, eat slowly." Drifting Goblet's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to stop him. Even Dongfang Ji wasn't a match for Solipsistic. Not only would he not be able to save them, he might even cause Mad God to vent his anger on the City of Exiles. If this matter was true, Mad God had been framed in the City of Exiles. If the investigation was carried out, the City of Exiles wouldn't be able to get away with it. Moreover, a person like Mad God wouldn't make things difficult for mere soldiers. This matter was definitely true, but there was no evidence. Drifting Goblet wasn't stupid. He didn't try to stop Lu Chen. Amidst the screams, the three mission officers were devoured by the little furball. Not even their bones were left. Even those who had participated in the cruel battles of the 10,000 tribes battlefield all year round were shocked and frightened by this scene. At the moment, people's impression of solipsistic was becoming more and more difficult to define. He had won the battle against the Dongfang family, but he hadn't really killed them. To the city of exiles, the old man was like an old friend. He gave them medicine, added them as friends, and called them brother. He didn't put on airs at all. Sometimes he would be so cruel that he would let his battle pets devour 3 soldiers. Also, he wouldn't give anyone a chance to explain. He didn't even show respect to the city of exiles. He was unreasonable. Instead of calling such a lone tyrant Mad God, it would be better to call him Mad Demon. After killing the 3 little people, Lu Chun snorted and turned around. "Little furball, let's go." He didn't know if the Dongfang family would remember Azura. Anyway, Lu Chun didn't need to take his body with him. He would just leave him at the gate of the city of exiles and let him revive himself. Cowherd walked next to Lu Chun without saying a word. Lu Chun looked at Cowherd curiously. "Why are you so quiet? That's not your style." Cowherd darted a look at Lu Chun. "I'm just too excited. Kid, I didn't know that you were so strong. Not even Marshal Tianming could defeat you. That little bit of blood essence of yours is so powerful. Also, you killed those 3 little people well. That was so satisfying. I've wanted to kill them for a long time, but I didn't dare to offend the city of exiles. Now, I can finally vent my anger. I didn't think that I would run into you when I was on the move. Hey kid, tell me, will I die when you get close to me? No, you're also very good at long-range attacks. That purple mist blind kill really blinded me." Lu Chun shook his head with a smile. Okay, you should stop for a while. Let's find a place to look at the treasure map. Hey, you haven't answered me yet. Are you good at long-range attacks, close-range attacks, or battle pets? Tell me, I'm very curious. Hey. Lu Chun regretted opening Cowherd's mouth and hurried to the front. Under a giant tree in the battlefield, Lu Chun and Cowherd cleared a patch of grass and sat on the ground to study the treasure map. Lu Chun already had a complete treasure map in his hands. He had looked at the previous 7 copies and compared them to the one from the Dongfang family. The one from the Dongfang family was based on the surrounding mountains. It seemed useless. However, Lu Chun noticed that there were 3 lines of words in the upper right corner. Heaven and earth give birth to treasures. Those who are fated can obtain them. When heaven and earth are reversed, there is a place for treasures. When the sun and the moon alternate, there is a time for treasures. Lu Chun frowned and looked at Cowherd. Oh my God, I'm so lucky to have this last corner. The meaning of the 2 sentences was obvious. The first sentence was that the coordinates had to be reversed. That was the true location of the treasure. The second sentence was that after finding the treasure, there was a time requirement to take it out. When the sun and the moon alternate, it would be 4 or 5 in the morning and 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Sure enough, the last corner they were missing actually hid the most important information. Without this corner, Lu Chun was afraid that he would never be able to find the treasure. It was interesting. The Dongfang family had the most important information, but they didn't know the location of the treasure. That's a good place to hide. Cowherd frowned. Heaven and earth give birth to treasures. That sounds powerful. No wonder the Dongfang family is trying so hard to find the treasure map. Lu Chun nodded. Okay, now that we know where the treasure is, let's go. Chapter 497. After reversing the coordinates on the treasure map, Lu Chun and Cowherd headed towards the new treasure location. Kid, aren't the new coordinates in human territory? Is it okay for just the 2 of us to go? Cowherd was still worried. There's a saying in my hometown, Nothing ventured, nothing gained. We just have to be a little more careful. Along the way, they encountered many racial wars. However, Lu Chen's eyesight was amazing. With Cowherd's little bobcat scouting the way, the two of them avoided the battlefield and continued to approach their destination. When it came to treasure hunting, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. The two of them kept a low profile. Later on, they rested during the day and traveled at night. Everyone said that the myriad race battlefield was dangerous. However, on the other hand, there were almost no lone players in the myriad race battlefield. As long as they avoided large groups, it was only the two of them traveling. During the day, when they rested in the cave, the two of them took turns to go offline to eat and let Furry and the others guard the cave entrance. However, they only had a quick meal and still slept online. Lu Yi prepared food every day and waited for her brother to come down to eat. Speaking of which, although Lu Chen encountered a few huge changes in the third heaven, he had only been in the third heaven for about a month. During the meal, Lu Yi was also very curious about the third heaven. The two of them would chat while eating. "Brother, you seem to be very busy recently. Is the third heaven very dangerous?" Lu Chen stuffed himself with food and muttered, "It's dangerous. You guys train well in the second heaven. Don't be in a hurry to come to the third heaven. We can't go even if we want to. Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary was killed by you, but it's still too early for us to defeat the Hell Mode boss." Lu Chen nodded. It was a good thing that the players from Earth did not come to the third heaven. He could not take care of so many people now. "After I left, did anyone cause trouble for you guys?" "Not really. We're taking advantage of the time to level up. Now, each country has set up a special department in charge of purchasing equipment. It feels like everyone is preparing for war." Lu Chen smiled. "That's good. Earth is too weak. We have to unite, or we won't be able to survive." "Brother, are there aliens in the third heaven?" "Yes. Not just aliens. Most of them are not even human." "Not human? What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he a human?" "I've already thought about it. The second heavens division is the human galaxy's 19th district. If the third heaven is combined, then there might be other strange races." Lu Yi's interest was immediately piqued. "Brother, are they strong?" Lu Chen thought about it. He couldn't say too much, or Lu Yi would be under too much pressure. It was just like when you were level 1 and suddenly found out that the monsters behind you were all level 100. There was no process of progressing step by step. Instead, it made you lose motivation. Moreover, the terror of the third heaven was not as simple as a few foreign races. 10,000 races were fighting for hegemony. The human race was weak, attributes were extracted, the physical body was damaged, and the human heart was sinister. Various major forces had various kinds of elixirs to increase attributes, and so on. The third heaven had more opportunities, but there was no doubt that the first and second heavens could not compare to the dangers. Lu Chen didn't want his sister to know about these things too early. He didn't even want his sister to come to the third heaven. However, just the extraction of attributes alone was not enough to stop people from crazily longing for the third heaven. Lu Yi was his sister after all. Both siblings had strong personalities, and his sister had grown up. He couldn't help his sister make these decisions. In short, he would wait for Lu Yi and the others to increase their strength first. "It's okay. Don't think too much. You'll know what the third heaven is like when you come and see for yourself. Now, you guys should focus on leveling up and getting equipment." "Oh, I know." Lu Yi pouted disappointedly. "Actually, I know even if you don't say it. You must be very powerful to be able to go to the third heaven. But don't worry, I'll definitely go to the third heaven to look for you." Then, Lu Chen asked about the development of violent waves. Now, violent waves had become one of the major forces on Earth. Lung Nuo had completely given up on her acting career and focused on managing violent waves. Now, with the influence of Zhou Qian, it had far surpassed the film industry. Lung Nuo had also unexpectedly become an influential figure in another field. In addition, the experts on Earth were also humbly learning from the old players in the second heaven. Their strength was steadily increasing. Seeing that Earth's development was not bad, Lu Chen had nothing to worry about. Li Muhua and the others still lived near Lu Chen's house. They took the opportunity to call him when it was time for dinner. The Hua-Xia Alliance wanted to know about the third heaven. Lu Chen did not know much about the third heaven and only gave them a few important pieces of information. First, the third heaven was more difficult and cruel. The physical body would directly affect the players. However, Lu Chen himself was not particularly clear about the extent of the effect. Second, the third heaven's overall environment was a struggle for hegemony. The human race only occupied 1/10,000th of the territory. Moreover, within the human race, the major forces were entrenched. Muhua, there's one more thing that I have to tell your boss. Lu Chen's tone was not joking. Li Muhua was still immersed in the shock of the first 2 points. When he heard Lu Chen's rare, serious tone, he knew that the last point must be very important. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll bring my boss here." "Bring your boss here? Aren't you nearby?" "Yes, my boss is here too. He also lives here. Now, the entire neighborhood has been taken over by us. You're surrounded by us. Ha ha ha. F***CK. I bought a commercial building, okay? I didn't buy a military base. Big brother, don't you know? Right now, your personal safety is the highest priority in Huaxia. Your safety is related to the direction of human society. Who would dare to not pay attention to you? Don't worry. I promise you that our mission is to ensure the safety of you and Lu Yi, nothing else." Lu Chen trusted Li Muhua's character. Moreover, he was online for a long time. If his sister went out, he would feel more at ease with someone protecting her. "All right, then I'll ask the leader to come over personally." When he was online, he and Cowherd were still hiding in the cave. With the little furball around, it was not a big problem. However, what he wanted to say was very important. Lu Chen spent more time offline today. Fortunately, not long after, Li Muhua arrived at Lu Chen's villa with an old man. Lu Chen had never seen this old man before. However, from the star mark on his shoulder, it was enough to tell his level. "Ha, mad god, how are you?" The old man walked over enthusiastically as soon as he entered and took the initiative to shake Lu Chen's hand. "Nice to meet you, sir," Lu Chen said politely. "What sir? I'm not your sir. Just call me Old Lin." The person who came was the mysterious person who had planned this, Li Muhua's boss. "Lin Hai? Mad god." Muhua said that you have something to tell me personally. Lu Chen nodded. "Elder Lin, I'll say this first. The environment I'm in online is not absolutely safe, so I'm afraid I can't talk to you in detail." "Is that so? All right, let's make it short." Lu Chen immediately told Elder Lin about the attribute extraction. The upper limit of level 3 is level 4. The maximum extraction for each attribute is 100 points. Currently, I can't buy or exchange materials with my military rank. I don't know what a little attribute is in the real world, Lu Chen said. However, no matter how much it is, this is an illegal thing. I haven't mentioned this to anyone yet. I'm afraid that it might cause a riot if it gets out. Lin Hai frowned, although he was mentally prepared and knew that what Lu Chen was going to say was not a small matter. After hearing it for a long time, even with his courage and wisdom, he still couldn't calm down. "Little Lu, You've done the right thing. I need to report this to my superiors. We need to discuss this at length. Yes, I believe you. That. Elder Lin, I really have to go online. I've offended some people recently, and I feel that it's not safe. Oh, you've just gone online, and you've already offended people? Can you handle it? Do you need any support from us? Lin Hai looked at Lu Chen worriedly. This kid's safety was too important to humans, regardless of whether it was online or offline. Although we can't go up to level 3, we should be able to help you purchase some items. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. It's useless. Firstly, you can't send it up even if you buy it. Secondly, the entire level 3 is after me. It's useless no matter how many items you buy. Suddenly, Lin Hai's expression froze. This kid had offended the entire level 3. Chapter 498. Lin Hai had just said that Lu Chen's safety was the most important thing, and now he knew that Lu Chen had offended the entire third heaven. The bad news came too quickly, and it was hard for him to take it all in. It seemed that he could only rely on Lu Chen himself. Lin Hai did not dare to delay Lu Chen from going online, so he got up and left. He still had to report the important information that Lu Chen had given him. He would wait for the decision to be made when the time came. The area of the 10,000 races battlefield was larger than expected. Without riding a mount, Lu Chen and Cowherd took 5 days to cross the 10,000 races battlefield. According to the coordinates, the two of them arrived at the territory of the demon race. The demon race and the demon race only differed by one word, but they were two different races. The demon race's physical body was extremely strong, while the demon race's spiritual power growth was higher. They were not big, about the size of an ordinary person, and they were good at transforming. Simply put, the demon race was more like the legendary beasts on Earth. They were huge and ferocious, but after transforming, they would at most have the face of a beast and the body of a human. On the other hand, the demon race was more like the fox spirits in Earth's legends. They could completely transform into the appearance of more than 10 races. Shao Kuang, the demon race's fortress, is in front of us. We have to go through here to reach the treasure location. Cowherd frowned. How are we going to get there? Lu Chen frowned. Should they force their way in, they would be too big of a target, and it would not be good for treasure hunting. It would be best if they could sneak in quietly. Looking at the demon race that entered and exited the fortress, most of them were in human form. He did not know why they were so keen on transforming into humans. There were also some who appeared in their original forms, such as wolves, tigers, leopards, snakes, scorpions, rats, dogs. After observing for a while, Lu Chen realized that the soldiers did not even test the demon race that entered and exited in their original forms and directly let them go. Sigh, I definitely won't be able to get through. Kid, it seems that I can only accompany you until here. You still have hope of getting through alone. It's too much of a burden to bring me along. Cowherd sighed. Actually, it doesn't matter if I can't get through or not. I just want to follow you and broaden my horizons. If you need any help, I'll help. I'll see if I can lure some of the sentries away for you. You can take the opportunity to sneak over. Lu Chen frowned and didn't say anything. After a while, he suddenly looked at Cowherd Man. Hey, old man, I can take you there, but you might have to suffer a little. How? This place is filled with demon soldiers. Even if we try to force our way in, it might be difficult. Don't worry about how I brought you there. Just tell me, do you have any objections? If it's safe, of course I have no objections. Who doesn't want to see what a treasure of heaven and earth looks like? That's good. Lu Chen smirked. You're the one who volunteered, so don't blame me. Devour Before Cowherd Man could understand what was going on, he saw Lu Chen's mouth open at an astonishing angle, and then in one gulp, swallowed him whole. What the? You, Cowherd Man's words couldn't be heard clearly. Lu Chen's mouth returned to normal. He patted his stomach and said, "Speaking of which, you're the second person I've swallowed. Old man, stay in my stomach." Lu Chen's stomach started to roll. Cowherd Man didn't seem to want to stay in there obediently. "Don't mess around." Lu Chen patted his stomach. Then Lu Chen opened the monster merchant shop. Speaking of which, Lu Chen hadn't opened the monster merchant shop in a long time. The main reason was that the monster merchant shop seemed to help him evolve and upgrade his army. After coming to the third layer of heaven, Lu Chen hadn't even seen a single monster. The monsters he saw were all players, which made him quite depressed. Now, he finally had a use for the monster merchant shop. Exchange. Lu Chen looked at the skins in the monster merchant shop. Among the monsters he killed, for example, the werewolves, most of them were actually more similar to the demon race. They were all mutated beasts. The only truly normal animals were the poisonous spider and the green python. The poisonous spider was an insect, so it shouldn't be considered a demon race. Only the green python was left. Damn, I can only exchange for this. There's no other choice. Forget it. It's just an outpost anyway. I'll exchange for the green python skin. Lu Chen began to change into the green python skin. His 4 limbs curled up, his 2 legs closed together, his neck became thicker, and his body became narrower. This was the first time he completely turned into a giant python. Lu Chen panicked. Damn, my lower body is gone. Mine is gone. Change into human skin. Quick. Not long after, Lu Chen turned back into human form. He turned around and checked that everything was fine. That scared me to death. Although it's just a body in the game, it still feels weird. After confirming that it was only a temporary separation from his brother, Lu Chen turned into a giant python again. He checked the character panel. Lu Chen had completely turned into a giant green python. It was about 7 to 8 meters long, with a flat head that flicked its tongue from time to time. It should be about time. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Lu Chen swam out of the forest. This giant python twisted its body and used its stomach to walk. Lu Chen twisted his body with all his might. Damn, my spine. No, I have to control the rhythm and change the direction regularly. 1, 2, 3, 4, change direction. 2, 2, 3, 4. One more time, the passing demons looked at the strange, twisting green python in surprise. That guy's walking is so enchanting. Maybe snakes don't walk properly during mating season. You two, stop looking. Get more military points today. Hurry up and catch up. The sentries looked at Lu Chen swimming past them and smiled. As expected of a member of our demon race. Even walking is so domineering. This brother snake must have gotten a lot of military points. Look at his bulging stomach. Did he swallow some alien? How many military points did brother snake get? Cough, cough, 3 or 4. That's not bad. You can get 3 or 4 military points in one trip. Soon, you can become a militia captain. Lu Chen broke out in a cold sweat and swam with all his might. After passing the outpost with great difficulty, Lu Chen found that behind the outpost was a demon race city. Inside the city, there were soldiers patrolling from time to time. Damn it! Lu Chen had a headache and could only continue swimming. In front of him, a group of human couples were quarreling. What's the point of caring about this body? Are you really used to walking with 2 legs? It's still more convenient for us to use our own bodies. But it's too ugly. What's so ugly about it? Do you think two legs look good? Look at that brother snake. In my eyes, he's especially handsome. That's because he dares to show himself. Lu Chen passed by with tears in his eyes. Fortunately, only demons could transform into humans. No one had ever heard of humans transforming into demons. Naturally, no one suspected this giant python that walked stiffly. Lu Chen was unimpeded all the way and exited from the other side of the city gate. After exiting the city gate, Lu Chen dived into the dense forest and found a place to change back into his human form. Oh my, I look like me now. Lu Chen panted heavily. Just transforming into a snake is not as good as my original spider form. That was ugly, but I could run and fly. After finding a rock to sit on, Lu Chen opened the treasure map again. The location of the treasure was not far from here. There were no soldiers outside checking, so he could change back into his human form without any problems. Opening his personal map, Lu Chen marked the coordinates of the treasure and continued on his way. The treasure was born in the territory of the demons. They seemed to be very talented in spiritual power. Could this treasure be related to spiritual power? Lu Chen could not figure out what kind of treasure it was. Old man, stay in my stomach first. I'll let you out when we arrive. Chapter 4:99. In the evening, a newly completed skyscraper in the capital of Huaxia had just finished its listing, Ninefold Heaven-Earth Alliance headquarters. Due to the international status of Huaxia and the fact that Solipsistic was also a citizen of Huaxia, Huaxia became the best choice for the Earth Alliance headquarters. On the top floor of the building, there were about 20 to 30 people in charge of the major member states. Everyone was leveling up during the day, so the meeting was held at this time. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood was a general of Huaxia in reality named Song Juncheng. At this time, he had just reported the important information of the third heaven to the meeting members. As soon as he finished, there was a commotion. There was no doubt that the three pieces of news brought back by Lu Chen, especially the last one, made these people completely crazy. I can't believe it. If this is true, then the fate of Earth will be completely changed. The representative of the United States could not calm his emotions. He stood up and walked back and forth. Attribute extraction. My God, the fate of mankind will be changed. Technology may no longer be the most productive force. The most primitive is the closest to the essence. The secret of the universe is hidden in our bodies. The third heaven, we must go to the third heaven. It seemed that the influence of the ninefold heaven, which was already unprecedented, would increase again. The great wall of iron and blood raised his hand and motioned for everyone to quiet down. Everyone, please calm down. I have an important piece of information here. This information is no less important than the information brought back by Mad God. When everyone heard this, they finally quieted down. The great wall of iron and blood took a deep breath. Jusi, Sengoku, Shuangxi, and Dongli, when you were in the first heaven, you should have some impression of these four people. At that time, the closed beta players had just appeared and caused a huge uproar around the world. But at that time, there were people stronger than the closed beta players. And that was these four people in the battle with Bone King. The four of them summoned Kwafu's soul, but unfortunately, they were still defeated. However, Bone King did not underestimate Kwafu at that time. He said that the Kwafu summoned by Jusi and the others did not have divine power and was not to be feared. In other words, it was not that Kwafu was not strong, but that there seemed to be something wrong. Losers were always forgotten, but when Song Juncheng mentioned these four IDs again, everyone quickly remembered. Recently, Jussi contacted me and told me an important piece of information. The great wall of iron and blood swept his gaze across the crowd. After making sure that everyone was listening to him, he said, "They will send people to assist us in entering the third heaven as soon as possible." Two pieces of heavy news came one after another, and the scene immediately went out of control. A group of people surrounded the great wall of iron and blood. "Song, can you make it clear that they will help us enter the third heaven as soon as possible? Who are they? How can you help us?" The iron blood great wall shook his head. "James, I'm sorry. Jussi only gave me this piece of information. The Saint Gate didn't say anything else. Oh, by the way, he also said something. His original words were, 'It's a matter of life and death for Earth. It's useless to rely on solipsistic alone. Hurry up and invite him over. We can't hold on much longer.' What do you mean? Are you hiding anything? Are they Earthlings? What does it have to do with the survival of Earth? How many of them are there? How strong are they? Which heaven are they in?" The great wall of iron and blood felt a headache coming on. He tried his best to answer patiently. "I don't know either. I've already shared all the information I've received with you. Everyone, calm down first. This is all the information we've received so far. Listen, we can only analyze and deduce from the information they gave us. As for the questions you asked me, as the chairman of the Earth Alliance, I assure you that I know as much as you do. In the face of an unknown catastrophe, no one dares to bear the consequences of concealing information. Only then did everyone calm down." Song Juncheng heaved a sigh of relief, straightened his clothes, and continued, "There are 9 heavens, 1 heaven for each heaven. The news that Mad God brought back said that the races in the third heaven are fighting for hegemony, and humans are on the decline. This seems to indicate that the situation of humans in the higher heavens will be even more difficult. Our strategy department in Huaxia is currently inclined to believe the news that Jussi sent back. Somewhere, the organization that Jussi is in is struggling to hold on and is on the verge of collapse. It's actually not that important whether they are Earthlings or not. What I know is that once they collapse, it will directly affect the safety of Earth in the real world. Therefore, whether it's to explore the attribute extraction of the third heaven or even the secrets of the higher heavens, or to deal with the unknown catastrophe that may appear on Earth, no matter from which point of view, if Jussi and the others have sent experts to help us increase our strength, we should do our best to level up. This doesn't conflict with each other." The Great Wall of Iron and Blood's analysis was very thorough. Regardless of whether Jussi was telling the truth or not, he had only sent people to help the players on Earth level up. Originally, they wanted to enter the third heaven as soon as possible. Of course, it was best to have someone to assist them. As for the question of Earth's survival, it would have to wait until their strength increased. Everyone, for now, this information should not be disclosed for the time being to avoid causing chaos among the masses. Please emphasize this point when communicating with your country's decision-making bodies later, and list this information as highly confidential. Song Juncheng continued, "In response to this opportunity or challenge, we now propose a suggestion. We need all countries to reduce their military expenditures and vigorously support Jotian's top teams. In the name of the Huaxia Alliance, I guarantee that the information I just shared is completely accurate. Please discuss and vote on my suggestion." The meeting finally entered the normal process. During the banquet, the representatives of each country picked up their phones and discussed with their country's parliament and leaders. This matter involved the security of each country and a huge amount of money. Naturally, it was not something that could be resolved today. It was just that these few pieces of important news had also caused an uproar among the higher-ups of each country. They still needed time to digest it, but there was no doubt that in the near future, Earth would usher in some revolutionary changes. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen finally arrived at the coordinates. Ugh! Lu Chen spat out the cowherd in one mouthful. As a special effect skill, the cowherd was fortunately not covered in Lu Chen's saliva. However, his entire face was pale, as if he had experienced some terrifying experience. Kid, I'm warning you. If you dare to swallow me next time, this old man will fight it out with you. Being swallowed by a grown man for several days, and Lu Chen even had to eat some dry food. Thinking about it, it was not a happy thing. I asked you before, and you said you were willing. Lu Chen shook his head. If I didn't use this method, would I have brought you here? Who knew that you had such a strange skill? I've never seen it in my life. Old man, don't be angry. Look, we've already arrived at the coordinates of the treasure. Lu Chen patted the cowherd's shoulder. The cowherd shook his head. He had already swallowed him, and there was nothing he could do. He then turned his head and looked ahead. In front of him was a ruin filled with bones. The bones of unknown creatures were everywhere. Most of them were buried underground, but the exposed parts were not hard to imagine how huge their bodies were. A cold wind raged around them, and the cowherd could be heard. The cowherd could not help but shiver. Kid, this place is a little strange. Chapter 500. What's so strange about it? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Do you know what kind of skeleton these are? Cowherd looked at Lu Chen. I don't know. Lu Chen didn't know many races, not to mention that these were all skeletons, making it even harder to identify. Are they from the ancient dragon clan? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Yes, to be precise, they aren't a member of the myriad races. Let's put it this way. Your mount, the nine-winged celestial dragon, is a branch of the ancient dragon clan. The same goes for the azure dragon and the black flame dragon emperor. Lu Chen frowned. Branch? In other words, the nine-winged celestial dragon and my two divine beast whelps aren't from the ancient dragon clan in the true sense. Cowherd continued. Yes, I saw a passage of text in an instance dungeon that recorded their history. The ancient dragon clan was very powerful, but because they were too arrogant, in their eyes, there were only two forces, themselves and others. Often, one ancient dragon clan member occupied a territory. If others of their kind entered their territory, they wouldn't hesitate to attack them. But even if the ancient dragon clan was so unique, at their peak, they still occupied 90% of the Third Heaven's territory. Lu Chen was shocked. 90%. That's almost monopolizing the Third Heaven. The individual strength of the ancient dragon clan was too strong. But why did the Third Heaven become what it is today? The stone tablet didn't explain it in detail, but it mentioned that at a certain time, almost all the ancient dragon clan in the Third Heaven disappeared. It was extremely rare to see one, and those ancient dragon clan members who were alone only appeared for a very short period of time before disappearing. Cowherd touched a dragon bone beside him and knocked it hard. Kid, look, the stone tablet recorded things from thousands of years ago, but the bones exposed to the surface are still so sturdy. You can imagine how terrifying the ancient dragon clan's body was. Lu Chen also knocked on the dragon bone. It was indeed sturdy. I didn't think that there would be so many ancient dragon skeletons here. Kid, this place is exposed. The people from the Yao race should be able to see it. I wonder if the treasure is still here. Let's hurry up and find it. Reality proved that bringing Cowherd along had its benefits. Cowherd had been in the Third Heaven for so long, and what he had seen and heard was what Lu Chen lacked. The two of them continued to venture deeper. Along the way, there were huge dragon skeletons everywhere. It was unknown how many ancient dragons were buried here. Not long after, The two of them arrived at a cliff that was 400 to 500 meters wide. On the other side, they could vaguely see dragon bones. The coordinates are on the opposite shore. Lu Chen said, "This place is too far away. You won't be able to get there with your displacement skills. You'll have to either fly or ride your mount. Mounts can't be used. Your 9-winged celestial dragon can make other mounts submit, but it will also be affected in the ancestral tomb, unable to fly." Lu Chen summoned the 9-winged celestial dragon. That fellow looked at the countless white bones around it and let out a wail. As expected, it was unwilling to fly. Lu Chen patted the 9-winged celestial dragon. "9-winged is a little sad. Come back." Mounts couldn't fly, so they could only rely on Lu Chen's wings. However, when Lu Chen looked carefully at the sky above the canyon, he frowned again. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the dust particles between the canyon were rushing directly into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The wind is so strong, but I can't feel it at all here. Clearly, it didn't make sense. After thinking about it, Lu Chen picked up a fist-sized stone from beside his feet and threw it into the canyon. The stone flew into the air and suddenly shattered into powder in midair. The powder turned into specks of light that quickly rose up until it dissipated into the night. This is... Cowherd's eyes widened as cold sweat broke out all over his body. Jiutian stones could shatter and be ground into powder, but they would never disappear. However, the stone just now had turned into specks of light and dissipated. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It could be some kind of physical attack. With this, Lu Chen didn't dare to fly. The width of the cliff exceeded the teleportation distance of the Triple Gate, and the Dragon Necropolis had a much stronger pressure than the 9-winged celestial dragon. The canyon constantly released astral energy that could destroy physical bodies. For a moment, Lu Chen and Cowherd stood by the cliff, somewhat at a loss. No wonder the demons couldn't obtain the treasure. "There's no way to pass through here," Cowherd said. Lu Chen thought for a moment. "Old man, we overlooked something. The treasure map said that the time to obtain the treasure is when the sun and moon alternate. We should wait until the sun and moon alternate." "Right, I almost forgot." "Then let's wait a little longer." The two were tired, so they found a place to rest by the cliff. Leaning against a dragon bone, Lu Chen pondered over Cowherd's words. The ancient dragon race once ruled the triple heaven. It was only when they were wiped out that the other races rose. What kind of existence was this ancient dragon race that they could crush all the other races? What kind of treasure could lead to the extinction of such a powerful race? Lu Chen looked at Cowherd. "Hey, old man, if even the astral energy here is physical damage, do you think the dragon race really went extinct in the real world?" Cowherd frowned. "I can't say for sure. After all, this is the triple heaven. Even if their physical bodies are destroyed, they might not necessarily die. It's just that no one has seen the ancient dragon race for thousands of years. If they still have people, they should be able to start again." Lu Chen's frown deepened. In other words, this treasure might have caused the destruction of the real world. At this point, Cowherd also felt a chill run down his spine. The danger of this treasure hunt was far beyond their imagination. "Kid, are you afraid?" Lu Chen smiled. "It's okay. After the concept of physical damage appeared in the triple heaven, I seem to have slowly gotten used to it. If you just want to play a game, then just hang around in the double heaven and double heaven. But if you want to get more, then you have to give more." Cowherd nodded. "That's right. Once you reach the triple heaven, there's no turning back. Everyone is the same." The two chatted for a long time by the cliff until 4 in the morning. The sky was already slightly bright, and the sun rose and the moon set. Kid, isn't it time? Luchin stood up. Let's not rush. Getting hit by the astral energy is no joke. It's safer to try a few more times. Of course, although I'm prepared to die in the triple heaven, I don't want to die so early. The two walked over and carried a large pile of stones, piling them by the cliff. When the sun and the moon were about to change, they threw the stones evenly across the cliff. Let's work together and throw once every 2 or 3 seconds. If a stone passes through, look at the position of the sun and the moon. No problem. However, the moment the stone touched the astral energy, it was destroyed until the sun and the moon passed. Not a single stone passed through the canyon. F***CK. How are we going to get through this? No rush. Let's try again at night. We have plenty of time, anyway. In the evening, the moon rose and the sun set. The two used the stones they had prepared in advance to test, but the stone army was still annihilated for the next few days. The two continued to test, but the situation was not optimistic. No matter the size of the stone, not a single stone passed through the canyon. On the 3rd day, the two finally gave up. F***CK. We really can't get through. Luchin shook his head. This was the first time he was at his wits' end. Chapter 5:01. The treasure was likely to be on the other side, but there was an impassable gap between them. Anyone would go crazy. Then Luchin and Cowherd walked around in a circle, opening up the map of the surrounding area. Finally, they discovered that the gap wasn't limited to this area. It surrounded the entire area in a tight circle. Kid, what do we do now? Cowherd sat down beside Luchin, exhausted. It's impossible to take this treasure. Luchin sat there, deep in thought. It's actually a good thing that we can't cross. Luchin said, this way, it's impossible for someone to take the treasure by chance. The chances of the treasure still being there are high, and I believe that there must be a way to cross. Saying this, Luchin turned around and stood in front of a dragon skeleton. You saw it too. Those ancient dragons crossed. It's just that I haven't found a way to cross yet. Cowherd walked over. But maybe there weren't any astral winds at that time, or maybe they had some special method. It's been too long, and we can't compare to them. Luchin let out a long breath. I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to give up, even if there's only a sliver of hope. Cowherd was stunned. These days, he had seen Solipsistic's easygoing side. He wasn't much different from the average young man, but sometimes he was playful and mischievous. He had also seen Solipsistic's appearance in battle. As long as he entered battle, it was like he was a completely different person, making others feel fear. But at this moment, Luchin's casual reply made Cowherd feel like he had found the reason why this ordinary young man was so powerful. Deep in his bones, there was a personality that refused to admit defeat. When he had already given up hope, that fellow was still bitterly thinking of a solution. Perhaps this was the difference between them. Cowherd didn't say anything else. If there was a way, this fellow would definitely find it. Luchin carefully observed these dragon bones. These dragon bones had been there for thousands of years, but there weren't any traces of weathering. Could it be that the ancient dragons were so powerful that they could cross the astral winds with their bodies? Suddenly, Luchin turned around and looked across. There were also dragon bones there. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the dragon bone on the other side seemed to have many fractures. Old man, look at the dragon bones over there. Many of them are broken, but the dragon bones here are all intact. Cowherd squinted his eyes and looked at him for a long time. Big brother, what's wrong with your eyes? I can't see clearly. The cowherd couldn't see clearly, but Luchin was sure that he wasn't mistaken. This dragon bone wouldn't have been eroded by the wind for thousands of years. How could it be so damaged when it's so hard? Was it caused by their infighting? Lu Chen shook his head. Those broken dragon bones aren't broken. Instead, the entire dragon bone is in a state of weathering. This means that the dragon bone must have been damaged in all aspects. There shouldn't be any kind of cultivation method that can damage someone's entire bone like this. But what does this mean? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly as his mind spun rapidly. I've thought of a possibility. Treasures of heaven and earth are nurtured by heaven and earth. When they appear, they will definitely trigger a celestial phenomenon. Perhaps the celestial phenomenon was too intense and attracted the ancient dragon clan, the overlord of the third heaven. When they arrived here, they were blocked by the astral winds and were unable to pass through. Some dragon thought of a method that caused the ancient dragon clan to kill each other here. This would explain why there are dragon bones everywhere. Cowherd frowned. Then what method is it? Lu Chen faintly smiled. His eyes fell on the giant dragon bones beside him. Step over the bones of your companions. These dragon bones are abnormally hard. They might be able to resist the erosion of the astral winds, but in the process of flying, they would still be severely damaged. So, once you reach the other side, these dragon bones would be severely eroded. The more Cowherd heard, the more startled he became. Although this was only a guess, there seemed to be no loopholes in it. I'm too stupid. So the key is that there are dragon bones everywhere. Lu Chen nodded. I didn't think of this at the start. This is only my guess. I still need to test it out first. Little furball. Lu Chen summoned the little fellow. Can you bite through these dragon bones? Seeing so many dragon bones around them, the little furball swallowed its saliva and let out a sigh. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. These are all former overlords. You actually want to eat them. I really wonder if there's anything in this world that you don't want to eat. The little furball didn't grow bigger. It arrived in front of a thick dragon bone and began to gnaw on it. The little furball's teeth could crush an ice skeletal dragon, but after gnawing for over 20 minutes, it only broke one bone. Lu Chen hurriedly carried the bone to the edge of the cliff. He took a deep breath and hurled it forward. The giant dragon bone shuttled through the astral winds and was not instantly eroded into powder. Over 20 seconds later, the dragon bone landed on the other side of the cliff. Ha ha ha, it worked. Lu Chen danced with excitement. I'm a F***king genius. Cowherd also felt enlightened. All right, kid, I admit that you really are something. It had been confirmed that dragon bones could pass through the astral winds. As long as they hid directly above the dragon bones, they would be able to pass through. This task fell on Junior Originator. With a deep roar, Xiao Yuan threw Lu Chen, the cowherd, and the dragon bone out with all his might. The dragon bone rushed through the astral winds and went straight to the other side. A moment later, the two of them landed hard on the ground along with the dragon bones. They fell to the ground in a daze. In any case, they finally made it. Lu Chen got up from the ground and looked around. There were still many dragon bones here, but some were incomplete and some were complete. The dragon bones stood tall, majestic, and terrifying. The coordinates were still ahead, but not far ahead, another astral wind belt appeared. This time, it was Chaos' turn. Then, the third astral wind belt appeared, and the third astral wind belt. There were more than a dozen astral wind belts, and even the surrounding dragon bones were getting fewer and fewer. There weren't many ancient dragons left before they saw the treasure. Judging from the size of the dragon bones, They must have been much larger than other dragons when they were alive. Only the strong could make it to the end. Damn, is this a Matryoshka doll? So many layers. Is this the last one? It's at least 1 kilometer away. Lu Chen's little guys all worked as coolies. Even the 9-winged celestial dragon had been summoned by Lu Chen. Now, Lu Chen only had little hairball left. The treasure should be ahead. The astral wind belt should disappear after we take the treasure. Little hairball, you go this time. Wait. Cowherd stopped Lu Chen. Little hairball is very useful. Maybe there are more astral wind belts ahead. If the astral wind belt doesn't disappear after we take the treasure, you'll need little hairball to help you take the dragon bone when you come back. I'll take you there. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Old man, aren't you coming with me? The treasure should be ahead. Cowherd man smiled. You also said that it's probably. Who can say for sure? I came here to experience the process of treasure hunting. I've already given you the treasure map. Why would I care about the treasure? Maybe there's more than one treasure. I don't want any of them. Cowherd smiled. Treasures of this level will only bring me trouble. Kid, don't cry. There might be danger ahead. Come, I'll take you there. Lu Chen nodded and sat on the dragon bone. Hey, you have to get the treasure. Lu Chen nodded. Of course. Good, sit tight. Cowherd gathered his strength. I'll let you eat me. I'll let you feel something special. Go. Chapter 5:02. This damned old man was very evil. When he came down from the dragon bone, Lu Chen's hairstyle had turned into a slick-back hairstyle. However, the old man's throw was quite accurate. The dragon bone landed in a small area. Lu Chen observed his surroundings. This place was very flat. Although the ground was covered with weeds and vegetation, when he peeled away the soil, he found that the ground was flat and rocky. A complete dragon bone that was close to 1,000 meters long was lying on the ground. Lu Chen walked over to take a look. This dragon bone was very complete. He could almost imagine what this guy looked like when he was alive just by looking at the bones. Is this the former overlord of the third heaven? Lu Chen sighed. You're the one who walked to the end among your kind, but it seems like you didn't succeed in leaving here. Beside the dragon bone, Lu Chen found a stone tablet. Sky Marshal Stage. If you see this stone tablet, then congratulations on reaching here. You are only 1 step away from the treasure of heaven and earth. It is indeed here. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Now, what he needed to do was to wait for the right time for the treasure to appear. In the evening, the sun set and the moon rose. When the sun and the moon alternated, Lu Chen stared at his surroundings. The Sky Marshal Stage suddenly split into 2 from the middle. A ball of black light rose from the ground. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The black light seemed to be wrapped around something and was slowly rotating in the air. The treasure had appeared. Lu Chen was about to approach. Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. He hurriedly turned around. The ancient dragon skeleton behind him suddenly moved. Immediately after, 2 red lights lit up in the huge skull's eye sockets. It gradually raised its head. A voice that seemed to come from the abyss of hell sounded. Is someone finally here? Is someone finally here to replace me? After 5,000 years, I can finally be free. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This ancient dragon was resurrected. Not only was it the former overlord of the third heaven, but it was also the strongest among the countless overlords. It was the only ancient dragon that reached the end. The strongest of the strongest. Damn, this guardian is quite strong. Lu Chen took a deep breath and pulled out the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. All right, Looks like this is going to be a tough battle. God of War possession, demon transformation, lightless sky flame pillar, black coffin dead zone, blood sacrifice shield, flash, attack quickly, put him to death, dragon blood boiling, spring rejuvenation. This was the first time Lu Chen had recovered his HP after activating Deadlands. Although the effect of Deadlands had been activated, the buff had been greatly reduced. However, at least his HP was still healthy. Finally, it was Lu Chen's trump card, Devil's 3 transformations. Before the battle began, facing the strongest expert from the Third Heaven domain from 5,000 years ago, Lu Chen went all out. I don't care if you're from the primordial dragon race or not. Today, I'm taking this treasure. In his demon form, Lu Chen's eyes were emitting green smoke, and his voice had become exceptionally low. Mere ant, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? I'll tear you apart. Not far away, black smoke was constantly flowing from the black light to the dragon bones. Gradually, its body was filled with black flesh. This dragon was covered in black scales, had 9 claws and 9 wings, and was more than 1,000 meters long. More importantly, this guy was probably equivalent to an ancient dragon race in a physical form. 9 wings is fine, but 9 claws? Lu Chen's nose flared. He had a premonition that this battle would be the most terrifying battle he had ever encountered. Roar! The 9-clawed, 9-winged ancient dragon roared, and the sound shook the world. 1,000 meters away, the wind howled and the trees fell. In the demon race's territory, countless people looked in the direction of the mountains in the north. Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounded like a dragon's roar. We don't have any dragons here. Look at the sky above Dragon Tomb Mountain. Isn't Dragon Tomb Mountain inaccessible? What's going on there? In the demon race's main city closest to Dragon Tomb Mountain, Demon City, a few experts walked to the window and stared at the dark clouds above Dragon Tomb Mountain with narrowed eyes. What's going on? There seems to be a phenomenon there. That dragon's roar just now was not the sound of an ordinary divine beast. I have never heard such an awe-inspiring dragon's roar. Is this the appearance of a treasure or an expert? Let's go and take a look. Countless figures shot towards Dragon Tomb Mountain from all directions. However, at this time, in the center of Dragon Tomb Mountain, Lu Chen was facing the strongest ancient dragon race. That dragon's roar just now had directly dissipated the effect of Lu Chen's war god possession. It seemed that the nameless war god possession was no longer effective in front of this dragon race emperor. Lu Chen opened his mouth and coldly snorted, 7 stars chasing moon. Dragon race forbidden area. With a boom, the entire sky martial stage was suddenly enveloped in a layer of strange light, and Lu Chen's 7 stars chasing moon was directly ineffective. Lu Chen hurriedly checked his status. Dragon race forbidden area. Enchantment type state. In the forbidden area, movement techniques below heaven tier will be ineffective. HP recovery skills will be ineffective. Formations below heaven tier will be ineffective. Teleportation skills will be ineffective. Reaction time increased by 100%. Attack power reduced by 70%. Defense power reduced by 70%. At this time, the 9-clawed black dragon had an additional effect. Dragon race forbidden area. Unlimited movement within the enchantment. Attack power increased by 200%. Skill cooldown reduced by 50%. Lu Chen almost went crazy. Although he only had 1 status, this status included a bunch of negative effects, each of which could make people despair. On the other hand, the 9-clawed black dragon's strength had greatly increased in its enchantment. Enchantment-type cultivation technique was actually so powerful Under such circumstances, fighting in someone else's enchantment was simply courting death. Kid, thank you for freeing me. As a thank you gift, I will treat you well. While speaking, the 9-clawed black dragon's huge body suddenly disappeared. 9 huge claws tore through space and clawed at Lu Chen's face. There was no skill display. This was a normal attack. Mount Hua strike. Lu Chen did not have time to dodge, so he could only defend by attacking. 4 dragon claws directly grabbed at the 9 dragon pillars. Lu Chen instantly felt a huge reaction force in his hand. Mount Hua strike was caught by the 9-clawed black dragon. How is this possible? Before Lu Chen could understand, he had already suffered 5 dragon claw attacks. -2, 7 million, -2, 73 million, -2, 66 million, -2, 49 million, -2, 61 million. After 5 normal attacks, Lu Chen's blood sacrifice shield was directly shattered, and at the same time, he suffered more than 3 million damage. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not underestimate the enemy before, and healed himself first. His HP was maintained at 7 million, but now he only had a little more than 3 million left. One must know that this was just a normal attack from the 9-clawed black dragon. Moreover, with just 5 claw attacks, it directly dealt more than 10 million damage. This attack directly sent Lu Chen flying, and he violently vomited blood. Lu Chen finally understood why this guy used a normal attack. This 9-clawed black dragon's normal attack had a knockback effect. This was simply too overpowered. Without waiting for Lu Chen to land, the 9-clawed black dragon roared at Lu Chen. Roar. Dragon roar shakes the earth. The entire sky martial stage suddenly cracked, covering the rocks of the sky martial stage. All the rocks and vegetation that had accumulated over thousands of years were directly removed, and the entire sky martial stage finally revealed its original appearance. Lu Chen, who was sent flying and could not teleport, was heavily injured again. As Lu Chen did not let Xiaomin use a skill to protect her master, 3 million HP was not enough to offset the high continuous damage of Dragon Roar Shakes the Earth. Lu Chen was directly killed. In the distance, Cowherd's eyes widened, and he looked at the battle in disbelief. In a situation where the 9-clawed dragon status was at its peak, this was probably the first time that the kid was beaten to such a state. Not good. That kid is going to die. Cowherd's eyes were red. Chapter 5:03. The raging fire burned on the ground, and the demon was reborn from the flames. Lu Chen stared at the 9-clawed black dragon. This guy was so strong that it was hard for him to imagine. Infinite displacement combined with a normal attack, followed by Dragon Roar Shakes the Earth. This combo was so simple and violent, but it made him unable to fight back. Nirvana Rebirth, that means you have 3 lives. The 9-clawed black dragon could tell the difference between Nirvana Rebirth and Nirvana Rebirth at a glance. He deduced that Lu Chen had another life besides his current one. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The pressure this guy gave him was unprecedentedly huge. It's been 5,000 years. I didn't expect a level 3 to have fallen to such a state. Are the people here as weak as you? Looks like it's time to clean up, you lowly creatures. Accept your fate. You can't defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-clawed black dragon's huge body disappeared instantly and quickly appeared in front of Lu Chen. It was another 9-clawed attack. Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open. Death Trap, Dragon Blood Boil, Universe Annihilation, Sky Quake. Lu Chen continued to reduce his HP. Although it was undoubtedly very dangerous, Lu Qin knew very well that he might only have one or two chances to deal with such an enemy. He had to increase his attack and attack speed. Once he could stun that guy, the opportunity would come. Although Lu Chen's reaction speed was slower than usual in the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land, he had to predict the opponent's position to hit. The moment the nine-clawed black dragon's figure disappeared, Lu Chen had already made a prediction and prepared to release the skill without waiting for the nine-clawed black dragon. It could be said that Lu Chen's prediction was already quite perfect. However, just as the skill was released, the huge dragon figure suddenly disappeared again. Skyquake was released directly. Ha ha ha, in my enchantment, you can't even touch me. A voice came from behind. The next second, the nine-clawed attack came again. Is that so? Lu Chen snorted coldly. Don't worry, you are not qualified to stop me. Universe Annihilation, back attack. Cancel the attack from the back, and use 3,000 body flickering slashes. Without using Shockwave, Lu Chen directly used Backstrike, and instantly flashed behind the nine-clawed black dragon. Backstrike also had a displacement effect, allowing the player to instantly appear behind the enemy. However, it was an offensive skill, so it was not prohibited in the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Area. He can actually change the effect of a displacement assassination. His timing is quite accurate. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Spatial shift. The nine-clawed black dragon disappeared again, and Lu Chen's 3,000 instant slashes lost their target. That guy's reaction was too fast. In Heaven and Earth Annihilation, backstrike, displacement, and a single backstrike were seamless. However, to cancel the backstrike and change to 3,000 body flickering slashes, there was a process of ending and releasing the move. Although Lu Chen's connection was perfect, a fraction of a second was more than enough for the nine-clawed black dragon. Damn it, it's practically invulnerable. How am I supposed to kill this guy? Lu Chen's mind was spinning rapidly, but his eyes were still fixed on his surroundings. He knew that this guy would not let go of the gap when his skill missed. As expected, the nine-clawed black dragon would not let this opportunity go to waste. Its figure flashed and appeared behind Lu Chen. You're not the only one who knows backstrike. Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw. The Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw's level was higher than backstrike. Its movements were so smooth that there was almost no gap before the Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw could touch Lu Chen. The debuff on Lu Chen's body was already applied. Deterrence. Silence for 0. 5 seconds. The silence was not long, but for the Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw, it was enough to capture its prey. The Dragon Claw directly grabbed Lu Chen's back. This time, his back was directly torn open by the huge Dragon Claw, leaving a shocking wound. You have suffered physical damage. Current damage level is 38%. Lu Chen did not have much HP to begin with. After being hit by this claw, his HP was instantly depleted, and he died again. Cowherd, who was watching the battle from the other side, took a few steps back and fell to the ground weakly. That primordial black dragon is too strong. Kid, it's my fault. I shouldn't have given you the treasure map. It's my fault. At the same time, dozens of shifter elites had gathered at the outermost area of the dragon necropolis. The dragon's roar came from the core area of the dragon necropolis. However, due to the existence of the squall belt, they could not get close. At this moment, someone noticed that there seemed to be something strange nearby. Why are there so many stones here? Has someone been here? Everyone noticed that there were many scattered stones on the edge of the cliff. Someone is using stones to test the squall belt. It seemed that many people had done this before. When they saw the stone people, they thought of this possibility. The dragon necropolis was in shifter territory. Naturally, There were many people who came to explore such a strange place. However, as time passed, word of mouth within the shifter race spread, and everyone knew that it was impossible to pass through this place. Gradually, no one tried it again. However, these piles of stones suddenly appeared. Something's not right. In order to prevent any abnormalities from occurring in the Dragon Necropolis, we have explicitly prohibited our people from exploring the Dragon Necropolis. We only organize titled marshals to try it for one day every year. But now, someone has barged in. Look here. Everyone looked over and saw a shifter titled Marshal squatting in front of a dragon bone. He turned around, widened his eyes, and said to everyone in shock, "This dragon bone has been broken." "What? How is that possible?" Everyone quickly surrounded him, looking at the fracture. It was easy to see that the crack where the dragon bone was broken was unnatural and had just formed. Everyone hurriedly looked at the opposite cliff. Someone really went over. No matter what's in the Dragon Necropolis, we must not let anyone take it out. Gather people immediately and block off all the cliffs. Last life. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. He had been killed twice. Although this was not the first time, it was definitely the first time that he could not think of a countermeasure until now. Am I really going to die here? Damn it, the ancient dragon race is so strong. This barrier technique is too overpowered. If it was a normal fight, Lu Chen would not be afraid of the nine-clawed black dragon. The key was that Lu Chen could not break through the dragon race's forbidden area now. At this moment, the black dragon had already flashed over. Lu Chen hurriedly moved. "You want to run? Can your speed compare to my space shift?" Ha 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 ha. In the next second, the nine-clawed black dragon had already arrived behind Lu Chen. All nine claws struck. -1, 81 million, -1, 91 million, -1, 83 million, -1, 86 million, -1, 88 million. The nine-clawed black dragon could deal more than 4 million damage with the blood sacrifice shield. However, Lu Chen had defense and damage reduction, so a single attack could deal more than 8 million damage, which was much less. Even so, Lu Chen's health bar continued to bleed. In an instant, he lost 3 million HP. On the sixth attack, Xiao Min activated protection. On the seventh attack, Lu Chen activated Buddha's salvation and forcefully left some HP. However, the eighth and ninth attacks had already come. Seeing that it was a matter of life and death, Lu Chen roared, "Furball!" A small white beast sprang out from Lu Chen's palm like lightning. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The furball did not grow bigger. In its normal form, it instantly climbed onto the nine-clawed black dragon's claws. Then, as usual, it bit down. The furball's bite force was enough to break the dragon's bones. With this bite, even the powerful nine-clawed black dragon roared. Roar. Lu Chen took the opportunity to move quickly and avoided the last two attacks of the nine-clawed black dragon. This time, the nine-clawed black dragon was not in a hurry to chase after Lu Chen. Its dragon eyes widened in anger, then narrowed slightly and looked at the small white dot on its palm. "What is this?" Chapter 504. Compared to the nine-clawed black dragon. The little furball was like a flea on its body. However, other than Lu Chen, there seemed to be nothing that could stop the little furball from eating. It lay in the nine-clawed black dragon's palm and ate greedily. Under the feast, the nine-clawed black dragon's HP actually dropped. Debuff. Physical damage, 1 stack. Physical attributes reduced by 0. 7%. Mobility reduced by 0. 7%. Debuff. Physical vulnerability, 1 stack. Extra 0. 7% damage received when receiving physical attacks. Debuff, bleeding 1 stack, loses 0. 1% of maximum HP every second, 99% reduction, lasts for 7 seconds. For some reason, the 9-clawed black dragon offset 99% of the feast's negative effects. Regardless, it finally started to lose HP, minus 280,000. The 8 billion HP upper limit made Lu Qin gasp. Not only was this guy super strong, but its HP was also terrifying. Even if this guy was the strongest of the strongest, it could be inferred that the other dragons should not be too far behind. What kind of monsters lived in the 3 heavens of ancient times? Although the feast's effect was offset by 99%, the nature of the negative effects did not change. Soon, the 3 negative effects were stacked to the second stack, minus 560,000. At this time, the 9-clawed black dragon realized that something was wrong. The negative effects did not specify the highest stack, which meant that they could be stacked continuously. Even if the effect was only 0, 1%, which was negligible, it was definitely not a good thing to continue stacking like this. Damn bug! The 9-clawed black dragon slammed its claw on the ground, intending to kill the little furball like a mosquito. However, the little furball sensed the danger and quickly crawled to the other side of the dragon's claw. It lowered its head and continued to eat. Swatting a mosquito to death wasn't an easy task. 740,000. Damn it! Divine dragon body. A black light erupted from the 9-clawed black dragon's body. It was as if a black hole suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Countless demons in the distance also saw the black light and looked at each other in shock. What's that? Not good. There's a change in the dragon's necropolis. There seems to be a battle. Why is the area so big? Is there really a treasure in the dragon's necropolis? Did someone get it? Among the many demons, an ape had an unnatural expression. Fortunately, it was scratching its ears and cheeks, which covered its ecological unnaturalness. If Lu Qin had the time to acquire the vision of the suboriginator, he should be able to see the situation outside the dragon tomb. The suboriginator, who had thrown them over the astral wind belt for the first time, turned into a monkey when it saw a large group of demons coming. Its shape-shifting ability was stronger than Lu Qin's, so it was still safe for now. The sky martial stage. The little furball was sent flying by the black light. The dragon god's hegemonic body should be a skill that forced back close combat units. However, as soon as the little furball landed on the ground, it ran toward the 9-clawed black dragon. Creak, creak, creak. Lu Qin frowned slightly. This guy wants to eat the 9-clawed black dragon. It's a second stage heaven-devouring rat. The 9-clawed black dragon finally got a good look at the little furball, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Damn it, why is this thing here? Spatial shift. The little furball stood up and sniffed carefully. Before the 9-clawed black dragon showed up, the little furball ran back. The 9-clawed black dragon's voice echoed. Kid, you let it evolve. Are you trying to destroy the entire Jiutian by bringing this monster here? Lu Qin frowned. The 9-clawed black dragon knew the little furball. That was a creature from 5,000 years ago. Didn't the little furball only stay in the herb garden for 300 years? Also, the 9-clawed black dragon was afraid of the little furball. That was something that Su Ping had never expected. Fine, it must be your battle pet. I'll tame it after I kill you. Yes, I'll kill you. Lu Qin was surprised. The dragon was quite clear-headed and didn't panic. He only had 1 HP left, which was the last of his life. He would die for sure if he was attacked again. Not even the little fur ball could save him. Right then, 9 dragon claws suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen. Go to hell! The little fur ball turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the dragon's claw. Its body suddenly enlarged, and it bit the dragon's claw. The enlarged little fur ball's bite was even more shocking. The black dragon roared in pain and hurriedly withdrew its attack. Dragon God's dominating body. After knocking the little fur ball away again, the 9-clawed golden dragon teleported behind the little fur ball. I'm waiting for you to grow bigger. God binding chains. The huge dragon wrapped around the little fur ball and trapped it. The dragon rolled and tightened its grip. Roar. In the end, the little fur ball couldn't bear the pressure. It roared and struggled, but it couldn't break free. Ha 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 ha. So what if you're a sky-swallowing rat? Maybe no one will be your match when you grow up, but you're still too small. You dare to provoke me when you're only at the 2nd rank? Only death awaits you. Come on, bite me. Let's see if you have the ability to eat dragon meat. Let's see if you still have the strength to eat. It turned out that the little fur ball didn't grow in size at the beginning because it wanted to use its small size to fight against the big one. Just now, when Lu Chen was in danger, it grew in size and desperation. In the end, the 9-clawed black dragon seized the opportunity to restrain it. The 9-clawed black dragon's body was very strong. The God-binding chains was a heaven-class high-level control technique. Even if the little fur ball had completed one transformation, it still couldn't break free. The little fur ball's mouth started to bleed. Its eyes bulged, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. You want to eat my body? Try this. Dragon scale strangulation. The 9-clawed black dragon scales stood up like blades. Countless dragon scales pierced into the little fur ball's body. The little fur ball was immediately badly mutilated, and blood flowed out from its 7 orifices. Little fur ball. Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open. The little fur ball reluctantly raised his head and looked at Lu Chen, but his eyes showed a trace of gentleness. Creak, 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 creak. Master, this little fur ball can only accompany you to this point. Run, creak, creak, creak. I miss Big Sister Green's elixir. Lu Chen's eyes turned green, and the runes all over his body suddenly erupted with a piercing green light. Lu Chen charged toward the 9-clawed black dragon without any regard for anything else. Heaven, earth, 8 desolates. Just you? I told you you can't touch me. Spatial shift. In the face of absolute power, anger was futile. The black dragon teleported, bringing the little fur ball with it. Lu Chen's Heaven, Earth, 8 desolates, which was full of anger, once again lost its target. Squeak, squeak. Master, run. I can't hold on any longer. No. Lu Chen's mind was in chaos. He searched through all his skills, but in the dragon clan's forbidden area, his skills couldn't hit the 9-clawed black dragon at all. What else could he use? What else could he use, no matter what? Unintentionally, Lu Chen saw the only foreign object in the area that could be used, that unknown treasure surrounded by black gas. Lu Chen rushed over and reached into the black gas with one hand. As far as his hand could reach, there was a sword hilt. Lu Chen pulled out the sword. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. The 3rd heaven shook. The 9-clawed black dragon's eyes widened, and even its body, which was wrapped around the little fur ball, couldn't help but shrink. It looked at the tiny human in horror. Its eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, impossible, even I can't do it. He can't pull out that sword. In an unknown palace, in an unknown heavenly region, a white-clothed man slowly raised his teacup. Just as he was about to taste the tea, his hand suddenly paused. He was slightly stunned. The godly demon, Limitless Sword, has appeared. Chapter 5:05. Unknown item acquired. Lu Chen's system notification gave a rare notification. The system did not recognize this sword. Lu Chen did not even have time to think about how he managed to pull out the so-called treasure of heaven and earth. He did not even look at the sword before he raised it and stabbed at the black dragon. His speed immediately reached the level of rapid movement. It was as if he was teleporting. In the next second, he was already in front of the 9-clawed black dragon and stabbed at it. Tiger descends the mountain. -1, -1, -1, -1. Lu Chen's mind was in a mess. Was this treasure of heaven and earth not a joke? This bit of damage was not enough to fight a weak gnoll, let alone a 9-clawed black dragon. However, the 9-clawed black dragon's face showed an extremely frightened expression. It did not care about killing the little fur ball. It abandoned the little fur ball and quickly retreated. Damn it! How could he pull it out? At this moment, the 3 weapons on Lu Chen's back all flew out by themselves. The strange weapon in his hand was like a black hole, sucking in all 3 weapons, devouring Devil's Blade, attribute fusion, devouring reverse water scale sword, attribute fusion, devouring 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment, attribute fusion, devouring devil equipment set, attribute fusion, devouring dragon scale armor, attribute fusion. All the equipment on Lu Chen's body was devoured. All the equipment's attributes were fused into this sword. Only the magic treasure pane was spared. Equipment attributes and special effects inheritance complete, establishing connection with the host. Connection established. Lu Chen's mind raced. It turned out that this sword did not have any attributes in the beginning. In addition, there was no connection with him in the beginning. His own attributes could not be reflected from the weapon. No wonder he only dealt 1 damage to the 9-clawed black dragon. After devouring so many equipment's attributes, this sword finally had its own attributes. Moreover, the connection with him had been established. If he attacked the black dragon now, he should be able to deal damage. As the system did not recognize this weapon, Lu Chen could not see its attributes and special effects. From using it just now, Lu Chen knew at least 2 things. The sword could change his movement into a form of displacement, and at the same time, it had the ability to devour other equipment. He only had 1 HP, but the black dragon actually ran away when it saw him. This meant that this sword should have some sort of protective ability, and it must be very strong to be able to make the black dragon give up on killing him. In the midst of a life and death battle, Lu Chen didn't have time to think too much. Looking at the little fur ball lying in a pool of blood, Lu Chen was furious. Black dragon, I will skin you alive today. Great Ravager sweep. Logically speaking, the titanic Ravager he had obtained in the first heaven should have been useless against the 9-clawed black dragon. However, when he saw Lu Chen attack, the 9-clawed black dragon's face was filled with fear. This indicated that this attack was different. Spatial shift. At the same time, a golden light silently flashed by, so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The only thing that could prove that Lu Chen had used the titanic Ravager sweep was the air barrier at the edge of the Sky Marshal stage. With a loud bang, a deafening explosion occurred in the northeast direction of the Sky Marshal stage. Within the Sky Marshal stage, it was as if the earth was shaking. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The mana cost of the titanic Ravager sweep had increased by 10 times, but its speed and power had greatly increased. The most important thing was that it had collided with an invisible air barrier. Lu Chen had just entered from the outside. At that time, there was no air barrier. So it was clear that this air barrier was the edge of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Area barrier. This weapon can attack the edge of the barrier. Lu Chen immediately reacted. The 9-clawed black dragon didn't dare to take Lu Chen's sword chi head-on, so Lu Chen directly attacked it with the barrier. Infinite space teleportation, right? Titanic Ravager, sweep. Titanic Ravager, sweep. Titanic Ravager, sweep. Infinite Titanic Ravager, sweep. Swish, 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 swish. Golden light flashed continuously, and streaks of golden light crazily split the battlefield, shooting in all directions. The black dragon only dared to use the spatial shift seamlessly. The black dragon dodged, but the barrier couldn't. A large amount of sword chi directly hit the air barrier, and the sky martial stage shook. After about 30 sword chi, the surrounding air suddenly shattered like a mirror, and the barrier collapsed. The debuff on Lu Chen's body had finally disappeared, and Lu Chen's abnormal status had finally been removed. Lu Chen raised his hand to call back the little furball, and put it away for Lu Yi to look after. He stared at the 9-clawed black dragon that was floating in the air. "Maggot, you're already dead," Lu Chen angrily said in a low voice. The black dragon's eyes widened. "Damn it, I actually let you use the limitless demonic god sword. I won't fight with you today. Wait until I find a way to break this barrier. Then I'll take your dog life." Looking at the cliff behind it, the 9-clawed black dragon spread its 9 wings and rushed towards the cliff. "With your little HP, if you're not afraid of the astral winds, then just chase after me. 7 stars chasing moon." Who would have thought that Lu Chen would actually chase after it without even thinking about it? The black dragon was shocked. Are these 2 guys crazy? Especially this human, who only had 1 HP and still dared to chase after it. Looking at the cliff, the 9-clawed black dragon gritted its teeth and rushed in, and Lu Chen also rushed into the astral winds. The astral winds were abnormally sharp, and the 9-clawed black dragon's body was quickly washed away, and its flesh fell off. Roar! The 9-clawed black dragon angrily roared and forced itself to escape. As long as it passed through here and reached the outer layer, it could use the bones of other dragons to pass through. At this time, the 9-clawed black dragon didn't forget to look back at that human brat. That guy wouldn't really rush in, right? At this time, Lu Chen was standing on the limitless demonic god sword and chasing after it. This guy actually used the limitless demonic god sword to block the astral winds. Lu Chen thought very clearly, as a treasure of the dragon necropolis, if it couldn't even pass through the astral winds protecting it, the 9-clawed black dragon definitely wouldn't be so afraid. It was because of this that Lu Chen dared to rush into the astral winds. Fortunately, the black dragon was fast enough. If it wanted to run, that brat might not be able to catch up. At this time, someone on the other side suddenly made a move. A deceleration trap. The 9-clawed black dragon was shocked. Why was there someone here? What was going on? The one who made a move was Suoing. He had witnessed the entire battle, although his mind was filled with question marks. Seeing Lu Chen chasing after the black dragon, he naturally made a move when he could. With his strength, it was impossible for him to completely stop the black dragon, but slowing it down a little was good. The 9-clawed black dragon's body slowed down a bit, but it was still safe for the time being. After forcefully breaking through the astral winds, the black dragon's body was seriously injured. There was also a madman behind it who was full of anger, so it didn't have time to find trouble with Suoing. With a sweep of its tail, it rolled up a large piece of dragon bone on the ground and embedded it into its abdomen. With the dragon bone, we can pass through the astral winds. Lu Chen chased after it, but that fellow was too fast and had many movement skills. Lu Chen was stunned and couldn't catch up for a while. For a powerhouse like the nine-clawed black dragon, if it really wanted to run, it was indeed difficult to kill. Old man, wait for me here. I'll come back to get you in a bit. Lu Chun flashed over Suowing's head and continued to chase after the black dragon. The black dragon was still running for its life. It had been careless just now and was hit by a lowly human's deceleration skill. This skill lasted for quite a long time. Fortunately, it had a lot of movement skills, so it should be able to escape. After passing through the second astral wind, a red figure suddenly spat out a flame at it. The black dragon hurriedly dodged. At the third astral wind, a white tiger jumped out and pounced on it. At the fourth astral wind, a gilded black tortoise actually wanted to taunt it. Fortunately, it dodged in time, but it was inevitably delayed for a moment while it was dodging. The nine-clawed black dragon almost collapsed. Why were there so many strange things popping up along the way? Were they all that fellow's subordinates? Could it be that this fellow had already predicted that it would run, so he left so many people to stop it? That's impossible. This guy, is he really a prophet? Chapter 506. Lu Chun was not a clairvoyant. Who asked him to have so many people? Lu Chun and the black dragon kept using movement skills, but after 7 or 8 attempts, Lu Chun finally caught up to the black dragon with a triple gate. Triple gate. Mountain-splitting strike. Although the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment had been devoured, the special effect was still there. A big stick struck down on the giant dragon's head. And with the infinite sword of heavenly demons, the speed was more than twice as fast as before. Dragon Gate Leap. The 9-clawed black dragon quickly dodged, but Lu Chun had been holding back and not using the triple gate, waiting for this moment. Under the 3 teleportations of the triple gate, the mountain-splitting strike changed direction 3 times. The black dragon was caught off guard and was hit by the stick. The black dragon was stunned. At this time, Lu Chun finally found a chance to close in. Demon Clone. Demon Kings will refresh. Demon Clone. More than 30 green demons pounced on the 9-clawed black dragon. A demon's face appeared in front of the black dragon. His eyes were emitting green mist. You died 5,000 years ago. Now, you must die again. 3,000 body flicker slash. 11 normal attacks combined with the 5-hit combo directly hit 55 normal attacks. Although the black dragon was immune to the poison, as if to make up for it, Lu Chun used a mirror image attack this time. He directly copied the 3,000 body flicker slash. 110 normal attacks. -8. 8 million double critical hit. -1,433 triple critical hit. -8. 91 million double critical hit. -1. 99 million quadruple critical hit. Even the 9-clawed black dragon could not withstand this damage. A 3,000 body flicker slash and a mirror image attack directly took out 3 billion of the opponent's HP. The 9-clawed black dragon lost half of its HP. At the same time, the 9-clawed black dragon had a lot of debuffs on it. Stun, silence, speed reduction, mana burn, and there was one more debuff that had never appeared before. Debuff. Return of Heavenly Demons. Physical damage is dealt in proportion to HP. Lu Chen's 2 3,000 instant slashes took away half of the black dragon's HP. If it was in its normal state, the black dragon would still have half of its HP remaining. However, it was different this time. After the damage to its body, the black dragon's maximum HP was reduced to 5 billion. In other words, every time Lu Chen attacked, he would deal nearly 10 million damage to the black dragon. At the same time, the black dragon's maximum HP would decrease by the same ratio, from 8 billion to 79 billion. From another point of view, Lu Chen's damage was equivalent to doubling. After a wave of attacks, the black dragon only had 200 million HP left. As for the remaining HP, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Chen still had so many clones, which were enough to kill him in an instant. However, the black dragon also had its own life-saving skills. When the black dragon only had 140 million HP left, a black light burst out from its body. Dragon God's dominating body was forcefully activated. Lu Chen's doppelgangers were all knocked back, and the debuff on the black dragon's body was almost completely removed. Of course, except for Divine Demon Unity. This status seemed to be very high level, and even Dragon God's dominating body could not remove it. I said, "You're already dead." Lu Chen shouted angrily, "Universal annihilation, total annihilation, infinite triple door." Lu Chen directly activated the final move of universal annihilation and instantly flashed to the top of the black dragon's head. The black dragon had already seen the usage of the triple door. That guy could rely on the triple door to change his position and the direction of his skills. Previously, Hua Shan Split relied on this move to hit him. However, this time, Lu Chen relied on the triple door, which had no cooldown, to change his position infinitely. At this moment, the black dragon knew that he could not avoid it. "I'll take you down with me." 9 Netherworld Golden, Splitting Claw. The black dragon did not retreat and counterattacked. 9 dragon claws tore through space and even chased into the triple door. After several triple door teleportations failed to shake off the 9 Serenity's golden splitting claw, Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. He simply did not dodge and turned into a green shadow in midair, piercing the dragon's head with his sword. At the same time, the 9 Serenity's golden splitting claw behind him grabbed at Lu Chen. With a boom, the black dragon's head exploded. At the same time, a golden light burst out from Lu Chen's body, shattering the 9 Serenity's golden splitting claw. Divine Demon Protection. Stage 1 in a near-death state, when receiving a fatal blow, immune to damage for 10 seconds, remove all negative statuses caused by low-level immortal skills, increase one's own attack power by 100%, and can be transformed into heavenly might attacks. Bloodline talent effects are increased by 100%, obtain the high-grade heaven-level movement technique Divine Demon Walk, and activate the Divine Demon Unity Barrier. Divine Demon Unity Barrier. Within the barrier, the passage of time is reduced by 50%, the enemy's speed is increased by 50%, all heavenly might attacks are increased by 50%, and damage reduction effects are ignored. This barrier is a mobile barrier, with the caster as the center, affecting a radius of 1,500 meters. Barrier Overlay Principle. When the opponent's barrier type is lower than the time barrier, the opponent's barrier effect is reduced by 10% to 90%. The reduction depends on the level of the opponent's barrier type. If the passage of time was reduced by 50%, then the original 10 seconds of invincibility was equivalent to 15 seconds. If the enemy's time was accelerated by 50%, it meant that the 5-second duration of rapid movement was reduced by half, which was 0.25 seconds, and the movement distance was reduced by half. Some skills that needed to be charged, if it originally needed 10 seconds to charge, after the passage of time was accelerated, it would take 15 seconds to charge. Lu Chen looked at the effects on his body in shock, his eyes full of shock. The effect of a time barrier. He finally knew what the black dragon was afraid of. It was afraid of the Divine Demon Protection and the Divine Demon Unity Barrier. The Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land made Lu Chun understand how perverted barrier-type techniques were. Fighting in other people's barriers would definitely increase the difficulty by several times. As a time barrier, the Divine Demon Unity barrier's level was definitely very high. It could reduce the effects of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land, greatly reducing the effects of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land. Lu Chun was invincible for 15 seconds with the God and Demon Limitless Sword in hand. He also had the God and Demon Walk, and his attacks could be transformed into Heaven's Wrath. Even though Lu Chun only had 1 HP, he could still run and attack in the last 15 seconds. Black Dragon had no chance of winning. Therefore, when the Black Dragon saw Lu Chun pull out the Divine Demon Limitless Sword, he turned and ran. However, the Black Dragon did not expect that he would not die to the Divine Demon Protection and the Divine Demon Unity Barrier, but to Lu Chun's universal annihilation. Finally, Lu Chun took a deep breath. The damage to his body still made him feel exhausted. I'll have to trouble Little Green again, this time. At this moment, the system sent a notification. Devouring the 9-clawed Black Dragon's corpse. An unknown weapon is repairing your body. Current progress, 10%, 20%. N? Lu Chun blinked his eyes. Did he have another foodie? No, save the little furball first. Lu Chun had a flash of inspiration and summoned the little furball. I heard the Black Dragon say that you're called the Divine Demon Limitless Sword. Can you repair the little furball's body? A voice sounded. This little guy is too strong. I can't repair it, but heaven-devouring rat doesn't need to be saved. Just give it something to eat. Lu Chun was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that the sword could actually speak. Could it be the legendary weapon spirit? Happy that the little furball was so strong. Not only was it strong, but it also seemed to be easy to raise. Chapter 507. Did you see that? Is that the legendary 9-winged, 9-clawed Black Dragon? The 9-clawed Black Dragon's body was huge. As it fled, it entered the line of sight of the demons. The demons witnessed the fall of the Black Dragon with their own eyes, but they couldn't see who killed it. 9-clawed and 9-winged, it can't be wrong. It's an ancient dragon, but this one seems to be especially big. According to the stone tablet, an 800-meter, 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragon is already a powerful overlord. This one is more than 1,000 meters long. 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragons are buried in the dragon necropolis, but they have long gone extinct. Why is there a living one here? The ancient dragon is resurrected. Is there really a treasure in the dragon necropolis? The dozens of demon experts narrowed their eyes. According to the stone tablet, the ancient dragon once ruled over 90% of the territory in the third heaven. One could imagine how powerful they were. It was said that the ancient dragon had an extremely powerful enchantment technique. In a one-on-one fight, they were almost invincible. Who could kill such a huge 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragon? Lu Chun finally had a chance to see the weapon in his hand. This sword was a little strange. The blade and hilt were half black and half white. There were shallow carvings on the blade, and there were 5 words on the hilt: Celestial Demon, Limitless Sword. Hey, were you the one talking just now? Of course it was me. Is there anyone else here? The voice sounded again. So, you're the sword spirit? You're also the one who swallowed all my equipment? I'm the weapon spirit. If I didn't swallow your equipment, would you be able to defeat the Black Dragon? Besides, there's no loss in swallowing you. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Now, he was only left with clothes and treasures. All his belongings were this sword. Why doesn't the system recognize you? Lu Chun asked again. System? Oh, You mean the novice instructor program? Little friend, it's nothing. How can it recognize me? It can only detect some of my current actions. The artifact spirit's tone was not small. However, Lu Chen quite liked it. This sword might be on the same level as Furball. Oh, that's right. I, the nine-clawed black dragon, said that ordinary people would not be able to pull you out. However, when I pulled out the sword, it did not take any effort at all. You have the body of a god and a demon. You're a great variable in Jiuqian, and you happen to be compatible with my element. That's the first requirement. Secondly, you were able to pass through the 18th level of the astral wind belt. Your intelligence and strength are not bad. Most importantly, we're going the same way. On the way. Yes, a puny human actually dares to challenge the Emperor of the nine-clawed black dragons. You must want to go to a higher realm, and I also hope that someone can bring me to break through the shackles of the nine heavens. Lu Chen nodded. It turned out that in order to obtain the recognition of the limitless fiend god sword's artifact spirit, there were still so many conditions that needed to be fulfilled. After gaining a general understanding of the limitless demon god sword, Lu Chen stepped on the sword and went back to pick up the cowherd and the group of little fellows. After passing through a few astral wind belts, Lu Chen saw the demon army outside the dragon tomb. Kid, why are there so many demons outside? They are waiting for us. The cowherd immediately became nervous. Lu Chen looked at the densely packed demon army and said in a deep voice, Junior Originator is with them. Let's go after picking up Junior Originator. This is the territory of the demon race, and we can't fight here for too long. Old man, it's not convenient for me to escape with you. How about, no way? Again, the cowherd immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. That guy was going to use that trick again. Although it was not a glorious thing to be swallowed by this brat, the cowherd had no other choice at this moment. I really have to hand it to you. That little furball eats all day and night. Even your sword can swallow it. And even you... Okay, there's no other way now. Hurry up, don't digest me. Don't worry. This is just a special effect. It can't be digested. Lu Chen chuckled, opened his mouth, and swallowed the cowherd. After taking care of the cowherd and the other godly beasts, only Junior Originator was left. Lu Chen quickly obtained Junior Originator's vision. After locating Junior Originator, he used the infinite fiend god sword to rush out of the last hurricane belt. Triple gate. A stone gate appeared in front of Junior Originator. Junior Originator jumped into the stone gate and teleported to Lu Chen's side. Putting away Junior Originator, Lu Chen was about to slip away when he was stopped by several demons. Who are you? How dare you come to the territory of the demon race to hunt for treasures? Did you kill the nine-winged and nine-clawed ancient dragon just now? Lu Chen smiled and said, Yes, it was me. What's wrong? As for who I am, forget it. I'm too lazy to pretend. I'm a human. A human? Don't you know this is the territory of the demon race? How dare you come to the territory of the demon race? Don't you know where you are? Lu Chen snorted and said, Is the triple heaven owned by your family? Who was the one who divided this territory? Treasures have always belonged to the capable. You've been here for so long. You can't get the treasures, but you don't allow others to? I'm not afraid to tell you that I didn't come to the triple heaven before. Now that I'm here, the territory of the triple heaven is invalid. The demons were shocked. What arrogance! A mere human dares to challenge the order of the third heaven. Who do you think you are? Even if you killed the nine-winged and nine-clawed bone dragon, it doesn't mean you can be the enemy of the entire demon race. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. The weakest human being actually said the most arrogant words. Let me see which clan of the 5 major forces of the human race's juniors are so narrow-minded. Lu Chen looked at those demons indifferently and said, "You want to know who I am? Isn't that simple?" After that, Lu Chen showed his ID. For golden, words appeared in front of everyone. Solipsistic. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Solipsistic? He's the wanted human. So it's him. No wonder he's so bold. It's really him? Then didn't he get the Heaven Punishment Tower and the Dragon Necropolis? He must have a lot of treasures on him. Kill him and gain both fame and fortune. Lu Chen looked at the crowd and snorted, "You want to kill me and steal my treasures? Unfortunately, I don't have time today. Otherwise, I'd like to see what you demons are capable of." Triple Gate. The demon race experts from other regions had already rushed over. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to run, they all attacked. "This guy has 2 treasures on him. We can't let him run away. Is the 1,000 Demons array set up?" "It's already set up." "Good. Everyone, this person stole our demon race's treasures. However, his strength is not to be underestimated, and he has powerful treasures. We'll use the 1,000 Demons array to suppress him for now, and wait for Marshal Tianming's support. Everyone, please activate the 1,000 Demons array. It's my duty." Suddenly, all the demons released their spiritual energy at the same time. A spiritual web appeared in front of Lu Chen and covered the entire Dragon Necropolis. Lu Chen's triple gate failed and crashed into the spiritual web. "Damn, this array is so strong." Lu Chen hurriedly retreated. The 1,000 Demons array covered a wide area. Lu Chen had never seen such a huge array. The array did not cause any damage. Lu Chen tried to use Obelisk to attack, but the spiritual web absorbed the attack instantly. Although the demons on the other side all lost a little blood, it seemed like the 1,000 Demons array reduced his damage and distributed it to all the demons. "Kid, when our Marshal Tianming comes, you'll die even if you have treasures on you. Just wait for your death." Chapter 508. No matter how high Lu Chen's damage was, if he were to distribute it evenly, each demon would not get much. This amount of damage was negligible. The demons had been watching the battle and had plenty of time to set up the formation. This was not surprising. What Lu Chen did not expect was that the demons were much more united than the humans. With a single command from a powerful demon, hundreds of thousands of demons would work together to protect the 10,000 Demons formation. Fortunately, this formation covered such a large area. Naturally, it had its weaknesses. The 10,000 Demons formation could only trap the enemy, but it could not attack. Lu Chen frowned as his mind raced. Since he could not leave for now, he would not leave. He would wait for the heavenly fate marshal to come and think of a way. Thinking of this, Lu Chen did not charge into the formation. Instead, he turned around and rushed through a few bands of astral winds to avoid the attack. He spat out Suowing again and briefly explained the situation. The 10,000 Demons formation is a high-level formation that requires many demons to work together. It is almost impossible to charge out, Suowing said seriously. "Kid, what do we do now?" Lu Chen did not panic at all. "You already said that we can't leave. What else can we do? Let's rest first. I just fought with the Black Dragon. I'm actually quite tired." Suowing was speechless. "You are too calm. The heavenly fate marshal of the demons is even stronger than Dongfang Ji. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the 9-clawed Black Dragon? More importantly, there must be more than one of them." Lu Chen shook his head. "I know. I'm too lazy to fight. But tell me, Do we have any other way out? Suowung frowned. After thinking for a long time, he said, with our strength, we can't leave the 10,000 demons formation. That's right. Lu Qin continued to lean on the dragon bone. I hope the heavenly fate marshal of the demons will come soon. Not soon. Suowing suddenly said, the demons are able to establish themselves in the third heaven. Other than their talent, the most important thing is the centralization of resources. What do you mean? They will use the most precious resources of the entire race to nurture the strongest with the most potential. All the heavenly fate marshals are the pillars of the Yao race. They use a lot of resources. Cowherd's understanding of the myriad races was not something Lu Chun could compare to. Of course, after using so many resources, those experts also need to work hard. They are in closed-door cultivation almost every day, so it is difficult for them to come out. Lu Chun frowned. How long do we have to wait? It won't take a year or so, right? Not even a year. I estimate that it will take 2 to 3 months for them to come out of seclusion and rush here from the Demon Clan's base camp. Lu Chun was dumbfounded. He wasn't afraid of the 10,000 races formation, and he had the ability to fight Marshal Tianming. However, being trapped for 2 to 3 months was just too disgusting. How unlucky! These guys must have been attracted by the Black Dragon. That Black Dragon. Even if he dies, he still wants to harm me. Lu Chun had already experienced the 10,000 demons formation's dynamic defensibility. There was no need for him to waste any more energy. Fortunately, the 10,000 demons formation was a semi-solid defense formation. Lu Chun couldn't leave, and others couldn't enter. The Dragon Necropolis was very safe. After resting for 2 to 3 days, Lu Chun was really bored out of his mind. He began to wander around the cliffs separated by the astral winds. Kid, what are you doing? Cowherd asked curiously. Old man, what do you think is in the canyon below the astral winds? Ah, Lu Chun explained further. I originally thought that the astral winds would disappear once I got the treasure, but it turned out that the astral winds didn't disappear. Why would there be astral winds that can destroy the body from the canyon? Don't you think it's strange? It is a little strange, but the treasure map only shows one treasure. Lu Chun continued. That's true, but not all treasures have a treasure map. Besides, even if there are monsters down there, I'm going crazy from being bored here. Kid, don't tell me you're thinking of going down. It's too dangerous. Lu Chun smiled. I was just thinking of going down to take a look. I have the godly demon limitless sword, so it's not too dangerous. If I encounter something, I can at least escape. Old man, I won't bring you down this time. I'll go down alone in the afternoon. If there's no problem, I'll come up and pick you up. The days of being trapped were particularly relaxing. At noon, Lu Chun went offline to accompany Lu Yi to a restaurant, shop, and even take an afternoon nap. After recovering, Lu Chun adjusted his condition and took out the godly demon limitless sword. Hey, kid, wait a minute. Cowherd called out to Lu Chun and pushed a trade window over. Old man, what are you doing? Let the limitless sword swallow these items. I have no use for them. They'll end up in your stomach anyway. Soon, Cowherd was left with only his underwear left. Old man, this isn't good. What's not good about it? The limitless sword's biggest advantage is that it can swallow equipment and inherit attributes. My equipment, other than the fact that I don't have any immortal equipment, is not worse than yours. It can add quite a lot of attributes. Oh, I still have a few items in my bag. They're not for my class. I originally wanted to leave them for the youngsters on my planet. Now, I'll give them to you. Even the greedy Lu Chun felt a little embarrassed. Don't be so wishy-washy. You'll be responsible for helping me in the future. Lu Chun smiled. What he said was true. To Lu Chun, these dazzling items, as long as he knew where they were dropped, wouldn't take long to farm them. Old man, don't be naked. This set is for you. Lu Chun traded the Lord of the Night set to Cowherd. I don't need it. This is good. It's cool. You're cool, but it's not elegant. I'll give this to you. I still have 2 sets. Don't you only have 1 red set? I still have one, but it's a couple set. I'll wear it when I find a partner. Cowherd's eyes widened. Couple set? He had never heard of such a thing. On Cowherd's ship, the Lord of the Night set was quite energetic. On the other hand, Lu Chen was busy devouring the pile of equipment that Cowherd gave him. Devouring beast taming set, devouring god king shoulder pads, devouring giant crocodile leather boots, devouring beast heart leg guards, inherited attributes, and special effects. At the current level of devouring, the maximum number of equipment special effects that can be inherited is 30. You have exceeded the limit. The extra special effects will be retained, but cannot be activated or changed. They can only be activated after the level of devouring increases. 30 special effects. Already? Lu Chen didn't expect that he would have so many special effects in such a short time. Cowherd was a beast-taming master. Many of his equipment's special effects added beast taming. In fact, Lu Chen could use them as well. After all, he had many battle pets. It's a bit hard to choose. Old man, your special effects are quite good. This one increases the battle pet's maximum health, and this one strengthens the battle pet's attack power. TSK, so strong. Cowherd was looking at his new appearance and was quite satisfied. Of course, after being in the game for so long, it's fine if I don't have any celestial equipment. If my dazzling gold can't compare to others, then I'll have wasted my time. I've carefully selected all of my equipment. You can take your time to choose. I'll take a screenshot and save it. Lu Chen could only keep his head down and choose the special effects. After looking at it for a long time, he kept 7 or 8 good passive effects. Hurry up and feed the unbounded sword more. Let it increase its devouring level. Otherwise, it'll be harder to choose when it eats more equipment in the future. After a while, Lu Chen was finally ready. Standing beside the cliff, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Old man, I'm going down. Chapter 5:09. The abyss was deeper than Lu Chen had imagined. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Chen realized that the astral winds were getting stronger. Limitless, can you block it? This little breeze is nothing. Stand firm. The black mist from the limitless sword enveloped Lu Chen, preventing him from being affected by the astral winds. Not long after, Lu Chen reached the bottom of the valley. Perhaps it was because of the astral winds, there was no vegetation at the bottom of the valley. The soil on the surface of the rock layer was blown away, revealing only the grayish-black rock veins. There was a huge crack in the ground, and the astral winds were blowing out from it, rushing straight to the sky. Because the air was erupting upwards, Lu Chen was safe at the bottom of the valley. It's still safe here. You can't go into the crack. My current stage is still too low, so I can't guarantee your safety. The Limitless Sword's spirit said. Lu Chen came down to check the source of the astral winds, but it turned out to be underground. Without the protection of the Limitless Sword, he would not dare to go down. But since he came down, Lu Chen checked the surroundings. There's nothing here. After checking carefully, Lu Chen did not find anything unusual. Instead, he found a tunnel that led to the internal testing area. It seems to lead to another astral wind belt. All right, since I'm down, I'll take a look. The bottom of the valley was connected. Lu Chen checked it one by one. There's nothing here? Lu Chen was a little disappointed. In front of him was the last valley near the Sky Marshal stage. He felt that there would not be anything special. Limitless. Do you know what's down there? It's caused by the celestial phenomenon when I descended. As for what it is and how it was formed, I'm not sure. All right, since I'm here, I might as well check carefully. Lu Chun put away the limitless sword, shook his head, and continued walking. Originally, Lu Chun did not have much hope, but when he came out of the tunnel and saw the scene in front of him, Lu Chun was stunned. In the last canyon of the astral wind belt, a person was standing not far away. The man's clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. He sat cross-legged beside the stone wall, almost becoming one with it. If it weren't for Lu Chen's amazing eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed that there was someone sitting there. Even the ancient dragon clan would not be able to come to such a place. There was actually someone here. There were two possibilities. One was an expert trapped here, and the other was an NPC. Of course, Lu Chen already knew that NPCs were actually just higher-level players. They were just NPCs traveling in the lower heavens. No matter what the situation was, Lu Chen had to be cautious. He walked over cautiously, keeping a certain distance and being vigilant at all times. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? The man opened his eyes slightly, revealing a pair of shocked eyes under his white hair. Someone actually came down. And it's a human? Someone was coming down. Someone finally came down. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. It was indeed a living person, but he didn't seem to be in his right mind. Who are you? Lu Chen asked again. Someone finally came. The man seemed to have lost control of his emotions. He didn't hear Lu Chen's question at all, and muttered to himself, "When I was drawing the NPC mission, I won the Super Grand Prize. They all said that I was too lucky to be able to issue the strongest mission in the third heaven. I thought that my luck would change from an unknown passerby to a proud son of heaven, but who knew that after waiting for so long, not a single person came to accept the mission. I thought that I would have to wait for someone to change shifts, but no one won the grand prize. I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting." Lu Chen frowned as he listened to the guy muttering to himself. "Big brother, are you an NPC? Little brother, I've finally waited for you. You must accept my mission." Unlike other NPCs who hid their identities, this guy couldn't wait for Lu Chen to accept the mission. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. This guy was indeed an NPC, but he seemed to be unlucky to be tricked into issuing the mission in a place where no one could come. Those who came to the lower realm to be NPCs probably had good and bad jobs. For example, the job of the gatekeeper of the Shuraba. In a high-difficulty world, the business must be very good. The one in District 19 was more unlucky. He waited for a long time, and no one came, so he was very enthusiastic when he saw Lin Huang. But compared to the one in front of him, the one in District 19 was definitely lucky. This one was so down and out that he was almost crazy. He was probably the most miserable NPC in the lower realm. However, Lu Chen wasn't qualified to care about the NPC's experience. He only cared about the mission now. "Big brother, what mission do you have? If it's suitable, I'll accept it. My mission is a little difficult, but you have to know that the risk and the reward are proportional." "I know. Let me see your mission first. Activate the legendary level hidden mission, Treasure of Heaven and Earth. Thousands of years ago, the spiritual chi of all things in the world gave birth to a treasure. When it was born, it caused a phenomenon in the world and attracted countless experts to fight for it. However, no one could obtain this treasure. Mission objective: obtain the treasure on the Sky Marshal platform. Mission reward: 30 immortal spirit pills, 1 immortal spirit pill formula." Lu Chen looked at the mission and fell into deep thought. This reward was definitely the best in history. One immortal spirit pill permanently added 1,000 spiritual energy. Even the golden chest in the Lesser Genesis lair only had 10 of them. The others were all immortal spirit pills that added 3 dimensions. They were not on the same level as immortal spirit pills. But this time, the mission reward was 30 immortal spirit pills. Not only that, but there was also an immortal spirit pill formula. This thing was amazing. Lu Qin didn't know how to refine pills, but he had Little Green. As long as Little Green's level increased, he could get more materials and let her refine them slowly. One formula meant countless immortal spirit pills. Seeing that Lu Qin didn't speak, the NPC looked at Lu Qin anxiously. "Brother, I know this mission is very difficult. Sai, to be honest, if it was so easy, why would I wait here for so long?" Lu Qin looked up and looked at the NPC strangely. "But little brother, you can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. That's a treasure of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that people from the upper heaven can't come down to fight for it, I'm afraid people from the upper heaven would go crazy and come down to the lower realm. Cherish this opportunity. I see that you can enter the astral wind belt. That means you can get close to the treasure. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Don't give up." Lu Chen's frown deepened. "Can I accept this mission?" The NPC thought that this kid felt that the mission was too difficult and didn't want to accept it. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. "Sai, maybe I'm too impatient. How can a treasure of heaven and earth not be guarded by a powerful creature? Even if you pass through the astral wind belt, you might not be able to get the treasure. You might even lose your life. As an NPC, I have to remind you of this. The astral wind belt has already damaged your physical body. The treasure of heaven and earth must be even more dangerous. It's a rational choice for you to not accept it. You still have to consider it carefully." This NPC was actually quite righteous. He was already in such a miserable state, but he still remembered to remind Lu Qin to think carefully. "Brother, you're right. The risk and reward are proportional. You've been unlucky for so long. It's time for your luck to change." After saying that, Lu Qin looked at the NPC with a smile. Then Lu Qin clicked accept. Chapter 5:10. "Young man, did you accept it?" "Yes." Lu Qin checked the mission carefully. The mission was already in the to submit status. Lu Qin was only confirming that there was no requirement to hand over the treasure to the NPC. After confirming that the mission only required him to seize the treasure and not take it back, Lu Qin chose to submit the mission. "You." The NPC was shocked. "What did you do? Submit the mission?" Lu Qin looked at the NPC. "Brother, you didn't eat my elixir, did you?" "Of course not. That's not what I'm talking about." "You, how could you? You've already gotten the treasure?" "How can I submit the mission if I don't get it?" Lu Qin shook his head. For some missions, there were indeed situations where one could submit the mission directly after obtaining the mission item. I didn't expect there to be a mission here. Fortunately, I came down for a walk. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. 30,000 points of spiritual energy and a celestial elixir formula. Without this reward, it would be a huge loss. "Then, can you let me see the treasure?" Lu Qin thought for a moment and moved his fingers. A black and white sword hung beside him. "You want to inspect the goods?" The NPC stared at the godly demon infinite sword with wide eyes. "Half god, half demon, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. There's no need to inspect the goods. The Jiuqian can't make such equipment. Lu Chun was stunned. Half god, half demon. Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. It seemed that the infinite sword was not the only one who was half god. Wasn't he one too? Young man, that's great. I really don't know what to say. Oh yes, this is your reward. Obtain Soul Ancestor Elixir X30. Obtain Celestial Elixir Formula. Ha ha ha, awesome. Lu Chun was in a good mood after receiving a reward out of the blue. The NPC heaved a long sigh of relief. Even Lu Chun could feel his relief. The NPC looked up at the sky and closed his eyes slightly. After such a long wait, I've imagined countless scenarios of completing the mission, but I never dreamed that it would end like this. I'm finally free. All right, kid, my mission is complete. If there's a chance, I hope to see you again. I'm leaving now. Brother, wait a minute. Lu Chun suddenly stopped the NPC. There's a myriad tribes formation outside. Can you get out? Myriad tribes formation? That's right. When I was fighting for the treasure, I was fighting with a resurrected 9-clawed black dragon, which alarmed the surrounding demons. They set up the myriad demons formation outside. So I came down here to take a look. It was also because of this that I met you. Ha 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 ha, kid, perhaps this is fate. Fine. You've already obtained the treasure and completed the mission. Even if I bring you out, it won't be considered as helping you complete the mission. I'll just bring you along for a while. That's great. Oh, by the way, I have a friend up there. All right, I'll go with you. Cowherd was still admiring the new clothes that Lu Chun had given him. It's so cool. And this was worn by Mad God. We've struck it rich. Just as he was talking, 2 figures shot out from the bottom of the valley and landed in front of him. Cowherd looked at Lu Chun and the unkempt guy behind him in confusion. Kid, why you caught a barbarian? Not a barbarian. This brother is an NPC. I've completed his mission, and now he's leaving this place. He can bring us along. There's a myriad demons formation outside. The NPC seemed to have found a trace of the feeling he had in the past. He had completed his mission, and now his heart was filled with pride. He coldly snorted. A mere myriad demons formation can't trap me. Let's go, I'll bring you out. Kid, where did you say you were going? The human territory. All right, give me the coordinates. I'll bring you there directly. Lu Chun gave the NPC a rough set of coordinates. The NPC glanced at it and grabbed Lu Chun and Cowherd with both hands. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. The map was teleporting. Lu Chun was very sure that this brother came from a higher region. Not far ahead was a human city. The NPC glanced at it from afar and suddenly let out a long sigh. Humans, it was just 2 words, but it seemed to contain countless sentiments and concerns. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Kid, get stronger quickly. This is not your battlefield. Your battlefield is in a higher region. I should go too. I hope to see you again. With that, the person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cowherd looked at Lu Chun in shock. Hey, how did you convince him to bring us out? I didn't really convince him. He felt that we were fated to meet. This is good too. I don't have to fight the Marshal Tianming of the shifters. Ha ha. Those shifters will be so depressed when the Marshal Tianming comes and finds out that we're gone. Cowherd laughed. Lu Chun smiled and walked into the human city with Cowherd. This city was called Maple Leaf City. It was considered a second-tier city in the human territory. It occupied a large area, twice the size of the City of Exiles. Old man, what does a second-tier city mean? A second-tier city is a city with a 2-star organization. Because the 2-star organizations are strong, the development of the city is very good. Look here, it's even bigger than the City of Exiles. The trading area is full of people. Cowherd hadn't been out for a long time. He looked around when he saw the endless stream of people. Is the currency here gold coins or military merit points? Both. The most important resource is still military merit points, but you can also buy a lot of things with gold coins. All right, kid, go take a look at the trading area. There might be equipment for sale. Luchin nodded. He wanted to buy equipment, but he also needed to buy a lot of herbs. Lu Yi refined pills to increase her alchemy level. The pills she refined were given to Furball to heal its injuries and help it grow. However, there was another problem. Lu Qin hadn't leveled up in a long time. He had been in the third layer of heaven for so long and had encountered thousands of races. Where could he find a place to level up, get equipment, or get orange monster cores? Old man, is there no place to level up in the human territory? Where did you get your equipment? Of course there is. Speaking of which, a second-tier city would usually be close to a leveling area. However, there are too many wolves and not enough meat. The competition is usually very fierce. Lucha nodded. As long as there was such a place, it was fine. Then it seems that we'll have to stay here for a while. There's no hurry to go to the trading area. Let's find a place to stay, and then take a look at the leveling area. I won't buy anything that can be obtained. Lu Qin decided on a plan based on his stingy habits. There was an inn in the city. Lu Qin and Cowherd booked 2 rooms and paid a month's rent in advance. The two then headed to the leveling area. When they arrived at the leveling area, Lu Qin felt as if he had returned to the beginner's village. Xianyuan Instance Dungeon Team, missing 1 member, titled Marshal, will lead the team. There are 7 more teams before it's our turn. Immortal Martial Beast Tamer, Marshal, or Puppet Master Marshal. Clear Mirror Lake Instance Dungeon, position 25. 3 military merit points. 20-man team, enter the chaotic plains. Only experts, Marshal, and above, come. The human territory was small. If there was a leveling area, it would already be overcrowded. Luchin looked at Cowherd and smiled. Hee, I can finally level up. Old man, let's go. I'll take you to get some equipment. Chapter 511. The rule of Maple City was that one had to line up to farm. Teams were all waiting to enter the farming area. Lu Chen roughly understood the few farming areas. There were 3 team dungeons nearby: Xianyuan, Mirror Lake, and Den of Evil. Among them, Xianyuan was the most difficult. There was a very low chance of 3 immortal weapons dropping. If it was before, Lu Chen wouldn't care about the Xianyuan immortal weapons stats. However, Lu Chen was using the infinite sword of the Celestial and Demon. As long as there was new equipment, he could devour it. Lu Chen naturally had to farm it. Mirror Lake and Den of Evil dropped a few dazzling gold items, so he had to farm them all. In addition to the dungeons, there was also the chaotic plains, where one could farm all kinds of wild monsters to level up. The wild bosses would drop equipment and orange-colored beast cores, which could be used for the growth of the divine beasts. The 3 dungeons were calculated according to time. One could farm for 1.5 hours. Regardless of whether one finished or not, they had to leave when the time was up. The chaotic plains didn't have a time limit, because there was a type of monster that could steal the effects of recovery medicine. Using recovery medicine was equivalent to suicide. Every team would automatically leave after exhausting their pure aura. Generally speaking, a 10-man team in the chaotic plains would farm for 30 minutes. The more powerful ones could farm for up to 50 minutes. The dungeon efficiency is a bit low. Luchin scratched his head. Old man, do you still want to level up? Cowherd said, I don't want to. Although there are many Layer 3 monsters, they give a lot of experience. Leveling up isn't slow. My normal level cap is 150. With the 30% increase from Heaven's Might, I'm now level 195. In Layer 3, Heaven's Might was normal. There was nothing strange about it. Cowherd had been in Layer 3 for many years, so it was normal for him to reach the max level. Lu Chen had Heaven's Might, which increased his level cap by 60%. When he was in Layer 2, he was level 160. In Layer 3, he could reach level 240. At this time, there were long lines in the 3 dungeons and the chaotic plains. Lu Chen looked around and found that the people in front of him would have to wait a few days if they wanted to line up according to the order. There were people in front of him selling their seats. The seats near the front were all sold with military merits. Lu Chen and Cowherd had already used up their military merits. They couldn't afford it for the time being. Is there no way to avoid queuing? Lu Chen frowned. Cowherd thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I remember that this kind of place used to have record-breaking events. I don't know if they still exist now. I haven't been out for too long. Coincidentally, Cowherd's words were heard by a few people nearby. They looked at the old man and the young man. Break a record. Humph, there is an event. Can you guys break it? If you have the ability, don't wear fashionable clothes. Show us what equipment you have. Let me see how many immortal tier weapons you have. You still dare to think about breaking the record? A record that hasn't been touched for 7 years. And you dare to say that you want to break it? Do you know who set the record here? It's best to ask around before you speak. The current record can't be broken at all. Do you really think that so many of you are just eating rice? You dare to break the record with just 2 people? You're simply looking down on us. Lu Chen didn't know why their conversation would trigger some people's nerves. However, he did not have time to pay attention to these people because he had heard an important piece of news. There had always been record-breaking activities. Old man, let's go and take a look. At the front of the line, a few people from the Maple Leaf family were maintaining order. At this moment, an old man and a young man walked over. Among these people, most of them were wearing gray family uniforms. One of them was wearing white clothes. It seemed that his status was not the same. His ID was Maple Leaf Tassel. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating spiritual energy. Stop! What are you running around for? Someone immediately stopped Lu Chen and Cowherd. Go to the back and line up. I want to ask, if we break the record here, does that mean we don't have to line up? Suddenly, Maple Leaf Tassel opened his eyes. He slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who spoke. This person was wearing a bright red outfit. However, he didn't look feminine. Instead, he had a bloodthirsty aura. Break the record? The Maple Leaf Guard coldly snorted. Do you know what the record here is? Break the record? It's best to ask around before coming back. Go back and line up. Lu Chen smiled slightly. You don't seem to understand my question? That person frowned. I told you to go back and line up. Why are you taking advantage of me? Lu Chen was a little impatient. What? You don't let people break the record here. Of course you can't break it. How do you know if you don't try? At this moment, Maple Leaf Tassel stood up. Little Ming. Seeing that the person behind him had left, the guard immediately shut up and retreated to the side. Maple Leaf Tassel slowly walked towards Lu Chen. Young man, of course you can challenge the record here. However, in order to prevent people from cutting the line in the name of challenging the record, we will decide your punishment according to your challenge results. Lu Chen curled his lips. Punishment? Maybe I'll succeed in the challenge. Tassel smiled slightly. Do you know who set the record in our Maple Leaf City? I don't know. You don't need to know the name of that team. You just need to know that there are 5 destined marshals and 5 titled marshals in that team. There were some people around who didn't know about this matter. When they heard Tassel's words, they immediately exclaimed, "My God, 5 destined marshals! What kind of team has such a luxurious configuration? No wonder people say that the record in Maple Leaf City can't be broken. A team of 10, 5 titled marshals, and 5 destined marshals. This is already a top-notch configuration." At first, I was wondering what kind of monster's record of 4 hours and 38 minutes was. It turns out that it was set by such a team. No wonder. Suowen was also a little nervous. He pulled Lu Chen's arm. Sigh, 4 hours and 38 minutes. This result is a little scary. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Suowen. Old man, can you have some confidence in me? It's not that I don't have confidence. This isn't a competition of one's ability to fight alone. It's a competition of endurance. They are a team. Pharmacists can add spiritual energy. In that team, the weakest is a titled marshal. Their spiritual energy recovery must be very strong. Lu Chen shook his head. Are you saying that I can't last long? Are you kidding me? My endurance is very strong. Don't say anything, just follow me. Tassel saw that Suowen was persuading the kid and smiled. How about it? You still want a challenge? Lu Chen turned his head and smiled. Challenge. Let's pick these records together. Everyone almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After talking for so long, this guy actually gave up on challenging them. Okay, then let me make it clear. We will start from the plains of chaos. If the 2 of you can't last 180 minutes, you are not allowed to come to the wilderness for a month. If the 2 of you can't last 120 minutes, we will expel you from Maple Leaf City. If the 2 of you can't last 60 minutes, it will be considered a provocation to Maple Leaf City. After killing you, you will be wanted in the entire city. That you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.